Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Once there was a strong thunderstorm, and it all started with it. People were terrified and did not understand what kind of rumble it was and attributed it to an earthquake. Suddenly the lights went out, and even small children began to be afraid. Suddenly a man felt a drop fall on his shoulder. He immediately turned around, holding his shoulder, and asked where the water was falling from. Suddenly a shade of horror appeared on his face. Behind him was a huge monster with a long tongue. After a brutal swing, drops of blood flew to the sides. The monsters devoured people one after another. A schoolgirl standing in the distance covered her mouth with her hands and screamed about monsters. When the monsters began to attack people en masse, they immediately screamed for everyone to run. Blood clots flew to the sides under crazy screams. One guy managed to run out to the exit and screamed loudly. Then he stopped and said with relief that it seemed like they were no longer chasing. Suddenly, a powerful discharge fell from the sky again. All the buildings lit up with purple light, and everyone standing on the street immediately wondered what was happening. The escapee looked ahead with a lost look and trembled, asking if the end of the world had come. Such abnormal thunderstorms occurred simultaneously in different parts of the earth, and the buildings where lightning struck soon turned into lairs of terrible killer monsters. Such places began to be called dungeons, and many countries even sent military forces there to assess the threat and collect information. However, conventional weapons were useless against the monsters, and in the end, even the army could not cope with the anomalies. Machine gun shots were heard in the fog. 2 soldiers tried to hold the point and heard the order to retreat, but then one of them tried to dispute it, saying that there were still people there. A huge dragon began to gather flames in its mouth, while they decided that it was too late and they could not be saved. Suddenly, one of them was engulfed in powerful flames. Humanity was plunged into the abyss of despair, when suddenly their saviors appeared to people. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of them, who put his hand out and asked them to be careful and asked them to bend down. He grabbed a glowing card and addressed the gate. He embodied a scarlet knight behind him and ordered him to appear. The summoned one instantly slit the dragon's throat. These were the awakened, and in battle they used special gate cards. The cards were developed in laboratories by scientists who foresaw the appearance of dungeons in the world. Soon, one after another, awakened began to appear, those who are able to control the power of the cards. The awakened, as a result of fighting dungeon monsters, became universal heroes. Eventually, companies appeared that, in cooperation with the awakened, built their business on clearing dungeons, in a world where dungeons pose a threat to people every day. The awakened became the elite of society, and easily rolled in money. The protagonist's name is Hikaru, and he is also an awakened one, and this is his 3rd year working in a dungeon clearing company. His father was killed by a huge horned monster. Then his mother quickly ran away from them with him. And she also ended up in the hospital, and he only had a younger sister left, and they did not know what to do next. And at some point, he decided to take a test and find out if he could become awakened. At that moment, when he was standing in front of a pillar, his number on the list was immediately called, and he volunteered. The protagonist approached the stand and was asked to bring his hand to the device with the map. The bespectacled man stretched his hand out in front of him, but nothing happened. He immediately became alarmed and thought about what was happening. Suddenly, the observers grabbed the handles, saying that it seemed that there was no reaction, and they did not need him, but suddenly the situation changed. They looked at the scoreboard and seeing the ability level of only 100,000th were wildly surprised and said that no one had ever received such a low score, but still. The hero looked at them in alarm and waited for the verdict, and suddenly heard the cherished words that he was accepted. They printed his card and regretfully decided to give him the lowest rank. Although he received an awakened license, his rank was so low that no company even thought of hiring him. He had to constantly run around, carry heavy things and clean, barely making ends meet and working part-time in a bunch of different places, and then one day a miracle happened. The protagonist's sister gave him a letter and said that mail had arrived, to which he was wildly surprised and wondered why such influential people were writing to him. And as it turned out, one of the largest dungeon clearing companies, Clearwater, began searching for new personnel. Hikaru cried with happiness standing in front of his sister and mother, because they were ready to hire him. He immediately dressed up and thought that in such a job you can't relax and you need to put all your strength in, and then his mother and sister will finally live happily. And when he just arrived at the company, he had no idea that oppression of ranks and severe inequality in the team would await him there. The huge monster opened its mouth with teeth. Many employees flew apart leaving splashes of blood. Then the tailed one pointed his finger at them with a wild smile, and said that they were trash and a shield for a rank awakened, and they could consider that this is how they train them to take blows from monsters. Thus, this huge company recruited people to protect the elite high-class awakened, and low-ranked employees were cannon fodder and expendable material, which after death was replaced by the same awakened without special skills. The bespectacled man began to fall rapidly, and as it turned out, not only did the elite simply set him up and other ordinary awakened, A cruel blow fell on his back and he was simply thrown to die in the dungeon to the strongest monster. He was bleeding and saying that he could not just die here. Suddenly, a green ball lit up in the monster's mouth. The red-eyed man immediately looked at the danger and thought that he did not want to die. And when he was almost dead, a miracle happened again. The hero stood covered in blood in a white room and tried to catch his breath. In front of him was a huge crystal on a pedestal and he assumed that it could be an altar. The stone began to shine brighter and release particles. The guy tried to touch it and felt a flow of energy. When he touched it, he received an amazing ability to create an unlimited number of rare cards. Suddenly, cards began to fly out of his bag and he asked in horror where he got so many of them. His entire deck immediately lined up in a row and he immediately thought that if someone got hold of such a large deck, they would be invincible. Suddenly seeing a card with 2 heads, he immediately ordered it to appear. The black-haired man grabbed it between his finger and waved it, creating a purple trail. A bright purple light appeared from the card, from a dark 2-headed snake. The shadow of the monster immediately burst out of a huge whirlwind. An incredibly bright flash occurred. The next moment, a huge dragon with 2 heads appeared. A magic circle appeared in the mouth of one of the heads. He immediately created a multiple volley with multiple overlaps. Immediately after that, a fiery tornado appeared and the hero immediately thought about what an incredible power it was and how his vision had improved, so that now he could determine the strength of the enemy with a glance. He immediately opened his eyes wide, narrowing his pupils and thought that now his eyes see absolutely everything. He immediately put his hand in front of him and ordered the 2-headed snake with flames in its mouth to attack. He had reached a level of power that no awakened high rank had ever had before, and those who had humiliated and set him up had no idea about it yet. Suddenly, explosions began to appear behind the warriors and they begged the hero to stop, because they could die because of him. A huge flame warrior with a saber stood in front of him. After that, the protagonist took out a blue card, creating a flash and summoned a gate. He looked menacingly in front of him, full of determination. Only he had an endless deck of cards and he used this power for revenge. He raised his hand up, summoning more and more creatures. The violet-eyed man smiled slyly and called for his revenge to happen. There are many elite awakened high ranks working in the Clear Water Company. And the hero was so happy to get a dream job, and in a prestigious place at that, but the reality was not so colorful. Somewhere in Tokyo, in a C-rank dungeon, in a former pharmaceutical company building, heavy air hung in the 9th level dungeon. A foot in a shoe carefully stepped onto the ground. The employees looked around anxiously. One of them looked at the tablet and said that it looked like they were in place, and the radar was barely working and the signal was impossible to make out. A monster approached them from behind, during a conversation about whether it was worth going back, because there was no way to go further. A stone fell from above and at that moment they realized that they were trapped. Several goblins attacked them and they immediately ran away. One of the monsters immediately stretched out a paw to grab them with a loud roar. One of the employees was immediately torn to pieces with wild screams, and the second tried to save him and asked to let go. Suddenly, he was also grabbed and squeezed tightly, during which he loudly screamed about the pain and asked for help. Suddenly, a shot rang out from the side and the rescuer said that, as they thought, they were lured into a trap. The projectile pierced the monster from the back. The goblin immediately let go of the prey after receiving enough damage. The rest of the monsters were also defeated in the blink of an eye. The wounded employee looked up with difficulty and said that they were saved. But then the tailed one reloaded the shotgun and looked at him arrogantly, saying that they could not even cope with the goblins and asked what they were paid for. Suddenly, the protagonist ran out and anxiously asked about the condition of his comrades. He was breathing with difficulty and turned to him. Suddenly, the leader appeared with the team and with a serious look demanded a report on the situation. The redhead looked at the decaying remains of the monsters and said that 4 goblins had been destroyed. When he had completely fallen apart, he continued and said that no traces of the magic stone had been found after death. He looked to the side and said that 2 low-ranking ones had been attacked, and he believed that they would not be of any help in the further cleanup. 2 employees were dying and breathing heavily. Then Hikaru immediately tried to lift one and asked to return to a safe place and help them. But then the leader turned away and said that these 2 were dead weight and that they needed to move on. Then the wounded stood up with difficulty and asked not to abandon them. The bespectacled one also joined in and asked to at least heal them a little. But then the boss threw his hand aside and sternly ordered not to waste magic and not to forget that he faced punishment for using cards without his order. He gritted his teeth with difficulty, but still agreed. He turned around, looked at his comrades one last time, thinking that he was sorry. They just stayed where they were, bleeding to death. A team of elite awakens was assembled to clear the dungeon, many of whom had reached rank A, and the low-ranked awakens, among whom was our protagonist, and in clearing dungeons, people like him are pawns of the elite awakens, and can be easily replaced if necessary. Suddenly, the bespectacled man made the tailed one turn around by turning to him. He anxiously moved forward and asked for weapons to be given to the workers in his group. But he grabbed him by the collar and asked why he was asking for weapons if they already had them, and ordered him to stop talking nonsense. The Elite Awakened not only have powerful gate cards in their arsenal, but also the latest weapons developed to fight dungeon monsters. However, the bullets for such weapons use magic stones that can appear after the death of a monster, and since these stones are very valuable, the lower ranks are given not the best equipment, which only serves as a means of self-defense and is not very suitable for combat. The hero adjusted his neck from suffocation and held a club in his hand. The elite suits are custom-made and made of special fibers that protect against some damage. And their suits are the most ordinary, so in the dungeons they can only rely on themselves, and Hikaru is ranked F and there is no lower, and he is the worst of the worst. He is not even allowed to participate in battle, and for them he is just a porter and servant, which is why everyone was ahead of him. He is even worse than the low-ranking pawns of the elite, and just looked after them. Clouds began to thicken over the building, and from the outside the building has not changed much, and looks like an ordinary building, but appearances are deceiving, and inside the building there is a dungeon, where one wrong step can cost a life. The hero struggled up the stairs towards the light, breathing heavily. His strength was running out, and sweat was pouring down his face. They had reached the dungeon on level 10. At that moment, he pursed his lip and exhaled heavily, because it was hard to get here with so many things on his back. He immediately grabbed the tablet, and thought with a serious expression that there was no time to rest and the monsters could attack at any second. Suddenly, a lot of red dots appeared on the radar. The high-ranking ones immediately turned their attention to this. The bespectacled man looked at the device with alarm and said that there was a large group of goblins ahead, and more than 10 individuals had been detected. The monsters were already sneaking in the shadows and breathing heavily. A whole bunch of evil eyes appeared in the darkness. The goblins ran forward and stretched out their paws. They rushed at great speed towards the people. The leader pressed his hand to himself and ordered to prepare for an attack. He folded his arms across his chest while the others aimed and told them to destroy the front lines without using cards, and to watch their sides and prepare for surprise attacks, and not to waste any bullets for nothing. The redhead narrowed his eyes and told the monsters to come here, because he had something for them. The goblin immediately opened his mouth and screamed. The tailed one immediately shot him while running. He received wounds and caught fire, but did not die. Then the goody began to shoot more actively after the command to speed up. Lady also began to shoot at the targets with a pistol with a serious look. The main part of the monster troops was defeated. She immediately pressed the pistol to herself and turned to Hikaru, saying that one had broken through. He anxiously moved forward and said that he understood. He immediately took out his club and turned it on. The monster opened its mouth to attack. The hero jumped back, anxiously thinking that he was too close, and even though he didn't have a gun, he needed to do something. The horned one was already a couple of meters away. But the goblin easily dodged the clumsy attack. They looked at each other for a second and froze in bewilderment. Then the monster got angry and his eyes changed color. He dealt a brutal attack with his claws. Hikaru flew back a couple of meters, bleeding. He looked at his opponent in horror and thought that he was finished. But then Hirayama intervened and shot the offender. She looked at the hero with disdain and said that the goblin had the lowest rank, and he couldn't even deal with him, and said that he had settled in comfortably, because he was also paid for it. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist thought that they had unequal conditions. He doesn't have powerful magic guns, and unlike them, he only has this thing at hand that gives a little shock and nothing more. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that he could have fought normally if he had a normal weapon. Then he looked at his card and thought that if they were at least a little better, but they weren't even given a chance. When the monsters began to fall apart, they shouted that the cleanup was complete. They looked at the remaining stones and planned to collect them, and also regretted that there were so few of them. The girl picked up the fragments and regretfully said that nothing could be done, because they were just goblins. When you defeat a monster, particles of magical power may remain behind in the form of magic stones. Rare large stones can be obtained from especially strong monsters. They are used for gate cards and open up new unique abilities. From low-ranking monsters, such as goblins, you can get magic stone fragments. They are used in weapon cartridges, but they can be useful for gate cards. The fact is that to activate a powerful skill, a huge amount of magic is required, and therefore magic stone fragments can be very useful even for high-ranking awakened. Hirayama brought the stones to the leader and, adjusting her hair, offered to take some of her loot, to which he immediately said that he was flattered because the magic stone is received by the awakened who defeated the monster. In other words, those awakened who are unable to defeat the monster will never receive these stones. Suddenly, the boss looked sternly to the side and asked the hero where the stairs to the next level were. He, bleeding, looked at the tablet and said that it was ahead, 40 meters from them. Suddenly, several dots appeared on the radar, and he said that new monsters were spotted ahead of them. In the distance, a huge monster with an axe appeared. Afterwards, it let out a wild roar, shaking the surroundings. The protagonist immediately looked in that direction with alarm. The monster's paw hit the ground, breaking it. It was a werewolf lion, C rank and guard lions. The beast with the purple mane bared its teeth when it saw the humans. Its pupil immediately narrowed when it looked at them. The leader immediately pressed his hand to himself and said that it would be harder with them than with the goblins, and ordered Hikaru to check the data on the former just in case. He immediately opened the summary and said that the threat level is C and it is a magical beast with no special skills, but firearms do not work against it. Taira folded his arms looking at him and said that the guard lions will protect the werewolf, and they act together, and first you need to break through the defense, and only then you can defeat the main one. He moved his hand to the side and ordered the shield squad to create barriers to prevent the A-rank squad from being attacked and to not abandon their positions no matter what happened. The old man and his comrade grabbed the cards in horror and accepted the order. Another shield man anxiously picked up the map and accepted the order. Then the tailed one arrogantly loaded a bullet and said that they would finally work and become their protective walls, and the lady said that she didn't care if they died, but if their shields broke, she would personally finish them off. While the enemy was about to attack, the hero thought that they would become a living wall and sacrifice themselves to protect the A-rank. The low-rankers were shaking in horror, and unfortunately, this is their fate. The protagonist immediately put his hand to his mouth and shouted for them to take care of themselves. He looked at them with anxiety and hoped that they would not die. Hikaru stood behind his colleagues in horror. A formidable enemy was in front of them. The werewolf immediately opened his mouth and released saliva. He stuck out his long tongue and swung his axe, and at that moment his servants ran. The boss immediately squeezed 3 fingers and ordered to prepare the cards and not to retreat. The small lions immediately rushed to attack. In front of them stood a squad of shields. The leader moved his hand to the side and shouted for them to wait a little longer until they came close. The low-ranking ones at this moment stood in horror and endured. When the beast almost managed to pounce, the order was given for shields. The employees immediately grabbed the cards and used the gate to call a protective barrier. The card caught fire from the spell. The awakened one moved his hand to the side and a magic circle lit up under him. Many walls appeared in front of them. Green barriers were imbued with magic. The lions immediately hit the barrier and made the spellcasters stagger. The employees were already sitting on the floor and shouting that they would not last long and asked to attack quickly. The tailed one grabbed the card with a satisfied smile and told them not to worry and summoned the gate. The card immediately glowed red. He sat down as flames surrounded him and told them to check out the A-rank abilities. A huge red spirit appeared. The fire warrior immediately screamed after appearing, and his sword attacks deal physical damage as well as fire damage. The magic caster pulled his hand back and screamed that he would reduce them to ashes. A huge volley immediately burst forward. The small lion immediately burst into flames. The old man tried to hold his ground and screamed that they needed help too and begged for help. Suddenly, Hirayama intervened and pulled her hand back with a displeased look and called them trash, telling them to stop whining. She used the card and summoned the gate. She pulled it back with a satisfied look and summoned the Wind Warrior. A large spirit appeared behind her, who controlled the element of wind and created powerful attacks from the streams. At that moment, his bow appeared, after the order to destroy them. The creature made a powerful shot towards the lion. At that moment, the horned one was torn to pieces. The red-haired one put his fist to his partner and said with a smile that they dealt with the monsters in a second, and she picked up and said how cool the A-rank people were. Suddenly, the hero looked away in horror and asked them not to be distracted, because there was still a werewolf left. The low-ranked ones froze in fear at that moment and looked up. At that moment, the horned one raised his axe to attack. The blow of his axe instantly destroyed the shields and destroyed the ground. Blood flew everywhere. The wounded shield man sat on the ground and looked at the enemy in horror, asking if this was real. The monster stood over the wounded with a bloody axe, while they were surprised that their defense was destroyed with one blow. Suddenly, someone ran up and asked to be careful. The hero ran and demanded to let him pass. He stood up for his comrade and said that he would distract the werewolf. He squeezed his weapon and became more serious, thinking that this was his chance to prove that he could fight too. Suddenly, the red-haired one called out to him in a drawn-out voice. He immediately kicked him in the face. Even the monster did not understand why. Then the tailed one began to kick the protagonist and asked what it was and asked who gave him the right to climb ahead of them. Such a scoundrel, and the only task in his stupid life is to heal others. After that, the scoundrel hit the bespectacled man in the stomach with all his might. He adjusted his hair, holding a map in his hands, and said that he was not even in F rank, but worse than trash, and that the upper classes are engaged in fighting. His card lit up again after being summoned. A fiery warrior with a blade appeared behind him. A volley of fire flew at the werewolf at the same moment. Suddenly, the leader approached the wounded employees and asked why they froze, and then ordered to create even more barriers. After Hikaru, who was already holding the card in his hands, was ordered to treat the wounded and hurry, because their defense was weakened. He took the elixir card and summoned it. He put his hands in front of him and circles appeared around him. Then the guy got up again without wounds and said that he was now normal and thanked for the help. At the same moment, he put his hands out and created a protective barrier. But the monster's axe was approaching again. The shield was destroyed and the main blow fell on the caster. But then Hirayama intervened in the fight and called the Warrior of the Winds to shoot. The leader immediately took out his card and said not to relax, because more barriers were needed. The lower ranks continued to sacrifice themselves endlessly, and with their cards, they can only take the hit, helping the elite. They can only protect, the rest is done by the high-ranking awakened. At this moment, the tailed beast again summoned the Fire Warrior, in an attempt to inflict damage. Hikaru continued to heal the victims, who regretted their uselessness and thought about how his rank was so low that he was not even allowed to use his shield, and thought about how pathetic he was and wondered how everything would end for him in the end. The werewolf screamed, throwing his head back, and a cry was heard that they almost won. Then Naguri turned around with a sly smile and asked the boss if he would help. The black-haired grabbed his card and said that he agreed. His item glowed blue after summoning the gate. A water hand appeared. Behind the caster, a hooded man appeared in the streams of water. It was the Warrior of the Sea, who raised his spear. He immediately struck the monster with a spear after being ordered to destroy it. The monster's fragments flew to the side, and a cry of victory was heard. Suddenly, a purple flame and a mana stone appeared, and everyone immediately paid attention to it. As the protagonist had already said, the magic stone from the monster is received by the awakened who killed the monster, and they had no chance, and the low-ranking guys were left with nothing again. Because of such unequal conditions, when efforts do not pay off, many awakened ones quit. The hero looked away and thought about how the world seemed to be mired in inequality and injustice, be it office life or working in dungeons. Suddenly, his boss made him turn around and asked if he tried to protect someone from werewolf attacks. He grabbed his backpack and tried to justify himself, but at that moment Tara stuck his hand under his jacket and said that he acted bravely and was going to give him a card as a reward. It turned out to be a rare A-rank card, and he saved it for the boss of this dungeon, and then asked if he was ready to use it in battle. The bespectacled one was wildly surprised, and while the tailed one was furiously running in the background, he said that he was ready, and Naguri immediately asked why he was giving such a card to the hero. But then Tara turned to him and said that knowing how strong the enemy was, Hikaru still rushed to help his comrades, and few could do the same. Then the shooter immediately made a dissatisfied face and fell silent. The leader handed the card to the protagonist and demanded that he listen to him carefully, and then said that this is an incredibly powerful card, and it is used to capture the strongest monsters, and then said to use it only on his signal, when the release command is given, and each awakened can only have one gate card. They started the exchange, and he continued, saying that it would be impossible to use the elixir anymore and that they would only have one chance to defeat the dungeon boss. He waved his hand as he left and asked not to let them down. Hikaru looked at the gift with a happy expression and thought that he had finally been noticed and that he might be able to raise his status, and that he couldn't miss such a chance. At that moment, Naguri looked at him silently and with disdain. After that, everyone approached the passage from the dungeon on the 10th level. The hero was still walking behind the others with the tablet. He looked at the plan and said that, judging by the building's layout, they were heading towards the boss room. And then Hirayama looked at him with a displeased expression and said that he was pretty good at drawings, to which the guy said that he had studied this area a little during his student years. Suddenly, a notification appeared and he said that the radar had detected traces of a large monster. Everyone immediately turned around. A multi-eyed creature appeared. Everyone turned their attention to it when the battle was already predetermined. A huge lizard stood in front of them, and it was the boss of the dungeon. The protagonist looked at it in horror and froze. The monster stares at the heroes with its red eye. It turns to the side, noticing something. The monster starts to roar loudly, and at this time a window appears with information about it. Dungeon boss, class unknown, hostile nature, rank unknown. The guys in suits stand in front of it in fear and exclaim, calling it huge, because it is 5 times bigger than the werewolf. Boss stands behind them and hears them discussing how they failed to cope with the last werewolf. Then the elder starts shouting with the demand to gather. In the dialogue boxes, the hero asks if they can clear the dungeons by running away from the boss, while he gives the command to take positions, prepare for battle and watch the monster, not getting into the radius of its attacks. Boss looks at Hikaru angrily, asking what the data is about the monster. The hero in glasses looks at the device and does not understand why he cannot find the information. He presses his finger on the tablet screen and gets nervous because he cannot find the data, noting that this monster looks most like a basilisk. Boss smirks and suggests that in that case he should use poison, which means the data he had on hand is confirmed. The mutant looks at the heroes furiously, while the main one asks to pay attention to the fact that their enemy probably belongs to the same class as the basilisk. Hikaru turns around with a serious face, hearing the order for rank A to prepare the cards. The other participants in the battle in suits understand that they need to check how the attacks affect the monster. Naguri smirks and takes out a red card. The girl holds a green one in her hands. The other fighters fearfully accept the order to build a protective barrier in 3 rows. Boss tells Hikaru not to interfere yet, because he is their secret weapon. He replies that he understood the order. He looks at the red card with a pattern. Hikaru does not take his eyes off it, realizing that the outcome of the battle is in his hands. Boss stands with his back to the other participants, demanding that they take out the cards. Greenish smoke spreads from the monster's mouth. It begins to roar loudly. A huge monster stands against several members of the squad, while the boss announces the beginning of the attack on the dungeon boss. The mutant starts running towards them. The hero holds a white card in his fingers, and shouts the word gate. The fighters activate green energy protective barriers in front of them. The monster's huge claws are aimed towards them. The mutant hits the fighters with one paw, breaking their protective barrier into pieces, and they do not understand how he has already destroyed all their protection. The picture shows 3 characters in red, yellow, blue, and green, a fire warrior, a sea warrior, and a wind warrior. The 3 heroes attack the monster using different skills and weapons. 3 bright beams of red, blue, and green rush towards the target. The monster's head is visible through the smoke. The mutant looks at the fighters, and drools are flowing from his mouth. The puzzled heroes look at this, realizing that even their combined attack has done nothing. The monster roars loudly. He swings his huge tail. Naguri watches in shock. The monster's tail hits the heroes with great force, who fly to the side. They are kneeling on the ground and one of them has lost his white card. Naguri activates his, summoning a fire warrior who releases flames at the monster. Boss stands next to Hikaru and declares that the formation is broken and everyone is not fighting according to plan and something needs to be done. The order comes to disperse and return to the entrance. The surprised fighters look at the ferocious monster, acknowledging its power. Hikaru clenches his teeth and thinks that even A-rank awakened ones are powerless against the dungeon boss, and that this is necessary for victory. Boss, arms crossed, stands next to the bespectacled man. He tells him with a serious face that it is time to use the card, clarifying whether the hero is ready. Hikaru responsibly declares that of course he is ready to help. He holds a black card in his hands and hears that the ability of this card has a very large radius of action, and it will affect everyone except the user. Boss looks at his ward with distrust, saying that in other words, he will have to fight the boss alone. He uncertainly answers that he is ready. The leader says the hero's name with a smirk. Surprised, Hikaru hears that it was Boss who recommended him for a position in this company. The hero silently listens to the leader about how people who are ready to protect their comrades at the cost of their own lives are a rarity, and the company appreciates this, and it seems that he was not mistaken in the bespectacled man, deciding to send an invitation to work. Boss puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him not to let him down. The hero clenches his fist and says that he understood him. Boss turns to the other participants, saying that Hikaru is now using the card on the dungeon boss, and they should expect a powerful attack and will need to protect the guy while he gets closer to the monster. Naguri wishes him luck with a smile. Hikaru looks at the leaving participants, thinking that they finally noticed him and he must live up to their expectations, because this is his chance to get promoted and there will be no second one. Boss loudly orders the running fighters to attack and distract the monster. The wind warrior and the fire warrior appear in the frame. The fighter fires a shotgun, offering the enemy this too. Hikaru quickly runs towards the monster, mentally thanking them for their support. The huge mutant roars loudly from the wounds inflicted on it. The hero excitedly looks up at it. A huge paw with claws moves towards him. He deftly jumps back and the monster misses him. The Four Eyes guy slides along the ground, realizing that he can handle everything and the main thing is to cast aside his fears and run on. Boss seriously orders him to use the card. Hikaru worriedly holds it between 2 fingers, realizing that the outcome of the battle will be decided now. He is behind the monster and summons a gate. The card lights up with a bright yellow light and release occurs. The guy holds the glowing card high above him. The red card hangs in the air, directing beams at the monster. Various star-shaped patterns are visible on it. The card flies above the monster and shines brightly from top to bottom. Hikaru looks at what is happening, worried, not understanding whether he succeeded or not. Cracks appear in the ground. They increase and the hero's legs begin to move apart. The guy looks at the abyss below him, not understanding what is happening. Hikaru, with fear in his eyes, begins to fly down, trying to cling to something. The fighter falls to the ground with a crash and screams in pain. He squeezes his wounded hand, sighing at the same time. Hikaru holds onto it and gets up, noticing how painful it was. Huge earth rocks continue to crack. The other fighters look at the changed battlefield. The hero holds his hand and walks slowly, not understanding what just happened. He looks at his colleagues and asks why he fell alone. The fighter holds his wounded hand and turns to the leader. He looks at him and tries to find out what happened. The other participants start laughing. The boss smirks. The leader and other fighters start laughing loudly because he really fell there, and they didn't expect anything else from him. Hikaru looks at them with a naive look, asking again. The boss, smiling against the background of a white card, declares that it has no attacking abilities and in fact it's just a trap. In the picture, A monster and a fighter are schematically flying down, and the leader explains that this card destroys the entire area around itself, and not only the monster but also the owner of the card are trapped. A red piece of paper lies near the hero's leg, and he understands that the boss of this dungeon has surprisingly strong armor. The monster appears and explains that the only way to kill it is to attack it directly in the mouth, because it opens wide when it is preparing to swallow its prey. Hikaru looks worriedly at the tablet lying there and is asked about how he could not find data on the mutant in his gadget earlier. A flashback appears in which Boss is sitting with the tablet, and now explains that he simply tweaked some information in advance so that no one would know about the weak point ahead of time. He smirks and states that they needed someone like Hikaru to win this fight. The frightened guy hears that someone needs to play the role of bait. The discouraged hero remembers the leader's words about the value of people and the mistakes about him. Naguri laughs at him along with the other fighters, mimicking and calling him stupid. The rocks begin to move. A huge monster jumps out of them, roaring loudly. The mutant opens its ferocious mouth and Boss declares that the enemy has finally noticed its treat. The monster's claws pierce the hero's flesh and he screams in pain. The creepy mutant looms over the fighter, accompanied by cries of bon appetit and the information that no card will help here. The bloodied Hikaru does not understand how this happened. The beaten hero mentally asks how they have the courage to leave people to die. Boss and the other participants watch what is happening and note that their bait is not particularly interesting to him and Hikaru deceived them, because he is actually not tasty. Naguri smirks and takes out a red card, wanting to add fire. A powerful fire warrior appears. Bright flames squeeze the enemy. The monster screams in pain, feeling the heat. Worried, Hikaru asks him to stop. He stands next to the mutant and asks to stop. The bloodied hero runs to the side, declaring that he is hot, while another fighter fiercely screams at the enemy. Hikaru covers his face with his hands and understands that if the monster does not kill him, then he will simply burn alive here. Boss and his subordinates stand on the edge of the cliff, expressing the hope that it is not too hot for him there, and that he will surely become tastier fried with the crust. The leader looks in front of himself in surprise. He extends his hand towards Naguri with an order to finish with the fire. Frightened, Hikaru turns back and screams. He sees a ferocious monster that begins to emit green energy, realizing that the mutant is preparing to attack. The hero covers himself with his jacket, realizing that he is about to splash out poison. Hikaru covers himself out of fear, while the monster behind him tries to gain power. A powerful stream of green energy begins to fly out of the enemy's mouth. She shoots a beam towards the guy lying on the ground. He cries and screams in fear. Squinting, Hikaru looks away, not understanding why the monster did not attack. He looks up in surprise, realizing that it was poisonous gas, and the attack was upward. Green smoke spreads around. Boss and the other fighters cover their noses with their hands. The leader understands that due to the fire and heat, all the fumes fly upward. The girl asks again. Hikaru, with a surprised look, realizes that he is now much lower, and the gas does not reach the bottom. Boss covers his face with his hands and he and his charges see green smoke. While the hero understands that he needs to find a way to escape as soon as possible, the leader orders everyone to immediately retreat to the exit, because they will soon suffocate. Unperturbed, Boss looks in front of himself, covering his face with his hand. The other participants also watch. The monster looks at them, and Hikaru hides behind a stone and realizes that the mutant was distracted by them. The guy glances at the wall, thinking that they fell down to the 9th. Worried, Hikaru thinks that he can find some passage that would lead to the corridors, and then he will be able to escape from here. The hero looks at the crevice in front of him, asking if it is worth trying to get out of it, because he is badly injured, everything hurts, and will he be able to reach it at all? Bloody Hikaru walks through the tunnels, realizing that he must try. A huge monster roars loudly, greenish smoke comes out of its mouth. The beaten guy turns around and understands that he needs to hurry. Frightened, Hikaru runs away from the enraged monster. He tightly holds his wounded bloody hand. Drops of blood flow to the ground, but he does not understand why. The beaten hero walks through the tunnel, not understanding why they did this to him. He looks in fear in front of himself, realizing that they will do the same to the other weak guys as they did to him. Bloody Hikaru goes further, noticing a dead end. He is puzzledly looking for the exit, not understanding where it could be. The hero goes along the wall, traces of blood remain behind him and he assumes that in theory, he should have already entered one of the corridors. Hikaru holds the wall with his bloody hand and begs the exit to be near. A bright blue light is visible in the distance between the walls. The hero stands in front of the crevice and touches it, realizing that this is his path to salvation. He continues to look at the bright glow, realizing that there must be some kind of room there. The guy does not understand how to open it. There is a crack in the rocks. The wounded hero turns around, seeing how light is pouring on him. The monster's head breaks through the stones, he roars in rage. Hikaru covers himself with his hands and flies away. The bloody guy falls to the ground. He turns around at the green glow with broken glasses and tears in his eyes. Thoughts arise that he will die here and does not want it at all. Hikaru pleadingly stretches out his hand to the crevice, while the monster is preparing to strike behind him. Green fire almost bursts out of the mutant's mouth. Hikaru in fear asks the door to open. The hero quickly flies down. He falls on his back with a crash, screaming in pain. Blood flows from his mouth. He lies on the ground, making unpleasant sounds from the wounds he received. A bright blue light illuminates the darkness. His fingers light up with these rays. He completely begins to glow with this glow. He kneels with his head down and asks if he is alive. The bloody hero rises in the white desert, not understanding where he is now. He looks up and notices how big the room is. Hikaru is standing in the middle of the white wasteland, asking where the dungeon boss is. He turns to the side and wonders excitedly why there is no entrance. The bloodied hero holds his hand and assumes that he was saved. He thinks about the fact that on the other side he is now trapped here and the same patterns on the floor as on the gate cards. The fighter lowers his gaze downwards. There is a pattern on the white tiles and the hero finds it strange. He stands in the middle of it, puzzled, and thinks about how it feels strange, like it is imbued with magic, like the stones that fall from monsters. A bright light appears nearby. It is close to the hero, who exclaims about its appearance. He remembers himself at the crevice and realizes that thanks to him, he was able to escape. The tired hero sighs and wants to know where this glow is coming from. The bloodied fighter approaches the blue crystal, hearing a voice. The stone flies on a pedestal and radiates energy. The hero reaches out and almost touches it. Hikaru stretches out his hands and begins to feel something. The picture shows inscriptions in different languages, but the hero does not understand which one. Surprised, Hikaru turns around near the crystal, not understanding what these voices are and who is talking to him. He looks at the various inscriptions in different languages and declares that he has learned to speak Japanese. The crystal continues to shine and a dialogue box appears that the Japanese language has been recognized. The frightened fighter hears a question about whether the newcomer wants power. He remembers the ridicule of boss and other fighters and repeats the question whether he wants it. The hero angrily declares that he really wants it. The blue crystal emits energy and the fighter says that it does not matter what it is. The wounded hero declares that he needs power so that he can take revenge on everyone. Surprised, Hikaru sees energy wrapping around him and a dialogue box asking whether he agrees to sign a contract, while thinking that he is now being scanned. The fighter ponders the word chosen with a confused look, seeing the inscriptions that the magic power has been confirmed. The one who has arrived here is an awakened one, and the probability of becoming the chosen one is 95%. A notification appears about the necessary settings being accepted. The glow becomes brighter. A notification appears that damage is being repaired. The discouraged hero looks at his hands, seeing that his wounds are disappearing. He touches his glasses with his hands while his vision is being corrected, noticing a strange feeling. The guy takes off his glasses with a smile and sees a message about replacing gate cards with high-ranking cards. Memories of the conversation with the boss appear, and the hero is happy that he will finally have rare powerful cards. The guy squints, holding his glasses, seeing the message about replacing gate cards with high-ranking cards. He turns around in surprise. The notification says that an awakened one can only use one gate card. In the flashback, the cards are exchanged and it is explained that unfortunately, the hero will not be able to use the elixir anymore, and they will only have one attempt to defeat the dungeon boss. Hikaru grabs his head and realizes that they have switched and he received a trap, and then it got lost and now he is completely without them. The hero sees a brighter crystal, assuming that it is broken. He sees a stone that shoots blue and purple lightning, realizing that something has gone wrong. The crystal flies up and begins to vibrate, and the hero demands that it stop. Hikaru starts to run away, not understanding what is happening. A strong flash of purple occurs. Purple lightning pierces the hero and he screams. The guy exhales with a tired look. He gets up and looks at the crystal, asking if it has passed out. A dark purple stone shines in front of him, while he notices that it has become quiet again. The disgruntled fighter goes down to him and asks him to answer something, because he promised to do something with the cards. He sees a purple stone and despairs. Green lightning glows on Hikaru's body and he understands that something is wrong with the pocket for cards. An assumption arises that another strong card could have appeared there. The hero slowly opens it. With a sharp movement, he takes out a card and raises it up, declaring that this is a gate. He looks at it with shining eyes and says that it really appeared. The fighter looks at the unknown purple cards, noticing that he has several of them. The thought arises that awakened ones should use only one card. The hero sees cards flying out of pockets, and does not understand where so many of them come from. Many purple attributes rose in front of Hikaru. Questions arise about how this is possible, and how one person can have such a huge deck with him. He notices a pattern on the shirts, which is blue and purple. The hero studies them closely, assuming that they are probably broken and wrong. He touches one card with his fingers, wanting to check it. His surprised eyes suddenly began to shine purple. The fighter grabs his head and does not understand how it happened that all the information seemed to be transferred to his head. There are many shining cards in the frame, and the hero shares a feeling as if data about all the gate cards is being downloaded into him. He screams, holding his head. Hikaru holds his face and thinks that the download is finally complete, and now he can probably use them. The frame shows a purple card and the hero calls for it to appear. He calmly runs his fingers, calling a dark two-headed snake. The fighter realizes that he now knows all the names of the cards. The silhouette of the summoned monster, black and purple, bursts out of the ground. A bright flash of the corresponding color occurs. A powerful two-headed snake stands in front of him, and Hikaru realizes that it is most likely very rare and possibly stronger than a rank. The picture shows a purple card with a pattern applied to it. One of the monster's heads emits light energy from its mouth. It opens its mouth wide and magic runes are visible. The snake shoots this energy. The hero, in fear, begins to cover himself with his hand. A powerful flash occurs and then an explosion. He does not understand where such power comes from. The fighter looks at the card with an impassive face. He examines the other cards around him and wonders if the other cards are as strong or not. He reaches for another. The hero reads the names: Magic Volley, Silver Arrow, Whirlwinds of Flame, Surface Transformation. The picture shows a variety of cards with different abilities and elements. The discouraged guy looks around, seeing this riot of colors. Stones fly apart from this energy. The hero grins. He stands in front of the broken floor and starts laughing loudly. Hikaru clenches his fist powerfully, anticipating that his enemies will respond to him for this. Because now he is not afraid of any boss monster, nor the elite that threw him away like unnecessary trash. From the strong blow, the stones split apart. There were deep potholes everywhere. The youth, having climbed onto the rubble, wiped his chin. Looking at the flying cards, he thought that he tried most of them, and each one was stronger than a card of rarity level A. He looked at the destruction and noted that at this rate, soon there will be nothing left of the room, so it's time to stop. The youth looked down at his hand and thought about what happened to him. He immediately looked back at the flying cards and thought that, as they had been told, an awakened was only given one gate card, but could use it as many times as he wanted, and that a gate card allowed one to use amazing abilities and skills, so that disciples would gain the kind of power that one could only dream of. Imagining the images of his acquaintances, he thought that, as he had already said, there was a strict but rather unfair ranking system among awakens, because awakened rank A was a kind of face of the company, and they were the ones who used rare cards with strong skills, followed by awakened ranks B and C, who used their cards to support and assist the previous ones. The image of two people appeared in his imagination again when he thought that awakened ranks D and he had to protect their superior colleagues, while awakened ranks F were essentially expendable in battle. He imagined the dark silhouettes of people and thought that according to rumors, somewhere there are awakened rank S, significantly superior in strength even to rank A, but little is known about them yet. Taking one of the cards in his hand, he thought that he did not even think that he could control such strong and rare cards, because usually awakened of his level simply cannot cope with such power, and he also has a lot of them. He raised a suspicious look and noted that these cards were clearly not that high rarity. At least in all sorts of gossip they were described differently. He lowered his eyes and thought that now he not only had a strong deck, because he himself seemed to be filled with some kind of power and improved his eyesight, so he doubted that such changes in the body could have been influenced by the cards. He looked up again and menacingly said that he would think about it later, because with such power he could defeat the basilisk of the dungeon. Waving his hand to the side, he laid out the cards in a row. The young man raised his hand, collecting cards into a deck. A few seconds later, his entire inventory was inside. The guy put his hand on his belt and wondered how he could get out of there. Remembering the last time, he tried to understand what happened then. Raising his hand, he mentally ordered it to open. Suddenly, a bright spark appeared in his mind. He opened his eyes in surprise, feeling the ground tremble. A dark cave appeared before his eyes. Staggering in surprise, he wondered why he had returned. The hero looked back tensely. The area, he realized that the boss was no longer in this place. Suddenly, touching the bloodstains, there was no crevice nearby. He removed his hand in fear and thought that he could have imagined it, after which he wondered if it was all a dream. Putting these thoughts aside, he touched his backpack. The hero drew a card from the deck and activated the gate. The card began to emit a bright light. He looked at it in surprise and realized that it was the same card. The hero lowered his hand and happily said that he had not dreamed at all. He immediately started to run, then thought that the hour of reckoning had come, and now he would show this basilisk all his power. He stopped and looked into the dark opening. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard from behind him, which he identified as the sounds of a fight. The hero walked in that direction, peering out from behind the wall, looking for the source of the noise. Suddenly, he saw a basilisk fighting in the distance. Standing high above it, he watched the monster. Suddenly, the young man noticed the leader of the group and the others who had returned to the outline, and tried to hear what they were arguing about. One of the women frowned and loudly told her ally that he would be bait, since he had screwed up a lot with his fire warrior, to which the man replied that she had been bothering him with her wind warrior. The leader frowned tensely, looking at them as she shouted that the man should be bait, since they needed to defeat the monster. Naguri the Terrible waved her hand and said that they would throw those they didn't mind to feed the monster, since that was the only reason they needed rank D. The entire team immediately became alarmed, not understanding why they needed to clean up their problems, and that they were talking nonsense. The leader frowned sternly and ordered them to shut up, after which he asked if they knew how hard they were trying for everyone, and that they needed bait, so he didn't care who of them decided, but they had to think faster. At this time, the monster began to gather energy for an attack. Naguri grabbed the boy's head and told him to stop showing off and start acting. The boy pursed his lips as he watched, thinking that he wanted to rise to rank A, and wondered if he would become like that too. Clenching his fist, he said out loud that he was not like that, and that he would not chase such glory. The boy imagined himself hanging from a chain, being poked with hands, and thought that the elite thought they had the right to drag those of lower status into the dirt. But now they would not dare do so, since he had gained the power to bring them down for betraying them. Frowning menacingly, he decided that it was time for him to begin the show. With a quick movement, he picked up the map and opened the gate. The monster paused for a second, sensing something. The leader of the group noticed that the basilisk had turned away from them, but he did not understand what. The monster kept its eyes on the boy. The leader noticed the boy holding the map above his head and wondered how he was still alive and what he was doing there. Holding the map in his hands, the boy ordered his subordinate to come. Golden energy swirled around him as he addressed the dark two-headed serpent. The leader of the group frowned in shock as he saw the high-ranking monster. The basilisk closed its slavering mouth as it looked at its opponent. The serpent came face to face with it. The next second, the serpent grabbed the basilisk by the neck as the boy ordered it to be killed. The team watched in shock, not understanding what was happening. The serpent continued to torment the monster. A few seconds later, the basilisk slapped its mouth away with its tail. The boy waved his hand and ordered his subordinate to burn the monster. The serpent opened its mouth and began to gather energy. The basilisk stopped for a second, noticing this. He immediately followed his opponent's example, starting to gather energy for the attack. The opponents simultaneously released their projectiles, which met between them. A powerful combined attack was directed at a group of people. Due to the strong blow, they were scattered to the sides along with the stones. The young man with a satisfied Uthman woman watched what was happening. The two-headed snake frowned sternly. Thick smoke spread throughout the cave in front of them. The young man thought that this attack was probably at least for the boss's cause, and although he didn't know how long he would have to fight, he would give it his all. Raising his hand, he wondered what would happen next, and would the enemy try to attack his back, or would there be another poisonous attack? The dusty fog began to dissipate, causing the young man to notice something. In front of him lay the body of a slain monster without a head. The basilisk's blood was dripping onto the ground, while he was shocked to say that the monster died from just one attack, and yet it had a shell, but it broke very easily. The young man looked up at the two-headed snake and said that it was very cool. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him and scared him greatly. The system reported that the Lord of the Earth was defeated. Surprised, looking at the notifications, the young man heard a voice informing him of the victory over the boss. A few more notifications appeared above the guy's head, in which the system reported that the rarity level of the dark two-headed snake was increased, and the title of Dragon Master was received. The young man thought about the fact that, apparently, he will finally be able to pump up cards and strengthen them. Looking at the snake card, he said out loud that he could not even think that a rare and strong card can also be improved. Looking up at the system notification, he also noted that he did not understand what kind of things these were, because he had never seen anything like this before. Looking around, he noticed that the entire cave was littered with notifications, and wondered why he began to see this, and besides, there were so many of them. The system window with information hung over the crystal. The young man noticed that this stone was left by the basilisk. Leaning towards it, he read the description and said that the stone is really rare, since it is written that way. The hero raised the crystal above his head in surprise and said that it was the first time he held such a rarity in his hands. Looking at it, he thought that he still couldn't believe it, because he had just managed to defeat the monster and get a rare stone from it. Suddenly, he pressed himself in thought. When the dragon stopped, the young man said that he wouldn't have managed without a pet. Raising the card above his head, he took the dragon and said that for now it could rest. Suddenly, the young man noticed something. There were also system notifications hanging in the distance, which made the young man think that the team members were lying there. Rushing towards them, he thought that, apparently, the dragon's attack was too strong, and they were thrown back by the wave from the explosion, but he hoped that they were just unconscious. Coming closer, the young man saw that the whole group was lying on the stones. He looked at Naguri and saw that she was unconscious, after which he thought that, apparently, everyone was alive, and that even such a high rank could not repel his attack. Then he looked at the other team members and realized that they were indeed all unconscious. Suddenly, he noticed something with a surprised look. Tara was sitting unconscious right in front of him. The man staggered a little. The system reported again that he was unconscious. A second later, he slightly opened his eyes. The man came to his senses and grabbed his mouth. Looking up, he found the guy and was surprised that he was not injured. The man leaned against a rock and asked what was wrong with the boss, and if the guy saw that dragon, because he did not even understand where it came from, but none of this matters, because they urgently need to come up with something or run away. The young man frowned darkly and said that he destroyed the boss, which greatly surprised the boss. The man looked at him in fear, when suddenly the guy called him by name. Looking at the man, he asked firmly why he was deceived. The boy's imagination flashed back to the deception and betrayal of the boss when he said that this card had no attacking ability, and in fact it was just a trap card. He immediately remembered his fear when the man said that this card destroyed the entire area around it. In other words, not only the monster but also the owner was trapped. The hero frowned tensely, looking at the boss. The man smiled, showing no signs of fear, but wondered what kind of pressure this was, and how the boy could transform like that, because it was as if he was talking to another person, after which he said that he had not deceived anyone. Rising to his feet, the man looked into the boy's eyes and said that they had misunderstood each other that time, after which he asked him to agree that in order for the monster to reveal all of his weaknesses, one of them had to do dangerous work. He touched his chest, waving his other hand, and said that if he had told the plan right away, everything would have gone the other way. Tara smiled tensely, noting that he allowed himself to be so rude only because he was waiting for the hero to develop and increase his rank. The young man looked sternly into his eyes and thought that he did not think that the boss respected and appreciated him at all before, but now everything was different. He immediately remembered how the boss and the team members laughed at him, after which he thought that his transformation must have made the boss quite nervous, because he looked very pathetic. The man gritted his teeth, thinking that now that they returned, everyone in the company would know what they wanted to do with the guy, so he was in deep trouble. Imagining himself walking over corpses, he thought that it was not even just about Hikaru, because now everyone would know about the past awakened ones that they also sent to their deaths. Looking back at his team, the man thought that they had not yet woken up. Imagining the blood flowing down, he thought that he just needed to distract the young man and quickly get rid of him. Looking into the guy's eyes again, he asked him not to make such a scary face, because when they returned to the company, he would personally tell them how the guy dealt with the dungeon boss alone. The man spread his arms out to the sides and asked in surprise if the guy had found a rare card somewhere, because he did not understand how he had managed at all, because he was from the lowest rank. The young man slightly lowered his gaze when he heard the request to look at the new card. He smiled ominously and agreed to this request. Hikaru took out one of the cards and held it out in front of him. The man immediately grabbed me with a quick movement. Running to the side, he reached into his jacket and said that now the guy was without a card. A cruel smile appeared on his face when he took out his card and said that the guy should finally die. The hero took out the next card with a satisfied smile and immediately activated it. The man frowned in shock, not understanding how this was possible, because he had already taken the card from him. Tara summoned his sea warrior to fight. A second later, the man was shocked to find a dragon looking at him. The young man, holding the card in front of him, addressed the dark two-headed snake. The dragon immediately bit through the body of the water warrior. The male subordinate immediately returned back to the card. Tara asked in surprise how the young man was able to predict his attack. The hero hung over him with a creepy look, when suddenly the man was scared of the dragon, and realized that it was the guy who summoned him that time. The hero took a step forward and asked the man not to worry, because he was not particularly interested in him. Looking him straight in the eyes, the guy confidently said that he quit. He immediately turned around and walked away, saying that he would not tell anyone what happened, after which he thanked the man and said goodbye to him, thinking that he no longer wanted to have any personal dealings with them, because his new power would help him reach greater heights. The boss frowned in annoyance, indignant at how this low-ranking rat dared to treat him like that, because he was, after all, an A rank. Noticing the card in the guy's hand, he thought that he should take it away, because this way this dragon would be under his control. The man took out a gun and decided that if he got this card for himself, the guy would not do anything. A second later, he shot the young man in the back, wishing him death. Suddenly, a loud shot rang out. The man was scared but frowned, noticing something. The dragon protected the young man with its tail. Rising to his feet, the man gripped the gun tighter and thought that they knew he would shoot, after which he ordered the guy to stop with his tricks. He pointed the gun at the boy again and fired. The bullets flew past the boy's head, while he thought that the enemy was trying in vain, because he already knew all his next moves. The boss raised his head, trying to hit, and began to be indignant that he did not hit. Looking at him, the boy saw a description of the system that communicated the thoughts and next actions of the object. He immediately remembered how the man stood in front of him and asked if he had found a rare card somewhere, and if he minded if they looked at it. At the moment when the hero frowned sternly, he looked at the system message, which announced that he wanted to take the gate card. After reading this, the boy smiled and agreed. When the man fell to the ground from surprise, the guy asked him not to worry, but saw that the next action would be a sudden shot from a gun. Having said that he was fired, the guy thought that as soon as he turned his back, the man would shoot. He opened his eyes wider and came out of his memories and thought that his eyes could now see everything from his abilities to his next actions. He noticed the dragon card and decided that it was his turn to act. The serpent opened its mouth and began to gather energy when it heard the order to attack. After a few seconds, it released a powerful energy beam. The attack knocked out and destroyed the man's weapon. The next attack of the serpent aimed at the boss himself. The beam passed through the shoulder, the early Terra. The dragon continued to release projectiles, not giving the man a chance to get his bearings. The boss pressed himself against the wall and fell to the floor, asking the boy to stop. The boy immediately remembered asking the boss to stop. He also remembered asking him to stop while the flames swirled around him. Looking at the man with a cold-blooded expression, he mentally asked him what Terra had done when he asked him to stop attacking, after which he himself answered that the man had not stopped, but he did not want to be like him. Immediately after these thoughts, the attacks on the man stopped, and the system reported that there were no further actions expected, because he was unable to fight due to panic. The young man looked at him menacingly and said that maybe they had misunderstood each other, but now the boss had no right to decide who could be killed and who could not, and for him the man would remain a killer in any case, and the next time he decided to kill him again, he would not miss. The boss sweated with fear, not understanding what had just happened, because he had never met such a strong card before, and this power terrified him. From great fear, the man wet his pants while thinking about the fact that the guy was no longer a man at all, and that he would definitely die if he made a mistake. He smiled falsely and apologized for scaring the man too much. He threw the magic stone at his feet and said that the boss could take it. Terra immediately looked up at him and asked in surprise what that meant. The guy picked up his card and smiled as he walked away, saying that the stone could be useful for their report on the successful clearing of the dungeon, because they needed to leave a good impression on the company, so he could say that they had worked hard. Smiling confidently, the young man thought that everything was just beginning for him, so it was time to act. Slowing down, he headed towards the light. The next day after clearing the dungeon, the warm rays of the sun illuminated the building of the main office. Suddenly, the young man looked back, hearing someone call out to him and ask if he was really quitting. The girls looked at him worriedly when he noticed them. Yuriko touched her cheek and said that she heard that there were no problems with the cleanup, so she didn't understand why he decided to quit. Miko raised her hands and said that usually the older people quit, so he should stay and work with them further. The boy looked at the system notification next to one of the girls who tried to dissuade him, and thought that Miko had not been working with him for long. But Yuriko was his senior, but they worked together in the Awakened Affairs department, dealing with documents there and helping newcomers. Looking at Miko's description, he also noticed that they were higher in rank than him, but unlike the others, they were much warmer to him, but they should not try to convince him. Looking into their eyes, he said that after quitting, he was thinking of doing something on his own. People started paying attention to them and discussing whether they or the lower ranks had such a hard time working, but other companies would hardly let him even go to an interview, but he wouldn't even be able to work alone. The girl looked around irritably and ordered them to stop. The young man stopped her and said that everything was fine, so she didn't have to worry. Looking around at the people around him, the young man thought that they weren't afraid to be rude only to those who were lower than them and seemed weaker, and everyone in this company was like that. Looking at the description of the workers, he noticed that now he even found it funny, so the girl should stop being angry, because these words didn't offend him at all. Nakamura approached the young man in surprise and asked if he was really quitting. The system reported that he was just going to keep up the conversation. Terui also approached them, surprised that the guy would lie down before him. The system reported that he wanted to try to dissuade the young man from quitting. The hero thought that these men were awakened of the same rank as him, and the gentleman had been working in this place for 10 years, but never received a promotion. Miko folded her hands and became hysterical when Nakamura asked the hero where his glasses were, and replied that he chose the wrong time for this question, after which she again began to dissuade the hero from leaving. The man handed the guy a small jar and said that he was very sorry, because he would miss such a good comrade. The young man immediately thanked him for his concern and thought that even in these information tablets that popped up in front of him, you can see how everyone is worried about him, and of course, he does not want to leave them in this place. While he will try to improve his life, there is no other way out. Suddenly, a strong anxiety struck him, and he tried to understand why this happened. The next second, he looked over his right shoulder. The boss approached them with a sly smile. Suddenly, the system's emergency notifications appeared in the air. She could not determine the boss's rank, status, abilities, and next actions. A scarlet aura emanated from the man. The young man wondered in surprise why the information window was red, and the data was not displayed at all. Suddenly, he noticed a satisfied smile on the boss's face. Frowning tensely, the young man wondered if their boss was one of those who surpassed everyone in strength. The man came closer to him. The hero noted that he must be superior to the A-rank awakened. Lost in his thoughts, the young man remembered how he pulled out one of the cards and thought that yesterday, while clearing the dungeon, he got into a room where he received amazing abilities. Firstly, he was able to control an unlimited number of cards, although an ordinary awakened in battle can only use one. The hero remembered how surprised he looked at the card in his hand. Suddenly, cards began to fly out of his deck one after another, greatly surprising him with their number. Each lined up in the air in front of him as he thought about how this was even possible. The hero looked at the cards one by one, wondering if one person could have such a huge deck with him. He remembered how he waved his hand with one of the cards and thought that secondly, these gate cards turned out to be so strong that they could destroy the dungeon boss with one attack. Dark streams of energy began to be absorbed into the card. The young man remembered how the two-headed dragon was preparing to attack. A second later, a powerful beam flew out of its mouth. An explosion of incredible power destroyed the floor in the room. The hero recoiled from the dragon in surprise, shouting loudly that it was probably very rare, and even cooler than the A rank. An uncertain smile appeared on his face. Standing at the resulting stake, the young man laughed loudly. Then he remembered how the team leader shot him, and thought that on top of everything else, his vision had changed, because he could read his opponent, his strength, abilities, and next actions. He continued to remember how the man fired one bullet after another at him. Bullets flew past his head, while he thought that the man was trying in vain. He remembered how he discovered the boss's plans when he came closer to him. The young man, having read the warning, thought that as soon as he turned his back to the man, he would shoot. Coming out of his memories, he frowned tensely and thought that he was now superior in many ways in strength and skill to the A-class awakened. Looking at the boss, he noticed that there was still no change, because all the windows were red, and he did not understand whether the boss really possessed even more power than him. The man looked at the girl standing next to him and asked if she would mind if he interrupted their conversation. The man closed his eyes and smiled politely, asking the boy if his name was Hikaru, after which he noted that they had never met before, although he led the cleanup team he was part of. The guy, standing in front of him, thought that the man was one of the company's bosses and a very important person, and the awakened teams under his leadership always achieved great heights. He remembered how the team members summoned their warriors, and thought that the boss had his own squad of A-rank awakened, which included Tera and the others, but the boss himself was rarely seen on dungeon missions. The man looked straight into the boy's eyes with a confident smile. The young man frowned and thought that, overall, Sarzawa had taken quite a high position, because he even had strong connections with the Prime Minister, and according to rumors, it was thanks to his ability to build connections that he had achieved such heights. But still, you shouldn't believe everything. But according to rumors, he also has 20 mistresses, but, apparently, his magical abilities are also at their best. The boss raised his hand and seriously said that he did not want to detain the guy, but he wanted to know why he suddenly decided to quit the best company in his industry. The hero immediately smiled and asked what the man would do if he said that he had a complaint about how the company treated low-ranking employees. The girls immediately froze in fear of the boss. The man's face broke into a satisfied grin, and he said that he didn't know that there were people among his employees who were willing to openly express their dissatisfaction, and he was very sorry that they met so late, but he wanted to wish him luck on his next job. As he walked away from the guy, he waved at him and told him not to take all their clients. The young man looked after him with irritation and thought that, apparently, threats had started. Hikaru clenched his fist and thought that the man had really pissed him off, so he needed to try hard to improve his abilities and not be inferior to him in strength. Naguri and Haruyama were discussing the hero's departure from the company with an irritated look. Tera walked past with a displeased look when they were talking about the guy deciding to leave. It didn't say anything to them, and that wasn't something to do. The man noted that they should stop, because it didn't matter whether he left or stayed, after which he thought that this was good news, because he didn't want to see him anymore. The boss walked away and the boys rushed after him, asking if he had pulled some kind of trick while they were unconscious in the dungeon, and that was how he was able to defeat that boss. The man angrily clenched his teeth and shut them up, ordering them not to bring up the topic again. The young man came outside with a confident smile and said that he had now quit and that all that was left was to find a dungeon to clear. Suddenly, he trembled in fear when he heard the cry of a man asking to listen to him. The old man tried to shout to the two men, but they said that they were very busy. The man exhaled heavily and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed someone off to the side. The old man quickly ran towards the hero and asked if he was working as an awakened one. Hikaru awkwardly scratched his cheek and thought that he had been working here a couple of minutes ago. He flinched in fear when the man grabbed his wrist and asked him to save him, then said that he had a job in the dungeon. The guy looked at him in surprise when he heard the words about the dungeon. After a while, they moved to one of the cafes. There was a drink with ice on the table. The men sat opposite each other. The young man said that he roughly understood the situation. The old man put his hand on the table and sternly introduced himself. The system said that he wanted to complain about the situation. The hero brought the tube to his mouth and asked if he understood correctly that the building he owned had turned into a dungeon, and he wanted the guy, as an awakened one, to help him clean it up. The man grabbed his face and said that everything was correct, only small and medium-sized businesses have problems, and in general, they simply do not have such a large amount to pay for the cleaning services offered by large companies. The young man touched his lips, thinking about the words about how the government usually sent awakened people who were not members of any organization to small buildings that had become dungeons. The man bowed his head and added that such guys were usually inexperienced, or simply begged for more money, but never finished the job, and although he had already contacted large companies 4 times, but there they were already demanding millions from him as an advance payment, the guy thought and there that even a small dungeon could be dangerous, so often the reward for clearing it could be too small, compared to the effort spent. And he had heard of awakened people who in such cases simply demanded an advance payment, and then disappeared without a trace, never having started doing the job. He imagined a tall skyscraper, from which dark energy emanated, and thought that a dungeon could be not only some large or tall building, but of course, cleanup companies mainly take on work in some skyscrapers or buildings with power plants, because the owners are ready to pay a large sum. Then he imagined a small office, from which an aura also emanated, and noted that such companies are much less interested in cleaning the buildings of small firms or some 5-story buildings, because they will not pay much for cleaning there. An image of several people appeared in his imagination, and he thought that companies do not send their awakened to such places, and therefore not very rich people, like the gentleman, have to rely on less professional and successful self-employed awakened. He sadly lowered his gaze and noted, what does this mean? Hiring a team is beyond the man's means, and the self-employed will either not agree or just take the money. The man looked at his hands. The system reported that his next action would be more attempts at persuasion. The hero gritted his teeth, raised his head and wondered why no one wanted to help, because the man simply had no options left. Hikaru imagined himself standing at a great distance from people and thought that after all, injustice reigns everywhere, even outside the office. The man folded his arms and touched the milb, saying heavily that he understood, and perhaps the guy couldn't just agree to his request without warning his boss, but he didn't know what to do anymore except turn directly to the awakened from the companies, and not to the boss. He suddenly looked up at the guy when he addressed him. The young man folded his arms in front of himself with a smile and said that he had literally just quit that company and was just looking for a dungeon where he could test his skills, so he wouldn't take an advance payment, and if the man didn't mind, he was ready to help with this dungeon. Matsuda jumped up from his seat in surprise, not believing his ears. The young man extended his hand and introduced himself. The guy smiled and offered to negotiate, saying that he wanted to get paid only if he cleared the dungeon, and the payment itself would be 100,000. The man raised his eyebrows pitifully, calling the guy by name. The hero looked him in the eyes and asked him to walk him home. The men immediately shook hands. Fluffy clouds floated over Mr. Matsuda's building. The man showed the guy the building. The hero was surprised and said that he was impressed by its size. The man enthusiastically rubbed his nose and said that he put a lot of effort into it, and this building was like home to him. Suddenly, they twitched in fear when someone was chased away with shouts. The young girl put her hands on her belt and menacingly said that she did not want to repeat herself anymore, that they no longer needed the offered services. The 2 guys took her words with a smile and asked why she was so angry, because they just came to talk to her grandfather. The girl put the phone in front of her and said that later they would demand money for the services again. The guys noticed the phone when she said that everything was recorded. They immediately covered their faces, asking her to put the camera away. The girl looked at them with an unperturbed expression and said that they should leave, or she would send all the videos where they should go and report that they were breaking the laws on the activities and work of the awakened. The guys immediately stopped running, shouting that the girl found out everything, so it was time for them to leave. The girl suddenly looked back when the old man called out to her and asked if she was okay. The man hurried to help his granddaughter. He began waving his arms and asking what was going on, to which she replied that those fools had come to them again. She looked up and interrupted the words about what had scared them. She looked into the hero's face and asked who he was. The man looked at the boy with an admiring smile and told him that the young man was an awakened from a large company, and that he had agreed to help clear the dungeon. The boy noted that he had already quit. The girl looked at the hero's face with suspicion, while the old man said that they would not take an advance payment. Frowning, she addressed the boy in a disrespectful manner, and said that awakened ones must have an ID, so she would like to see his document. The boy took out his card and handed it to her. The girl turned pale in surprise when she saw the F rank. She took the old man aside and asked with a worried look if he wanted her to send the boy away, since he was the lowest rank of all the awakened. She looked back at the boy when he said that he wanted to test how strong he was. The system reported that she was still going to be wary of him. Hikaru smiled softly and asked her not to worry, because he would not cause any problems for her or the master. She was embarrassed for a second when he said these words. The girl shrugged her shoulders and turned away, answering that since the old man was confident in him, he would have to believe her. The young man handed them a document, and asked them to sign permission to enter the dungeon. The man asked if it was true that he did not need to make an advance payment. The guy headed towards the building, asking them not to worry about it, because he would try to deal with everything as soon as possible. The entrance to the building was pasted over with a barrier film. The guy thought that, unfortunately, among the awakened who prefer to work independently outside the company, you can often meet scammers like those too, and such people do not just defame the reputation of the awakened. Because of them, the owners of the buildings suffer first of all. Heading inside, he noted that all these thoughts simply do not give him peace, but for the sake of the master and his family, he will definitely defeat the boss of the dungeon. Entering inside, he saw a message that he was on the first floor of the location, at the entrance to the dungeon. In front of him was a deep dark cave. Looking around, he thought that it was more spacious than he thought, but the corridors of the room looked strange, and apparently, earlier in the building there was some kind of service center with separate offices for each company. Someone was watching him from behind the stones. Suddenly, the system reported that monster activity was detected. The young man looked at the notification in surprise and thought that now he even knows about the monsters. The system opened a radar with marked points. The young man thought that he had a very cool power, because now he knows everything about the monsters on this floor. Opening the window with a description of the monsters, he thought that there were only 23 monsters on the floor and they were all goblins. Scarlet eyes were watching him from the darkness. The goblins were breathing heavily, anticipating the battle. The young man took out a deck of cards and apologized to his opponents, because he would try his arsenal on them. Snatching one of the cards, he activated it. The next second, the goblins' bodies were engulfed in flames and began to burn them. The monsters that were not affected by the flames went into shock. The fire whirlwind swirled in the middle of the cave, carrying away the monsters' bodies. The streams of flame literally dissolved the goblins. A couple of minutes later, the young man waved his hand, dispersing the fire whirlwind. The flames continued to writhe in the last seconds. The smoke began to disperse to the sides and the young man saw system notifications that reported the experience and skill gained, as well as a new title and increased rarity. The young man touched his throat and noticed that this card was also very strong, because he had destroyed all the enemies with one attack again, and the fire seemed to have spread throughout the entire dungeon, but now he was having trouble breathing. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in the air that the oxygen level had dropped sharply, which was very life-threatening. The cave began to spin in the eyes of the young man, while he thought about where the oxygen was going, after which he realized that fires in a closed room are terribly dangerous, and his skill really used up all the oxygen. The young man tried to stay conscious, thinking that his situation was bad. Hikaru grabbed his face. I don't understand what kind of cards these are, because the skill he used left the entire area without air with its attack. With the last of his strength, he looked up at the notification in which the system reported that the probability of death was very high. The young man decided that he urgently needed to think of something. Putting his hand to the side, he took out the cards again. Reaching out to one of them, he decided that it couldn't get any worse, and there was no choice at all. He grabbed the card with 2 fingers and waved his hand. Suddenly, the great mistress of the winds appeared in front of him. The spirit joined his fingers and released a light stream of air from his mouth. The room suddenly began to fill with oxygen. The young man, holding his neck, thought that his body was not obeying him at all, so the spirit should hurry. Suddenly the system reported that the oxygen level had been normalized. The hero fell to the ground and tried to catch his breath, glad that he was alive and that he had not made a mistake in choosing the card, because the mistress had been able to return oxygen to this place. He looked at the girl and thought that he would have been a world if he had chosen some other card, and that at first he almost killed himself, then he still survived with the help of his cards. But one thing can be said, because all his cards are too strong for enemies in the dungeons, and it was as if he was waving away midges not with his hand, but immediately dropping bombs. He looked down for a second, wondering what the point of this was. Remembering the trench he created the first time, the young man thought that in that strange room he was able to calmly use the full power of the card without fear of the consequences, because there he simply smashed everything around, and he himself remained safe and sound, as if he was wearing armor. But in ordinary dungeons things are different, and he needs to learn to control the power of the cards. He stood up and with a confident expression on his face decided that he would need to study all his cards properly. The heroes turned their attention to the goblins' bodies and noticed that they had dropped fragments of stones that restore magic, and although there were few of them, these fragments could be useful to him in the future. The system informed him that he had received a fragment of a magic stone that restores 1% of magic power. The young man leaned towards the crystals and thanked the monsters for the stones. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the walls of the building all this time. The old man and his granddaughter were outside, waiting for the young man. The girl looked back at the old man and suggested that they go out, since it usually takes a long time to clear the dungeon, and this guy is definitely a newbie and will probably work there for several days, and the grandfather might catch a cold if he stays too long. The man lowered his head and calmly replied that he would be fine, since the guy was now risking his life for them, and since he couldn't do anything, he at least wanted to wait and meet him. The girl exhaled heavily and said that the grandfather didn't want to listen to her again. She turned around with a smile and added that when it started to get dark, they would go home, and in the meantime she would go to the store, and asked if he should get anything. The man calmly thanked her. A faint light came from the depths of the cave. The system reported that there were monsters nearby. The young man confidently walked towards them, thinking that there were more monsters in this place than on the previous floor, and it would be nice to destroy them all at once from a long distance. But he did not want the situation with the fire to repeat itself. The goblins were watching him from all sides, while he was thinking that he should try to attack them from afar one by one, because it was not dangerous, although it took more time. Suddenly, his pupils sparkled in the light. The young man took out one of the cards and activated it. A few seconds later, a giant demon appeared next to him. The young man called him a teacher of black magic. Raising his hand with the card, the young man ordered to open fire. The demon released several dark projectiles. His magic began to hit the goblins, which was evidenced by the system notification. Each new projectile found its target, killing the monsters. The teacher's attack caused a real massacre. The system continuously reported the killing of goblins. However, the young man was immediately shocked when he saw a message that the consumption of magic had increased by 10% per second. He immediately began waving his arms, trying to stop the summoned demon. He looked back with an alarmed expression in the direction the projectiles were flying. The young man saw how each of the fired charges hit a goblin. The system reported that the consumption of magic had again increased to 50% of magic units per second. The guy immediately shouted for the black magic teacher to stop. He raised his head and ordered him to return to his place. The next second, the teacher dissolved and returned to the map. The guy sank to the ground. If a dissatisfied look looked into the distance, while the system reported that all the monsters were killed. He looked down and irritably thought that although he managed to defeat everyone until all the magic ran out, but perhaps he still lacked the experience to handle cards with strong magical characteristics. Suddenly the system reported that he had less than 10% of magic power left. Taking the card in his hand, he thought that he had used the cards only 3 times, and there was almost no magic left, and the last one did not save it at all, although, of course, aimed fire at enemies is a useful thing. Hikaru rose on his leg and began to use stones to restore some magic power. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and noted that the stones began to work, but it was better to take someone to power up for the next floors, than not to waste so much magic, because it should be saved for the battle with the boss, which means he needs some kind of card for close combat. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. He remembered the abilities of his allies in the last dungeon and thought that he needed some kind of warrior-type cards, and noted that the former leadership at least helped him somehow. Hikaru put his hand inside his jacket. He took out a card with an image of a katana and activated it. Suddenly, a summoned samurai boy appeared next to him. The summoned warrior immediately stood up and took up the blade. A moment later, he swung his blade when he heard the order to attack. The large stone block was perfectly cut by his blade. Streams of water energy followed the samurai's blade as he swung it. The warrior lunged forward and swirled the streams of water around the blade. The youth watched in awe, thinking that the warrior was moving and attacking exactly as he wanted, so he would not let him down. He then headed into the dark corridor of the cave. From there, many scarlet eyes were watching him. The hero held his hand out in front of him, addressing the azure samurai, and the warrior stood up. The monsters immediately fell into a stupor, noticing this. The samurai brought his blade back when the youth ordered him to prepare for attack. A moment later, the samurai swung his blade. The warrior stood up, slipping the blade behind his belt. With a slow movement of his hand, he exposed part of the blade. The next moment, he made an imperceptible but quick movement of his hand. The monsters' bodies were immediately chopped up and fell to the ground. The young man watched in shock and thought that this warrior had also destroyed them all with one swing. He smiled as he picked up the card and looked at the notification of the monsters being killed, and thought that the cards were improving, which was great. He took the magic stone in his hand. He said that such cards consumed much less magic. If things continued like this, he would be able to restore his magic powers sufficiently with just the fragments from the goblins. Squeezing the stone in his hand, he decided that if he continued to study and gradually reveal the card's abilities, he would be able to clear all the remaining floors with it alone. The young man went up to the 4th floor, where the monsters were already waiting for him. The azure samurai again cut the monsters' bodies with quick movements. The system reported that the monsters had been destroyed. The samurai held his blade out to the side, standing in front of the young man. The system reported that 3,680 experience points had been received, as a result of which the rarity and speed of swordsman-type cards had been increased, and 700 mastery points had been received and basic information from the fencing section had been opened. Immediately after, the young man went up to the 5th floor to a crowd of goblins. The samurai rushed to attack and delivered a flurry of blows. His blade cut through the goblins' bodies, knocking out magic stones. The system reported receiving experience and mastery, as well as acquiring new skills. The young man decided that he needed to run faster. On the 6th floor of the dungeon, The samurai also quickly destroyed the monsters. The warrior passed the 8th floor even faster. The goblins on the 8th floor were already waiting for the young man. They were in armor and of a higher class. A moment later, the samurai's blade cut through their bodies. The blood and heads of the goblins flew to the sides. The young man looked at the map in shock and thought that even the armor was nothing to him. The hero climbed to the 9th floor of the dungeon, where the dungeon boss was, and thought that he could not believe that he had reached it so quickly, although it usually takes a day or two to clear it. The goblin boss took a giant blade and released his aura. The system reported that he was going to use the ability of the terrifying terrible roar. The goblin opened his mouth and let out a loud scream. A moment later, his head was cut off from his body. The samurai masterfully closed the blade in its sheath, and the guy apologized and asked the goblin what he was going to do, because he did not wait and struck ahead of time. Taking a large stone in his hand, the young man said that he alone cleared the underground without any problems, but almost killed himself at the beginning. Looking at the samurai card, he thought that the more often someone uses cards, the easier it is to manage them later, and his head seemed to suddenly clear up, and it became easier to think, and now he wonders how strong this card will become in the future. He frowned slightly, looking away. Hikaru went outside and turned to the old man. Saki looked back in shock with food in her hand. She jerked in fear and asked if he was too fast. The girl leaned towards her grandfather and said tensely that less than an hour had passed since the start of the cleanup. The old man sadly lowered his head and said that, apparently, nothing worked out this time either. The girl, looking worried, tried to cheer him up and said that the guy was only an F rank, so he could not do anything. The old man turned to the young man and said that he listened to his story and tried to help him, but this task was doomed, so it was time for him to look for a new job. While the girl was trying to cheer up her grandfather, the boy interrupted his words. Awkwardly scratching his neck, the boy replied that he seemed to have cleared the dungeon. Matsuda and Saki immediately jumped in shock, not believing their ears. The old man immediately ran to the building, while the girl scolded the boy and asked if he wanted her to believe that he had completely finished in an hour, and said that he was the same as all the previous awakened ones who simply deceived her grandfather. Suddenly, she looked behind Hikaru when the grandfather called out to her. The old man was trying to catch his breath, that I was at the entrance to the building. Without looking back, he calmly said that the dungeon was no longer there. An unlit floor of the building was visible behind the barrier tape. The girl was shocked to hear these words and said that this could not be. The old man immediately ran up to the boy and said that he was very cool, after which he asked how he did it, because he defeated the main monster alone. The girl also asked if it was true that he was all alone and was able to clear the dungeon so quickly. Hikaru awkwardly scratched his cheek and said that he was probably lucky, because the map was pretty good, after which he thought that he really couldn't tell them. The girl looked at his face with distrust when he said that he was glad that he could help them, and he would not rush them with payment, because they sent the money when it was convenient. The boy waved his hand and said that it was time for them to say goodbye, when suddenly the old man stopped him. The man beckoned him with a finger with a smile and asked if the boy wanted to work a little more in the dungeons. The boy looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant, to which the man replied that there were several more dungeons nearby that needed to be cleared. The young man raised his hand and said that he had already completely cleared the master's building, so he did not understand what he meant. The old man replied that it was true, but no one said that he could not have 2 converted buildings, after which he began to show the way. The girl stopped her grandfather and said that he was too suddenly pestering with new tasks. She blushed slightly and noted that they did not even thank him properly, after which she thanked the guy and apologized for the fact that the grandfather sometimes carried away. Hikaru looked back and asked me to apologize to her, because as an awakened one he was only happy with the new work, and he also needed magic stones from the dungeons, so they really helped him. The old man smiled broadly and happily said that he wanted to quickly take the master to the dungeon. The young man thought that he did not even imagine that he would go to a new dungeon so quickly, but this is great luck, because there he will be able to test the strength of his other cards. The young man smiled confidently and offered to go ahead, when suddenly his stomach growled. The old man and his granddaughter looked at the young man, asking him if he was hungry, to which he answered in the affirmative. The girl immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying that she wanted to invite him over and feed him. The young man looked at her in shock, not understanding what was happening. The men sat down opposite each other, and the girl stood on the table on the bed, asking if everything was okay, to which the young man replied that everything was fine. The man picked up a bottle of alcohol and offered to drink and celebrate. The young man agreed but asked not to pour too much. He looked into the glass in confusion and wondered what was going on, because after clearing the dungeon, the master invited him to his place for dinner as a token of gratitude. Looking at the girl preparing food, he noticed that his granddaughter had prepared so much, but she seemed worried about something. She closed her eyes with an embarrassed expression when the boy said that the food was delicious and thanked him for the compliment. The boy put his empty glass on the table and changed, and then said that he wanted to ask something. The girl and the old man looked at him silently when he asked if anyone else was coming for dinner, for example Saki's parents. The man looked down sadly and said that his son and his wife were working abroad, but they could not return because the airport in Tokyo had turned into a dungeon. The girl also stopped eating and looked down when he added that his granddaughter was now living with him. The young man remembered what the airport looked like now and thought that the Tokyo airport was the door to Japan for many foreign countries, both in terms of tourism and in terms of export and import, and naturally, for these areas of business, turning the airport into a dungeon was a big blow, and because of this, many people cannot enter Japan and more often demand that it be carried out and cleaned up as soon as possible. Suddenly the man smiled broadly and noted that he had lived alone for a long time, and his granddaughter now helps him a lot, after which he asked the young man if everything was okay with his relatives. Hikaru smiled back and said that he had a mother and a sister, but they had not seen each other for a long time. Saki looked at him in surprise. The old man asked if he understood correctly that the young man lived alone, and if he wanted to spend the night with them today, then asked his granddaughter, and then if she was against it. The girl rested her hands on the table and said that Mr. Hikaru was probably embarrassed when he asked how he managed to clear the dungeon in just 1 hour. The young man walked along the night street and thought that in the end he refused to stay at the master's house and left them late at night, but he noticed that the old man and his granddaughter were quite close, and it was pleasant to realize once again that with his work he helps such simple families. Images of joyful Saki and Matsuda immediately appeared in his imagination. Immediately after that, he remembered his family. Taking the phone out of his pocket, he looked at the screen. The young man dialed someone's number and turned on the call. Bringing the phone to his ear, he turned to his mother and said that he quit and that everything was fine. He sat down on a bench in the park and told her with a smile that he had decided to work alone for now and that his mother should not worry because he would try his best for all of them. The next morning, the boy came to the third building of the master. The young man noticed the man with a surprised look and greeted him. Matsuda happily waved his hand at him. His embarrassed granddaughter stood next to him. The young man asked why she was not at school. Saki shrugged her shoulders and said that she should run there later because the boy had said yesterday that he lived alone. Suddenly, she handed him a small bag and loudly wished him luck in the dungeon. With an embarrassed look, she rushed away while the boy tried to stop her. He looked at the bag and realized that it was a small bento. Hilara looked at the bag in confusion, while the old man said that he tried to understand why she got up so early in the morning. But now everything was clear. The young man thought that he was not sure that he would find time to eat in the dungeon. The old man clenched his fist and frowned, hoping for a successful cleanup. The boy nodded slightly and said that the old man could rely on him. Matsuda took the bag from his hand and said that he could give it to him later if the dungeon was inconvenient. The boy thanked him for this. After a short time, the boy entered the first floor of the dungeon. Monsters were watching him from all sides from the darkness. The system reported that there were 16 entities nearby. The boy thought that among the monsters, there were also mostly goblins. Looking around, he noticed that the inside of the dungeon looked the same as yesterday. Imagining a man standing on the stage with a presentation, the boy thought that until now no one has figured out the principle of turning a building into a dungeon, but previously the government made attempts to predict the appearance of new dungeons, but these attempts were unsuccessful. He imagined a skyscraper that had turned into a dungeon and noted that people only knew that the size of a dungeon depended on the size of the building, and the larger it was, the larger the dungeon would be. He then imagined a giant monster that people were running away from, and added that the larger the dungeon, the more dangerous the monsters inside could be. Taking up the map, the young man thought that this building was exactly the same size as yesterday's, which meant that the gentleman would probably be similar, after which he mentally apologized to the gentleman and added that this building was not suitable for his other maps, so he would act according to a proven plan. The next second, the Azure Samurai appeared in the dungeon again. The monsters watched the warrior appear from the side. The goblins stood tensely in their places. The young man noted that they simply ran off in different directions. They were unlikely to attack together, so it was worth thinking about how best to destroy them all at once. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise and noticed that he had only thought for a second, and new skills for the card were already flashing before his eyes. Azure Samurai made another swing of his blade when the young man decided to create a crescent attack. The blade of his sword caught several goblins at once. Splashes of blood flew to the sides when the samurai's sword got the goblins. The warrior concentrated as much as possible, creating a combat area around himself. A moment later, the shock wave spread to the sides, destroying everything in its path. The system reported that the monsters were destroyed. The guy paid attention to the magic stones and thought that the samurai quickly spread everything around him, and destroyed even those goblins who were hiding. But now he wondered how many more such skills he had to learn. Holding the map in his hands, the young man decided to move on. On the second and third floors, samurai figured it out even faster than on the first, as a result of which the guy received the counterattack skill. The boy watched with a smile as the samurai dealt with the opponents on the fourth and fifth floors. The goblins on the sixth floor looked different, and were also armed with spears. The monsters raised their arms and prepared to throw spears. The goblins launched their spears, shrouded in aura, greatly surprising this boy. The boy looked at the incoming attack and thought that he had a skill for such a case. The Azure Samurai began to reflect the attacks when the boy used the rain skill that crushes stone. The spear flew into pieces when it met the samurai's blade. The system reported a successful counterattack and the acquisition of a new skill, series of strikes. The goblins immediately ran away in fear. The boy waved his hand with a menacing look and ordered the warrior to pursue them. The Azure Samurai made a long lunge and struck 3 times. A bright flash of blue occurs. The samurai flies high and slashes his sword at his enemies. A bright blue beam shoots through the monsters. There is a bright flash and a strong explosion. A hole forms in the ground. The protagonist holds a card, and a silhouette of a samurai can be seen through the smoke in the background. He stands calmly in the middle of the ravine, and the blue swordsman is visible behind him. Notifications appear that the spear goblins have been killed, the monsters have been destroyed, and the floor has been cleared. Hikaru looks at the plowed ground and realizes that he has another powerful skill that can even leave a mark on the floor. Blue flaming crystals rise above the rocks. They burn with a bright flame as they fly higher. The protagonist looks at the card and sees notifications that 3,800 experience points have been received, 3 hit attacks have been improved, 1,800 mastery points have been received, and the title of Master of Secret Techniques has been achieved. He looks at the pink card excitedly, wondering how powerful it will become once he can finally rank it up. A dialogue box appears, explaining that they can activate gate cards using magic that only awakened ones can use. The hero casts a spell, and fiery vortices appear around him, explaining that this is how they summon special creatures or items sealed in the cards into their world. The guy spreads his arms out to the sides, glowing with green light. Along with the hero, a huge monster hits the ground, next to which is a green card, explaining that not only the summoned creatures or items are marked on it, but also its type and special skills. The magicians look at the green barriers, which are pierced by a blue glow. The character summons water vortices against the background of a blue card. The frame shows a white and a red card. The window says that they can be hostile to each other if they are too close, and therefore one awakened cannot use 2 at once, because each must have only 1. The hero summons a huge fire warrior from behind him. While it is explained that in battle, you will not see a special variety of characters and abilities for any particular fighter. Naguri holds a red card in front of him, summoning a gate. The flaming monster hits a purple enemy with a sword. The guy shouts Fire Warrior. The window says that for this reason, awakened ones work in teams so that they can help each other with their cards and abilities. The frame shows a conditional diagram, a monster with the power of fire opposite fighters with a gate card of the same element. As a result of this there will be little damage, but if you change the attacker to the element of water then there will be great damage. In Memories, Hikaru looks at many attributes and understands that the rule with hostile cards does not apply to his deck. Decks with different patterns glow in space, and the main character understands that his cards are constantly improving after each battle and more new skills are revealed to him. In addition, he has never seen them do this before, and thanks to all these features of his deck, he clears an entire floor with 1 blow, noting that as soon as he learns how to use the rest correctly, he will be able to clear dungeons in a couple of minutes. Hikaru thought, trying to guess. The main character stretches out his hand in front of him. All the cards glow brightly, and he thinks that such a strong dungeon can appear that it will be difficult to clear even with his deck. The frame shows an attribute with a katana pattern. Various glows are visible on the ceiling. Hikaru, being on the 7th floor of the dungeon, looks in front of himself and sees a monster, realizing that he got to the boss and it is a pity that he will not be able to test some abilities. The mutant with the head of a skull roars loudly. His characteristics are displayed below: Royal Goblin wielding a spear, Humanoid class, Hostile character, Monster rank C+, while the fighter notes that he is the same as last time and therefore if the buildings are approximately the same in size or appearance, then the dungeons inside will not be much different. The monster swings his weapon. Hikaru is surprised that he is a spearman, because it is much longer than a sword and it will not be easy to get to him. The protagonist stands among the rocks opposite him and understands that he cannot reach it now, and hopes that he has a skill that works at long distances. The card is activated by purple light, while the fighter thinks about the skills that he did not have time to check. The character draws his sword after summoning an Azure Samurai. He frantically hears the order to unleash a thunder-like force on the enemy, performing lightning-fast attacks. The fighter makes rapid strikes with his katana, causing explosions. The monster begins to scream in pain. Its body is covered in blood. A bright glow and a strong explosion occur. The rock begins to crumble. The protagonist stands in front of the smoke and exclaims that even from a long distance, he managed to win with 1 blow, but it seems that he destroyed a couple of walls. Hikaru holds his card with a smirk, while the samurai stands in the background, while the fighter is happy with his amazing skills, and the notification says that the dungeon boss has been defeated. The guy picks up a Royal Goblin magic stone with the ability to restore 3% of magic power down below, realizing that the boss was easy, but he still managed to get very valuable things. He holds a pink card in his hands and says that it has improved again. A notification appears that the dungeon has been cleared of monsters in 300 seconds, and the hero wants to return to Mr. Matsuda. The action takes place in a 5-story building. A man is sitting and the protagonist's shadow appears behind him. He turns around, discouraged, asking him why he finished so quickly again. Hikaru points to a pink crystal with a smile. Matsuda holds it in his hands and praises the fighter. The old man turns around and tells the joyful hero to follow him. The hero runs after the master, shouting that Saki made him a bento, and he would really like to try it. The fighter holds a yellow card between his fingers, urging him to spin the blade and cut through enemies. A huge katana appears in the frame after using the blade dance skill. A bright light flies between the monsters. Bloody mutants scream in pain, flying apart in a whirlwind. Confident Hikaru goes forward, having cleared another floor. It is said that he spent 3 more days clearing out the buildings in the complex that belonged to Mr. Matsuda. The blue samurai raises his katana high, declaring that no one will be able to escape, and then uses black lightning. The frightened monsters look up, seeing black energy. Their bodies are pierced by spikes. The protagonist holds a map, and it is explained that he defeated bosses, cleared dungeons, and gained new skills for the gate map. Saki states that Grandpa is not very lucky, because 8 buildings became dungeons. In a flashback, Hikaru is sitting at a table with a smile after clearing out. The protagonist clenches his fist and happily thinks about how he still can't believe how drastically his life has changed. Because recently he was expendable material for the company, and he will continue to try. The monster holds 2 blades in his hands. He roars furiously. His characteristics: Dungeon Boss Royal Goblin, subspecies with mutation, humanoid, hostile nature, rank C++. The hero releases the card, calling the gate. An unperturbed Azure Samurai appears nearby. The monster roars furiously, swinging swords. The fighter, flying up, delivers rapid blows with a katana, while the hero calls on him to defeat the enemy with a triple blow. The samurai calmly puts away his sword, while the defeated monster behind him screams from severed limbs. The protagonist, smirking, is proud of having cleared all the dungeons. A notification says that they have been cleared in 300 seconds. Matsuda loudly rejoices that he can finally work in the buildings again, because the stores will open, and all thanks to the fighter, since he saved not only him, but also other workers. Hikaru sheepishly states that it is his job because he is an awakened one. A cheerful old man stands in front of him and asks to live with the master for a while as a token of gratitude, and Saki will probably be happy too. The fighter thanks for the invitation. Hikaru clenches his fist, saying that there is one but. The picture shows happy rich people and poor people. The hero claims that after their meeting, he was once again convinced that their world is mired in inequality and injustice. He believes that it is his duty, as an awakened one, to head to the next dungeon as soon as possible and help someone like Matsuda. The old man holds his cap and bows his head down, stating that in this case, he will not detain him. He firmly shakes the protagonist's hand, wishing him luck. The latter in turn asks him to take care of himself and call him when he needs help. Matsuda looks at the fighter leaving. The girl looks at her grandfather, who turned around and loudly asks where Hikaru went. He answers that she quickly returned from school. The surprised granddaughter hears that the hero has just left. She lowers her head and declares that she was in a hurry to get to him. They happily watch Hikaru leave, and Saki says that she used to think that the awakened were greedy fools, but the main character is different. She asks if they are going home. He answers affirmatively, because they have a lot to do. The events unfold in a tall building where the Clear Water Company is located. The man wishes a good morning to a smiling Yuriko. He reports to her that he will try to finish the report on clearing the dungeons within a week. The girl asks to leave it for her to check later. Steam comes out of a glass of hot coffee. She looks at the monitor in surprise, realizing that not a single dungeon has been cleared anymore, but they have gone through 2 medium-sized buildings and, in addition, recently cleared as many as 8 small dungeons, although no one has remembered them for a long time. The map shows green dots that are close to each other, and Yuriko notices that they are all in the same area. The worker sits on a comfortable chair, thinking about the fact that some other company may have sent their team, but in such a short time, even one dungeon cannot be cleared, and perhaps it is not a coincidence that several dots are located in the same area. She points her finger at the monitor, reading the data that 8 places were cleared by Hikaru, who has an F rank. She is frightened to realize that this was done by the main character. Other workers approach the girl's monitor, asking what is going on, and noticing that the same Hikaru is in the table. The guys discuss around Yuriko the number of dungeons that he cleared, claiming that this cannot be true, because he may have been lucky with the small ones, but he definitely will not be able to handle larger places. The girl continues to look at the monitor, hearing questions about how only goblins live in small buildings and they do not know of such cases, despite their experience, because all the fighters clear medium and large buildings, because it is unprofitable for Clear Water to send them to small dungeons, because you can't earn much on them. Yuriko silently clenches her fist. She gets up with a smile and says that she will rest a little and come back, because she is tired of gossip and cannot listen to it. The girl thinks about the fact that the newcomers are already imbued with the spirit of the company. She walks along the corridor, thinking about how, in their opinion, they are strong only because of her and have no idea how difficult it is to clear 8 buildings, because despite their size, a lot of work was done, but the heroine does not understand how this happened. She remembers the old Hikaru and reasons that he could have acquired a powerful team, but on the other hand, he is an F rank and from the gate cards he would only have access to the elixir, and she doubts that he would have been invited so quickly, and besides, if the main character worked together, then the column would have written down the team. Yuriko thinks about the fact that in the dungeon that he cleared earlier, he managed to find a rare card. She is excitedly surprised, imagining a red card. The girl thinks that if this is so, then such a strong card can harm him, because he cannot cope with it so easily. Hikaru is sitting alone in the room. He turns around from the sound. The fighter sees a message on the monitor, "Sorry for writing so suddenly." Then the words are visible on the screen that this is Yuriko from the consultation department, and she is wondering if he is free today or tomorrow. Hikaru types a message that he can meet at any time. The confused fighter thinks that this is a date. The events unfold in the night city. The red-haired girl exhales tiredly. A guy approaches her, stating that he simply offered to walk together for company, and she simply ran ahead. The girl turns around and tells Nakamura that she does not want to be followed everywhere. He replies that the heroine could have said everything straight away. The red-haired girl looks ahead in surprise, hearing that she has been somewhat depressed and withdrawn lately, and he just wants to help, suggesting that she stop worrying about the main character's departure and try to do something new, make new acquaintances. The girl suddenly screams out Hikaru's name. Nakamura shouts after Miho, asking her to wait for him. They see how the main character is chatting with Yuriko in the middle of the street. He smiles sincerely at her. Nakamura and Miho peek out from around the corner, and she suggests that they might be together. There are cups with a drink on the table. Yuriko smiles and apologizes for the meeting, explaining to him that she simply could not stop thinking about him. The confused guy is surprised by her words. She quietly addresses him by name. The girl asks about how he somehow managed to get a strong card before he quit and maybe he continues to use it. Hikaru looks at her in shock. Yuriko points to the tablet, telling her to look at the table where his name is written next to the dungeons. The guy excitedly declares that he cleared it, while thinking about the fact that he only signed all the contracts yesterday, and the company already knows about everything. The worried girl sits opposite the main character and asks if he really cleared 8 dungeons alone and how he did it, to which he replies that there were weak monsters in all the places and it was such a lucky coincidence that he was lucky. Questions arise in his head why she is so worried about him, or maybe she is just curious, or maybe the company ordered her to find out more about him. The main character reluctantly begins to scan his interlocutor. Above the thoughtful girl it is written that she is an awakened C rank and is now comparing Hikaru to her own younger brother, has the ability of the gaze of justice. The next action will be to continue asking. The surprised hero sees the line with his brother and does not know how to understand it. He raises a cup of coffee with a smile and says that he is an awakened of a lower rank, but still she should not worry about him so much, because he is not her relative, not some younger brother. The discouraged Yuriko looks at him, saying that he is right. The girl turns to him with a request to listen to her, and then he will understand why she is worried. In the dialogue boxes it is written that she told about her younger brother, who died during the clearing of the dungeon. A cheerful guy stands among friends, and at the same time it is explained that that year he studied at the university with other students and decided to create his own squad of awakened. The heroes stand with cards among huge patrons. It is explained that they were very strong and talented and cleared dungeons very quickly. The guy touches the glowing deck, because some of them managed to get gate cards with a rarity level of S and there were only a few of them in Japan. So it is not surprising that the company soon attracted attention, and one day something terrible happened. The boy in glasses asks in surprise what is happening. They run away from their friend, who is standing in front of an expanding sphere. There is a bright flash. Against the background of ruins, it is explained that one of the gate cards of rarity S at one point went out of control and exploded. The dungeon was destroyed and several people died, including Yuriko. A grieving girl stood at a funeral in a black dress, while a voice says that the profession of an awakened is very dangerous. But the risks can be minimized if you follow simple safety rules and know the limit of your power, because if you get a card of too high a rank, then one day you can lose control of it and something terrible will happen. Worried Yuriko sits opposite the protagonist and thought that he might have gotten some too strong a card and then remembered her younger brother. At this time the fighter understands that she is really worried about him. Hikaru smiles and apologizes for making her worry, but he really got lucky with the dungeons and this is just a lucky coincidence. He thinks that he will not bother her once again with stories about strange strong decks. He happily declares that if he had a strong card, he would definitely stay working at Clearwater, realizing that now he needs to lie. The hero hands over a gray card and says that it is a level F magic projectile. He bought it with his severance pay, realizing that the girl will probably want to check it out. Yuriko looks at it, activating the gaze of justice. She holds the card in her hands, reading its characteristics. Rarity level F, no special properties. The owner of the card is able to inflict minor damage to enemies. The worker says that it is not a fake. She hands it back to him, and says that in this case she worried in vain and apologizes for getting hung up on it. He asks not to apologize, because it is nice to know that someone is worried about him, and he should have told him earlier. Yuriko turns around to look at the main hero with a smile. Nakamura approaches the guys with a happy face, greeting them. Miho at this moment asks him from around the corner what he is doing. Hikaru greets them dryly. The interlocutor at this moment thought that he would be surprised by them. The protagonist remembers that he noticed them behind the billboards a long time ago, using his skill. Nakamura asks Yuriko with a smile how the date went, to which he receives the answer that there was none. Hikaru and Nakamura sadly ask again, while Miho is clearly happy about this. The redhead shyly asks if he wants to go out to dinner together sometime. Nakamura yells at her, stating that they are having a personal meeting, to which Miho quotes Yuriko's words that they are not on a date, and in that case she can invite him wherever she wants. The protagonist scans the guy and realizes that he likes the redhead, and therefore wants to divert attention from him. Hikaru asks them to calm down, saying that communicating with him can have a bad effect on the reputation of her company, because they are no longer colleagues and she and Yuriko have already discussed all the issues and now he will go home. Nakamura stands with a happy face next to an annoyed Miho, while the protagonist says goodbye to them. Hikaru smiles, looking at the guy. Nakamura watches him in surprise. The three heroes say goodbye to Hikaru. A thought comes to his mind that he went through too many dungeons at once and today Yuriko visited him, but who knows what kind of guests there may be in the future, and he should act more carefully in the future. The action takes place in the Clear Water Company building. Naguri stands next to his partner, and asks if they are not interested in learning more about Hikaru. Boss raises his hand and moves away from them, stating that he previously ordered them to stop talking about him, and they still have a lot of work, so there is no time to chat. Angry heroes look after him, not understanding what is happening to him, while assuming that the reason is that he screwed up in that dungeon and quit and perhaps Hikaru managed to complain. The hero lies unconscious and the guy says that he was sure that the dungeon boss would eat him, and if he knew that he would survive, he would have figured out how to get rid of him. He is glad that Taira managed to come to his senses before them, otherwise they would have died. Naguri looks at the tablet with a displeased face, realizing that Hikaru just quit, but already managed to make a good profit by clearing small dungeons, calling him a weakling who can't even cope with a goblin. The main character's name is everywhere in the table. Naguri loudly declares that since Taira doesn't tell them anything, they will immediately ask the boss, while his partner is surprised that they are going to ask the top brass of the company. The action takes place in the office. The hero asks the boss of Sarzawa if he can come in. The characters stand at the door and apologize for disturbing them, but they would like to discuss something. The boss sits opposite them with a displeased face, crossing his arms. The director listens attentively to them about what they would like to talk about Hikaru, who recently quit. A memory appears in which the chief said goodbye to him and asks what the matter is. Naguri complains that he prevented them from attacking and destroying the boss in the dungeon, and now in the cleanup reports, only his name and the Clear Water Company appear everywhere, even though he has already quit. Then the guy asks if the director thinks that the protagonist is abusing their company's status. Sarzawa looks at them with an angry look. The director in the chair hears a denunciation that Hikaru quit, but still continues to clean up, supposedly behind the company's back, to which the man asks how they would like to fix the situation. Naguri sheepishly suggests that he put pressure on the protagonist so that he stops allowing himself such impudence. The chief looks at the interlocutor with a smirk, saying well. He goes up to the window and asks if they would like to use his status to eliminate the competitor, and if they have any more specific ideas. Naguri and his partner say that of course they do. The events take place in the Department for the Study of Awakened, in the Dungeon Clearing branch. Hikaru happily thinks about which dungeon he would like to go to. The window explains that this is the Dungeon Clearing branch, like the department, controlled by the government. People in suits walk around it, and it says that records are kept here of all the dungeons discovered and an awakened can choose a suitable one and register to clear it. The workers sit at the computers and there are cases when the owner of the building directly asks for help, such as Mr. Matsuda, but most often the awakened receive new tasks in this branch. The protagonist applies the map, wanting to check the data. He looks in surprise. The screen says that the number of dungeons available to him is 0. The protagonist carefully peeks at another fighter. He has 16 written on his screen. He turns to the other and sees the same number on the screen, not understanding what is going on. The action takes place in the information desk. Hikaru turns to a bespectacled man with the assumption that some kind of glitch has occurred and he is not shown available dungeons. The worker looks at the screen, intending to check this, then asks about the fact that he recently quit Clear Water. Hikaru, surprised, says that this happened last week and he wanted to register as a private and work independently. The man adjusts his glasses and says that he received an order from the company to restrict access to the dungeons, and he can't do anything about it. The embittered hero looks at him, Not understanding what is happening, at this time the worker says that most likely he is ruining the company's reputation. The fighter asks if he can get into any dungeons, to which he receives the answer that large companies often practice this. Hikaru looks at his monitor with excitement after the words that after all there was one dungeon for him and he needs to double check it. The hero loudly asks to show it to him. The man addresses him, stating that it is dangerous and perhaps Clearwater has something planned against him again, asking if he is ready to take risks. The angry protagonist looks at his interlocutor. The picture shows suitcases with money and explains that there are cases when several companies compete in clearing one dungeon at once, and in this case the owner must pay a large sum, but the chance of clearing increases several times. The frame shows a conditional scheme, according to which one can understand that the more participating teams, the higher the probability of successfully clearing the dungeon. The protagonist understands that in this case, as if everything was specially arranged in such a way as to get rid of him. Hikaru ponders the fact that they decided to leave the hardest dungeon to clear in order to intimidate him so that he would either refuse or fail. He remembers his enemies, realizing that it was probably their idea. Hikaru confidently walks forward, deciding to take the risk, thinking that someone could have found out about his strength besides Terra. The events unfold in a C-rank dungeon, a former restaurant chain office. The protagonist approaches a ravine. He turns around because someone recognized him. Hikaru scans the interlocutors and recognizes Naguri and Hirayama, who have A rank and are mocking him. The guy touches his nose with his finger and says that the protagonist used to be a bespectacled man and seems to have become so poor that he does not have money for new glasses. Dissatisfied, Hikaru says that he is glad to see them. Naguri points at him and says that he is annoying because he could dare to stick his nose in here, to which the protagonist claims that they planned it all themselves. The guys say that they came here for the first time and ask him to go the other way. The bullies laugh at the protagonist, talking about how he will now go to the monster's lair and escape from the pack, wondering how long it will take him to realize his uselessness. Hikaru sighs at the suggestion that 15 minutes will be enough. The protagonist goes the other way and thinks about how shameful it was to admire them earlier. Hikaru stands calmly in front of the gorge and a dialogue box appears with information about monsters nearby. The surprised protagonist turns around. A large D-rank demonic steed roars loudly, holding a weapon in its hands. Hikaru takes out a card and summons an azure samurai. The pink card begins to glow blue. The bluish samurai rushes towards the enemy after being called to attack. He quickly cuts them into pieces. Notifications appear that several demonic steeds have been killed. The monster growls furiously at the fighter, while he wants to use a dash attack. The hero sees the jumping mutants and understands that they are preparing to attack and it is necessary to quickly counterattack. The blue samurai strikes 3 times with his blade. A strong explosion occurs and a notification appears that the floor has been cleared. Hikaru looks at the next enemy on the 11th floor of the dungeon, who is a centaur boss with the abilities of a dash attack, rampage, hammer of fate, and rank B. The protagonist is perplexed why he reached the boss so quickly, because no one from Clearwater is visible yet. He activates the card, calling the gate, and wants to finish everything as soon as possible. A huge azure samurai appears from above Hikaru. Naguri is on the 3rd floor of the dungeon and asks for help. His partner activates the wind warrior, who attacks. He deals swift blows to the monster, cutting through its flesh. They look at the glowing artifact on the ground. Naguri drinks water near Hirayama and says that these monsters are much stronger than goblins. In addition, they have a fire element, to which the girl replies that at this rate they will need at least 4 hours to get to the boss. The girl asks him what is going on with Hikaru, to which he says that most likely he has already escaped from here. Naguri kicks the 3rd participant, demanding that he stop standing in one place and lead them further. The picture shows a destroyed building. It instantly becomes normal. Hirayama and his partner do not believe that the dungeon has been cleared, assuming that Hikaru did it. The hero presses the elevator button. Hikaru, arms crossed, thinks that he spent about an hour on the fight, not counting the boss, and did not expect that there would be as many as 11 levels. The picture shows a conditional diagram, which shows, when the dungeon boss dies, all the magic disappears and, in general, when clearing the most important thing is to get to the boss as quickly as possible and defeat him, in which case the building will return to the same. A memory of the fight with the monster appears and at the same time it is explained that another important task of the Awakened is to destroy the dungeon boss without destroying the building itself, causing minimal damage. The elevator arrives on the 1st floor. The protagonist meets his opponents. He turns around and leaves, but Naguri and Hirayama call him. The fighter turns around with a smile, noticing that they did not have time to advance much, although they are higher in rank. Hikaru says that they took so long to get there that he decided to fight the boss without them. The hero's opponents are shocked and ask how he managed to do it in such a short time and all by himself. Hikaru turns around and waves his hand, thanking them for their help. The angry fighters do not understand how he managed to do it. Hirayama thinks about the fact that the protagonist understood the layout of buildings. She remembers how the guy deftly navigated the map. Naguri asks if she assumes that he can know the bypass routes, to which the girl replies that he could choose a path with almost no monsters. The guy turns around and loudly declares that he has an idea, to put pressure on the department so that the protagonist will again have access only to those dungeons that they have, and next time they will take more people and will definitely clear it faster. The events unfold in the department for the study of Awakened in the branch on clearing dungeons. The man asks in surprise if the fighter really overtook the clear water staff. Hikaru smiles and holds up a pink crystal and says that it is so. The worker holds it and says that he doesn't really care who cleared the dungeon, but clear water does care about this information. The hero at this time asks if there is any more work. The man scratches his forehead and is afraid that the list again only contains dungeons that the company is applying for. Hikaru smiles and says that he doesn't care and that he will take on everything. The worker asks if he is sure of his abilities. The worker answers absolutely. Hikaru is delighted and says that he can handle everything. The dungeon boss, a boar centaur, jumps along the ground. He breaks through the rocks with his hoof. Hikaru stands calmly in front of him. He scans the monster: humanoid class, hostile nature, rapid attack and defense penetration abilities, monster rank B. The hero takes out a card, exclaiming the word gate, and summons an Azure Samurai, ordering it to unleash its power on the enemy using lightning attacks. The swordsman deftly cuts through the monster's body. The protagonist looks at what is happening with a confident look, holding a card in his hand. Notifications appear that the dungeon boss has been defeated and the dungeon has been cleared of monsters in 300 seconds. The elevator arrives at the first floor. Hikaru gets out of the elevator and greets the guys, stating that they have not seen each other for a long time. The enraged opponents do not understand how some fool with an F rank could get further than them. The protagonist stands in front of a monster in a D rank dungeon, in the former office of an alcoholic beverage company. He throws out a card, summoning an Azure Samurai. The swordsman slides his sword across the enemy, performing a triple blade counterattack. He slices through the flesh of another opponent. Hikaru frantically holds up his pink card, a notification stating that the dungeon boss has been defeated and the dungeon has been cleared. The elevator arrives at the first floor once again. The protagonist stands in front of Naguri and the others, surprised, stating that he cleared everything too quickly again. Hirayama and the others look at him in horror. The action takes place at the Clear Water Company. Naguri kicks over a trash can, cursing Hikaru, while the girl asks if he thinks they will get into trouble for sending orders to the department on his behalf without the boss's knowledge, considering that they have not cleared a single dungeon. Naguri introduces the director and realizes that something needs to be done. He angrily says that they need to come up with a trap for the protagonist. The guy passes by and notices their conversation about Hikaru. The opponent angrily states that they should stop trying to overtake him and just wait for the right moment to attack him. Hirayama thinks about it and realizes that it might work. Nakamura is shocked to realize that his friend is in danger and needs to be warned. He continues walking, holding the phone in his hand. He presses the call button. Standing in the corner, Nakamura quietly addresses Hikaru. The protagonist smiles and asks over the phone how they are doing and what happened. Nakamura tells him that the opponents are trying to figure out how to make him fail the mission. Hikaru is shocked to hear this. He thanks him for the information after hearing about the plans to set up an ambush when the fighter goes on his next mission. Nakamura is talking on the phone and a man approaches him from the hallway. Hirayama buys something from a vending machine and wonders who he can talk to in the middle of the workday. Nakamura urges him to be careful, because he could not even imagine that his former colleague would try to kill him. Hirayama overhears their conversation in shock, realizing that the guy had been secretly communicating with the rival all this time and had given away their entire plan. The girl thinks about changing him a little and using Nakamura himself to outsmart the protagonist. The guy exhales and hangs up. The girl calls him over and makes a request. Hikaru confidently walks through the C-rank dungeon in the former office of a food supplement company. The surprised heroes look at him. The guy greets the surprised Nakamura. He asks what he forgot in the Naguri team. Nakamura recalls that after that conversation, the lights called him to themselves and said that he would go on a mission with them and told them that the protagonist would have to clear the dungeon before them, and so he decided to assemble a new, faster team that could get ahead of him. Hikaru looks at the joyful interlocutor, who says that perhaps this is his chance to prove himself. The protagonist seriously asks him to be vigilant, because anything can happen, especially with these two at the head of the team. He replies that today he will defeat the monsters faster than Hikaru. Naguri shouts at him, demanding that he stop talking. He calls Nakamura to him, promising the protagonist that they will cope with this task faster. The guy finally turns to the fighter. The protagonist seriously thinks about the fact that his friend is shining with joy and perhaps he should let them win today, for Nakamura's sake. He seriously looks ahead, realizing that something is bothering him after all. On the 11th floor of the dungeon, a monster with a skull instead of a head and a long tongue is furiously watching the enemy. Hikaru realizes that this is the boss of the dungeon and looks like some kind of half-beast or centaur again. He scans the mutant and gets the characteristics: Horned Centaur, abilities of a swift attack, rampage, hammer of fate, rank B+. A schematic path of opponents appears in the picture, by which it can be understood that the main character destroyed almost all the monsters on his way, and clear water still has not caught up with him. A notification appears that other awakened ones have been found on the floor. He looks at the group of participants, thinking that they have finally made it. The guy is walking on the ground. Nakamura shouts loudly that it looks like they have reached the floor with the dungeon boss. Naguri asks where Hikaru is now, to which he receives the answer that he is not yet visible. They rejoice, realizing that they were finally able to get ahead of him. Hikaru hides behind the rocks, hoping that they will deal with it quickly and that his friend will stay okay. Naguri tells his ward not to forget to use the card he gave him, because with it they will defeat the boss in no time. Hirayama looks at the guy and asks him not to let him down. He excitedly says that he understands. The protagonist worriedly wonders what this is the card. He sees a red card with an explosion pattern and understands that he needs to cover him. The monster roars furiously, his snakes crawl away. The opponents raise their cards, summoning gates. A fire warrior and a wind warrior appear on the battlefield. The dungeon boss screams from the damage dealt to him. An excited Nakamura hears the order to attack. The protagonist hurries to his friend, not believing that they decided to use the release card again. The monster roars loudly. Hirayama flies up from his attack, and Naguri urges Nakamura to use the card as soon as possible. The guy, terrified, prepares to activate it. The picture shows a card and the words, Gate, Release. Hikaru excitedly pulls out his card, hoping to make it in time. In the frame, a pink deck with the summoning of an azure samurai. The swordsman takes out his katana, which pours out blue light. The hero begins to strike, hearing the order for a lightning attack. Naguri is shocked by what is happening. He sees a flash. The awakened ones fly away screaming in different directions. The protagonist cuts the head of the dungeon boss. The release card is torn in half. A powerful explosion occurs. A notification appears that the dungeon boss has been defeated. The unperturbed protagonist sees the characteristics of the monster. Unable to fight, death has occurred. He understands that he made it in time after all. Hikaru stands next to the boss's burning body, receiving 9,230 experience points and seeing the artifact's characteristics. The magic stone of the horned centaur, the ability is unknown. The hero sees his opponents, whose status indicates loss of consciousness, just like last time. He looks at them with a serious face, realizing that a large number of people died like this before him. Nakamura lies on the ground, his status is unable to fight, the gate card is missing, the next step is to come to his senses. The guy slowly comes to his senses. Nakamura looks at the main character in front of him and asks what just happened. Hikaru is glad that he is okay and asks not to worry, because the monster is defeated. They look around the ruins and Nakamura asks if he did this, and what happened at all. The picture shows a red card and the hero explains that this is a trap that can destroy the surrounding space and Naguri used it as bait. The guy is shocked to hear this information. There are unconscious bandits lying nearby and Hikaru points out the reason for their kind attitude towards him. Nakamura asks if he really defeated the boss. Hikaru smiles and suggests that his friends say that the boss was destroyed by a trap card. There is a shining stone nearby and the protagonist suggests that his friend keep it, because it is very rare. He holds out the crystal and states that it will be proof of killing the boss. Nakamura looks at his smiling interlocutor in shock. The upset guy says that he will not take the stone and there is no need to feel sorry for it. He clenches his fist and expresses a desire to achieve results through his own efforts, and not by means of indulgences. Nakamura looks at him and states that Naguri and the others will soon wake up and the hero needs to leave, assuring that he will not lose to him next time. Hikaru smiles and expresses anticipation for the next meeting. He looks away and realizes that he has offended Nakamura with his actions, but this only proves that he is a truly good awakened, thinking that Naguri will finally leave him alone. The events unfold at Clear Water Company. The director stands in front of the injured bullies and asks what they have been doing for the past 2 weeks. Sarzawa points his fingers at them, saying that they got involved in a stupid competition with an F-rank awakened and managed to disgrace the entire company. The fighters stand quietly in front of the boss and say that unforeseen problems arose, to which he asks if they were really given A rank for a reason, since he feels like he's just transferring money to them for nothing. Yuriko knocks on the door, asking permission to enter, while Sarzawa is thinking about cutting their salaries. The girl stands in front of him and informs him that a board meeting is about to take place, and she was asked to notify him and find out if he will be present. The boss looks at her and says that he will be there soon. Naguri stands next to Hirayama and declares that he got away with it. The people are sitting in the meeting room. The CEO of Clearwater Takeda smilingly announces that this morning the government discovered a new dungeon and asked the awakened to clean it up. Specifically, the place is located at the Tokyo airport. The surprised officials hear this information. Sarzawa says wow with a grin. The director says with a smile that such a large-scale cleanup has never been carried out before, and companies all over the country can fight for this right, and they need to try hard to overcome their competitors, and then representatives of other countries may be interested in their services. Takeda happily calls for a detachment of the best awakened ones to be assembled as soon as possible, because the profit after cleaning the airport will increase tenfold. He looks at the man with the scar, addressing him as the CEO. Kanda says with a grin that this is absolutely true. Takeda looks at Sarzawa, asking what about his guys, because he only needs the best fighters. The man assures him with a grin that they can be counted on. The events take place in the branch-on issues of cleaning the dungeons. The hero brings a shining crystal and says that everything is cleaned, and here is the proof. The man looks at the happy Hikaru, surprised that he is working alone. The worker holds onto his glasses and wants to assign him a new task. The surprised protagonist asks what it is. He says that this morning the government sent a request to clear the Tokyo airport. The airport appears in the frame. Hikaru asks again in disbelief. The guy answers affirmatively to the information that the government allowed anyone to participate, so clear water will not be able to oppress him there. The man smiles, saying that this is definitely the largest event of the year, and not only the largest companies can try their hand, but also freelancers and newbie awakened ones, and this is the largest dungeon in the country, and the reward, naturally, will be appropriate. Hikaru confidently understands that this is a chance to use all the cards, and he will definitely be able to clear this place. The events take place in the dungeon of the Tokyo airport. Skyscrapers and people are burning pinkish, and at the same time it is explained that the mysterious effects of the abnormal thunderstorm affected not only multi-story buildings. The plane flies in front of the building, and it is explained that larger objects, such as airports, were also converted into dungeons. The appeal of the Tokyo airport dealt a strong blow to the economy, and the damage from the consequences was enormous, so it was necessary to clean it up as soon as possible. It is explained that not everything is so simple, because as you know, the largest and most famous cleaning company is Clearwater. Along with it, the Hexadelta company is very popular, and in addition, the Hawkland company has recently begun to gain strength. These three companies have repeatedly offered their services to the government. The picture shows various logos. The voice says that in this way between these companies. People are watching the news. The government made an unexpected statement. Citizens are watching the news on large screens that the government has decided to attract as many awakened ones as possible, including those who work outside the companies, and therefore made a kind of public competition. Events unfold somewhere in the capital. The general director of the Awakened Research Department, Kurikoa, turns to Sarzawa, asking his opinion on the current situation with the airport. The gentleman thanks him for the invitation. He sits at the table opposite him and says that he cannot believe that they will have to open this dungeon to everyone, considering that the rival teams were unable to clear the dungeon and were stuck halfway. The man asks the old man not to worry, because Clearwater will definitely cope with everything. The previous failures were nothing more than an accident. Kurikoa says that he understands him and will continue to monitor how they are doing, and he hopes that they will not let him down. They clash glasses, and the director wants to continue to rejoice in the success of Sarzawa and his company. He replies that he hopes to work with him again in the future. The gentleman feels sorry for all the poor souls who will come to the dungeon, because they have no chance. A window appears with information that the government is just trying to create a stir. The events unfold at the meeting place of the participants in the clearing of the Tokyo airport. Hikaru looks around and is surprised by the number of people willing to do it. He thinks that awakened people from all over the country have gathered here. The protagonist scans them, seeing D rank. He looks at the others and notices C rank and a few B rank. The sad fighter realizes that he hasn't seen anyone with an A rank yet. He looks into the building and states that he saw several of these participants outside, but for some reason none of them came in. The notification says that A rank awakened people have been detected. The protagonist looks at this message in surprise. He sees Taira, Naguri, and Hirayama, realizing that they are of course A rank. There are many participants around the protagonist, and he doesn't understand how they expect to handle such a huge dungeon with such a small team. The auditor of the Inasaki department asks Mr. Takasu if he will be attending the upcoming briefing. The head of the department's research department refuses. She reports to him that it seems that none of the giant companies except Clearwater have decided to take on the cleansing. He replies that in this regard, they are too lucky. Takasu tells the surprised girl that the CEO or the vice secretary may be involved and that one of them may be helping in secret. The blue-eyed director states that there is no evidence yet. He clenches his fist, promising to get to the bottom of it. He says that other large companies will also decide to participate, but they will act less openly, and it is difficult to imagine how many low-ranking awakened will die. He turns to Inasaki and gives the order to continue monitoring the other companies, because they need to make sure that no other problems arise. The events unfold in a huge presentation hall. A voice greets the participants and asks them to pay close attention to the screen, because now they will see footage from the dungeon of the Tokyo airport, which was taken a month earlier. On the camera, a group of awakened ones are walking with backpacks. They see something in the sky. A monster with wings is rapidly approaching them. A flying dragon roars and throws them aside. Another red creature appears in the sky. He starts to spew flames. People are shocked that there is more than one dungeon boss. He spits fireballs. They do not understand what to do. The recording is interrupted by screams that they cannot cope. Two dragons appear in the frame and the voice explains that this dungeon has two bosses and both monsters belong to the same species and their rank was determined as A. Many participants look at the screen and exclaim that they see such creatures for the first time. They talk about how Hexadelta at some point lost a lot of employees and now it is clear why. Because most likely they filmed the footage. The main character calmly looks at the screen. He thinks about the fact that the dungeon bosses are dangerous even alone. But the problem is that if you attack one of the dragons, the second one will immediately teleport to him, and they will attack with greater force. The diagram shows that the dragon will appear from one wing of the airport to another, and the awakened will have to fight two bosses at the same time, and most likely no one will cope with it. The picture shows the logos of large companies and the voice says that with the support of colleagues, they were able to develop the following strategy. The diagram shows the teams and the announcer explains that they decided to divide the awakened into two teams, the main task of which is to simultaneously reach the location of both bosses. In the picture, both teams are preparing to attack, and it is explained that they will need to move forward together in both wings of the airport. Many people are looking at the presentation and the main character understands that each team will have to fight only one boss. The picture says that the airport dungeon can be divided into the east and west wings. They are shown on the map and it is explained that each part has its own boss, and it was decided to attack at the same time. The image shows two teams fighting a dragon, and it is explained that this eliminates the possibility of one of them teleporting to help the other. The red dragon screams furiously, while it is said that you should not forget the A-rank bosses. The blue dragon watches closely, while it is explained that in general they were gathered into two teams, and primarily awakened from elite companies, because they were evaluated by their merits and victories in other dungeons. Hikaru looks around, realizing that he entered the reserve team of the West Wing, like many other freelancers. Meanwhile, in the team of the East, Nakamura calls the protagonist's name in surprise. His status says that he wants to talk to him. Hikaru is surprised by him, asking who he is with. Notifications with the characteristics of the characters Teira, Niguri, Hirayama appear. They are waiting. Three hooligans stand nearby, arms crossed. Hikaru realizes with annoyance that the guy has not learned anything from life. He asks about being in Teira's team. The shocked protagonist hears that Nakamura has his own group and that he is its leader, who in turn congratulates him on this. Teira stands near his charges and the hero realizes that his team is responsible for attacking the East Wing. Nakamura holds a black card and Hikaru realizes that he got the main role among the awakened in support, which was made into a separate squad. The protagonist says with a smile that he is in the West Wing. The guy happily tells him not to despair, because one day he will also achieve something. He shows a gray card, stating that for good services he was given a D-rank card of the protective barrier. Hikaru says goodbye to him, thinking that this is his chance and he needs to prove himself, and then be sure to tell Miho everything. A red notification appears that high-ranking awakened have been detected. He turns around nervously, assuming that Sarzawa's boss has arrived. His rank is unknown. The protagonist tries to inspect his status, but there are question marks everywhere. Hikaru realizes that he knows absolutely nothing about him, except that his rank is higher than A and most likely he is hiding something. Teira turns to the boss, stating that for now they will simply do nothing in accordance with his plan. Sarzawa, with a serious expression, says that many competitors have decided not to participate in the cleanup so far and this is a great chance to prove themselves from their best side, but they will still have to act together with other smaller companies, otherwise the plan may fail. He continues to state that Clearwater has already done a lot for the country, and they must clean up the Tokyo airport. The boss tells his protege that when they do this, the company's reputation will skyrocket. He replies that he understands. Teira is shocked to hear that the younger the victim, the better. The gentleman smiles and says that he is counting on him. The plan to clear the Tokyo airport has begun to be put into action. Teira and his team are moving towards the target together with Nakamura and his colleagues, while Hikaru is walking alone. The sun is shining brightly in the blue sky. The action takes place in the west wing of the airport. The fighters are walking through the desert, which is located in the dungeon, because magic has greatly changed the surrounding space, and it seems as if it is endless. The heroes are walking in white cloaks, while it is explained that they were given special suits, providing supplies of food and water. Some participants are moving calmly, while others are exhausted from thirst. It is explained that the awakened ones of higher ranks had more privileges. The participant is sweating, wondering if they really went down to the dungeon. His colleague turns and demands not to be distracted, because the monsters can attack at any moment. One of them looks at the hero and asks why the low-ranking one is drinking water, because you can't waste resources in vain, because they were given the least of all. The boy apologetically caps the bottle, receiving insults in his direction. This participant is the protagonist. The awakened move on, while Hikaru explains that their dungeon clearing team is mostly made up of elite units from large companies. The white-cloaked participants continue to move on empty, while the hero says that freelancers like him are support for the elite. A disgruntled Hikaru states that this only sounds good, but in reality, this is not the case. He says that in reality, they are carrying things, and if something does not go according to plan, all the blame will be shifted to them. Exhausted participants walk with briefcases, while the hero explains that, like in clear water, the low-ranked awakened in this operation are expendable, easily sacrificed at a convenient moment. The fighters leave footprints in the hot sand. Creatures are visible high in the sky. The hero receives a notification that monster activity has been detected nearby. Hikaru looks up after being told to watch the sky as monsters are approaching. The other members look up, asking where they are. Hikaru sees a group of monsters and scans their stats. Flying lizard, powerful explosion ability, D rank. The awakened holds out his hand, giving the order to prepare and raise his shields. The card glows green, activating a protective barrier. D rarity card, no element, allows the owner to create a shield that protects against physical attacks. The awakened line up, holding up barriers. The red card of the fire spearman lights up in the frame. B rarity card, fire element. The spear-wielding warrior strikes the enemy, burning and melting their armor and dealing fire damage. The member holds the deck, while a giant with a fiery sword waits behind him for the command. He begins to swing his weapon at the flying monsters. The member excitedly states that he cannot reach them. The green lizard shoots at the enemies. The participants take cover, taking damage from him. Hikaru stares at the explosions happening nearby. He sees people running, realizing that even the elite awakened were not prepared for attacks from the air. He looks away worriedly, realizing that something needs to be done, otherwise many low-ranking guys will suffer. The protagonist takes out a pink card. He activates the goddess protector. The girl glows orange and releases magic from her hands. She is high in the sky and heals the fighters standing below. The participants look at themselves in surprise, feeling a surge of strength. The fighter quickly moves across the battlefield. They dodge the attacks of the lizards and do not understand why they began to move so quickly. The fighters look away in confusion and try to figure out who did this and why they became fast. The flying lizards roar loudly and fly towards the enemies. Someone shouts that they are advancing. The fighters take out cards, activating the gate. A white card of the magical hail of arrows appears in the frame. Rarity F. No element. When activated, arrows appear that attack enemies in the direction specified by the user. The participants of the battle point their finger in the right direction and rays pierce the sky. Strong explosions begin to sound near the flying lizards. The fighters do not understand whether they hit or not. The shocked participants realize that all their attacks flew right on target, not believing that they managed to defeat the monsters. He shouts that they did it, and that they also have strength. High-ranking fighters look at the happy newcomers, not understanding how someone with a low rank could deal with the monsters, and with such ease, and they should have helped, and not been distracted. Hikaru thinks with a smirk about who is now a low ranker here. He looks at the sky and sees exploding shells and understands that now he will be able to protect everyone without revealing his abilities. The participants look up in surprise. Flying lizards explode one after another. A pink crystal shines below, and someone exclaims that they succeeded and a magic stone appeared. A joyful low-ranking guy asks the leader that he defeated the monster, and therefore the crystal goes to him. He replies that this is true. The happy participant strokes the stone and declares that this is his first magic stone. Someone notes that it is large and seems to be very rare. A high-ranking fighter is irritated by the loud celebrations of the newcomers. An alert says that monsters have been spotted nearby. The guy points his hand to the side and exclaims that lizards are approaching them. The newcomers turn to an experienced participant with a request to join the battle. Because they can cover them, he sheepishly agrees. Low-ranking guys loudly rejoice, while the experienced fighter is extremely dissatisfied. A flock of flying lizards is visible in the sky, and someone shouts that there are more of them, and they need to attack. Hikaru holds the card and realizes that this time the fight will be more serious, and he needs to increase his power just in case. He extends his hand to the side, calling upon the guardian goddess. This card enhances the physical and magical abilities of the awakened. The lower-ranked members point to the explosions in the sky, and the protagonist explains that it will be much easier for them to defeat monsters with AD, or even C rank now. Hikaru looks at the card, wondering what will happen if he uses the card's skill more than once. He activates the card, calling on the guardian goddess several times. Greenish flashes appear. Hikaru is pierced by lightning and he feels a strange feeling, as if his body is no longer his and has great power. The lizard releases many projectiles. Hikaru with cat eyes notices this attack. He dodges each explosion in a split second, holding his card in his hands. The lizard looks at what is happening. The hero activates a magical hail of arrows, crashing into its head. Hikaru calmly walks forward, while the monster falls to the ground. A notification appears that all monsters nearby have been destroyed. The protagonist turns to the joyful participants and understands that if things continue like this, then they will quickly and easily clear the western wing, and if they set up camp here, they will be able to rest and gather their strength, and then they will definitely be ready for the arrival of one of the dungeon bosses. Hikaru looks into the distance, wondering where the boss is now. He scans the area and states that he is about 30 minutes away from their location. The fighter looks at the sun behind the mountains and senses a strong magical force that belongs to either the dragon from the east wing. Confused, Hikaru notices that there is something else. He scans the desert, sensing a strong flow of magic, but for some reason in 3 places. The frightened protagonist looks away, realizing that there are most likely 3 bosses in this dungeon. Tired, Hikaru turns back to the desert, thinking about something. He ponders that the 3rd boss may appear during the simultaneous attack in the east and west wings. The picture shows 2 small dragons and 1 large one, and the hero assumes that both parties will be exhausted after the battle and a surprise attack may cause additional losses. He looks at the participant worriedly, remembering that the report only spoke of 2 bosses, and if he suddenly reports a 3rd, he will not be taken seriously. The protagonist clenches his fist furiously, wishing he could kill him himself if that were the case. He looks at the low-ranking members walking by and thinks that the protective effect of the guardian goddess will last for a while, and he hopes that no one will notice him leaving. The protagonist takes off his briefcase and sighs. He takes out a card and summons the guardian goddess. The fighter runs quickly through the desert. He runs past the other participants. They worry about what it was, suspecting the wind. The protagonist moves very quickly through the sand. He cuts through the desert, leaving behind clouds of dust, realizing that he is running at a breakneck speed. He notices that his body seems to be flying, and even support cards can be incredibly powerful. Hikaru rushes forward. He suddenly begins to brake with his feet. He looks in front of him in surprise, realizing that it is here. He turns around warily. The protagonist feels magic, but does not understand why there is no one here. He takes out a tablet and looks at it, thinking that, judging by the airport map, there used to be an observation tower in this place. He pokes his finger at the map, realizing that it was somewhere in the middle between the east and west wings. Hikaru's eyes widen. A notification appears that an anomaly has been detected in the sky. He looks at the illusion in the sky and understands that the space in this place is distorted, and in this case, he needs to try to attack there. A purple card with a sword appears in the frame, and the hero calls the gate. An azure samurai with a katana appears next to him. He sees a crack, behind which there is another space. The surprised hero does not understand what it is. A notification appears that a new dungeon has been discovered nearby. Hikaru looks at the crack in the sky and realizes that the dungeon is inside another dungeon. Purple cracks are visible, and now he realizes why he didn't see any monsters. The protagonist looks ahead in shock, wondering what kind of power a monster must have to pull off such a thing and hide an entire dungeon. An alert says that there are monsters nearby. Hikaru sees flying monsters that have emerged through a crack, and they seem to be guarding the entrance. The protagonist scans the enemies and the characteristics appear: a mighty flying lizard of a dragon-like class, the abilities of a powerful explosion, a downward dive, a scream. The rank of the monster is D+. The fighter sees that the next action is to use the scream skill. The monster opens its mouth and creates deafening sonic blasts. The protagonist covers its ears, writhing in pain. They circle above him and deal damage. The fighter takes out a card and it begins to glow yellow. The katana begins to cut through the monsters after the order to use the blade dance skill. The limbs of the flying lizards fly all over the area. The azure samurai delivers swift blows, while Hikaru screams about the lack of time and the need to quickly get to the boss. The pink map begins to glow with a bright light. The protagonist quickly runs, realizing that this way he will be able to get past them. The monsters are watching the fighter leaving them. They pursue him, seeing how he runs into the cave. Hikaru's hair flutters from such speed, and he understands that in this situation he will end up on the top floor. The events unfold near the dungeon of the Tokyo airport in the Operation Observation Center. The guy turns to Ms. Inasaki, who asks what's going on. Red dots are marked on the map, and the worker reports that a couple of minutes ago the radars detected strange activity in the dungeon. The girl holds her chin and says that there should be nothing in that place, and in any case, someone else should be doing this. She asks where he is. The interlocutor answers that he is now having some kind of personal meeting. Inasaki places his hands on the table and orders him to contact him as soon as possible. Takasu stands in front of the man and says that he is glad to finally meet Sarzawa. He turns around and is equally surprised to see them, first addressing them by name and then as the head of the research department. Takasu seriously states that he too has risen in rank and is rumored to be on good terms with the higher-ups. Sarzawa scoffs and asks what's the big deal, to which he promises to find out all the secrets he is hiding. Sarzawa confidently says that he needs to remember one thing: in this world, fairness and honesty do not decide so much. The man in glasses turns to face the worker, who informs him that Ms. Inasaki asked him to come urgently. Takasu approaches the door with a displeased expression and turns around. Sarzawa glares at him and makes a phone call. He asks Taira if they have everything ready. The one on the other end of the line replies that they can start acting at any second. Sarzawa, looking displeased, states that the auditors already know about their movements and the signal for help will be a sign at the beginning, and after it is necessary to act according to the instructions. The action takes place in a hidden dungeon on the top floor. Flying lizards are circling everywhere, who want to feast on the protagonist. Hikaru's notification is read and says that the monster's strength exceeds rank A. In the distance, a ferocious purple dragon is visible, which is hundreds of times stronger than its small monsters. The protagonist scans it, and the characteristics appear: thunder flying lizard, dragon-like, monster rank A+, tail strike, grab, lightning flash, and teleport abilities. Excited, Hikaru looks at it, realizing that this is a real boss, which he has not heard of yet. A red notification says that the monster will use a skill in 2 seconds. Lightning starts to fly out of the dragon's mouth, and the window says that it is preparing to attack, and its next action will be to use lightning flash. Hikaru is horrified to realize that it is attacking. The dragon releases electric charges towards the enemy. The current runs through the protagonist's body, and he screams in pain. He sees the molten ground, realizing how strong his attack is. The ferocious monster is gaining strength for a new attack, and Hikaru notices that he has destroyed his guardian monsters, and if he had not activated the guardian goddess in advance. The protagonist looks at the enemy with apprehension, realizing that this is a real A-rank boss. He stands in front of a huge ferocious dragon with purple eyes and wonders if he can destroy it with his cards. The protagonist's notification says that the mighty flying lizard is preparing to attack, and its next action will be to use dive down. Small dragons fly towards him, and he realizes that they have decided to attack all at once to prevent him from dodging them. The protagonist tries to quickly dodge the enemy's fire projectiles that fly down from above. A notification appears that the thunder flying lizard is preparing for a joint attack and uses a lightning flash as its next action. The ferocious dragon looks down at the protagonist and gains an electric charge. It releases a powerful lightning bolt, while Hikaru thinks that if the boss's attack alone is so dangerous. Electric discharges of purple color shatter the rock. Hikaru looks at the flying and roaring dragon and realizes that the normal awakened ones don't stand a chance against such a team attack. The protagonist looks at the various notifications that pop up near him and realizes that while he dodges the attacks, his experience and card level increase, because the risks are too great to give so much of everything. Hikaru takes out the card and with a calm face realizes that one wrong move and he is finished, so this time he will not hold back. The hero calls for an azure samurai swordsman, ordering him to strike with lightning speed. He exclaims that this is not all and summons a dark two-headed serpent, which deals damage with a flash of dark flame. The samurai deals rapid blows to the dragon, while the other releases energy rings from its mouth. The protagonist raises his hand high and orders to attack. The dungeon boss is surprised by this turn of events. Cross lights of blue and yellow hit the target. An excited Hikaru looks at what is happening, not understanding whether it worked or not, because if 2 strong cards do not cope, a column of smoke rises. The surprised protagonist looks in that direction. He sees a defeated dragon, bleeding purple blood. A notification says that the dungeon boss has been defeated. Hikaru stands in front of him and sees a shining crystal, not believing that he really won. He happily looks at the previous notification and proudly declares that he defeated such a boss. Hikaru puts his hand to his chin and thinks about how he defeated the boss of the secret dungeon on his first try. The protagonist calmly looks at his hand, guessing how strong he is in this case. At this time the notification says about clearing the hidden dungeon and merging with another in 300 seconds. The events unfold in the Operation Observation Center. Someone calls Mr. Takasa. The man in glasses asks the girl what happened. She loudly declares that the radars have detected some new anomalies again. He comes up to her and looks at the tablet, demanding to show him. Then she reports that a cluster of monsters has recently suddenly appeared in this area. Large red dots are visible on the radar, and he assumes that this is another boss. Takasa and Inasaki shout in shock that there should not be one in this area. They see on the radar that all the creatures have disappeared. They are around the table thinking about the fact that the sensors could have broken. Takasa seriously thinks about the fact that they just saw a monster of monstrous strength, and suddenly it disappears in an instant along with a bunch of others, and perhaps this really is a mistake. He turns to the girl with an order to warn both teams about a possible threat. She obeys. The man hopes that nothing will happen. The events unfold in the West Wing in the team's temporary camp. The tent is in the middle of the desert. Hikaru quickly runs to this place. He looks from behind the rocks and assumes that they are just preparing for the boss attack, which means he made it in time. The protagonist turns to a high-ranking member who calls him. The fighter points his finger in that direction and asks if Hikaru has checked the area for monsters. He replies that everything is clear. The protagonist realizes that they did not notice that he was missing. The guy turns around and hears a conversation on the phone about the possibility of unexpected monster attacks. Another member came up to him and asks what's wrong. He replies that some warning came from the center and did not really explain anything. The high-ranking guy adds that a bunch of monsters were just noticed on the radars, but then they all immediately disappeared. Hikaru looks at their discussion about how they can't do anything normally and realizes that his battle was detected by the radars. The protagonist holds a pink crystal behind his back and decides to hide it away. A high-ranking member stands in front of the others and states that they will soon be fighting a dungeon boss and asks if everyone is ready, to which they respond in the affirmative. He states that they will begin the battle as soon as they contact the other team. A high-ranking member speaks on the phone to the East Wing that they are ready to attack. Taira replies that clear water is ready as well. The guy in the desert states that at the appointed time they will begin a joint attack on the bosses. Taira says that it will happen in a second. He turns and asks Nakamura if he is ready, to which he exclaims that he is. Taira points at him and states that at the appointed time the East and West Wings will begin a simultaneous attack on the bosses and that he should be in charge of the team. The boss stands there with a serious expression and says that their task is to catch the boss by surprise and then they will join in, so the success of the mission depends on Nakamura. The guy loudly replies that he will try his best. Taira grins and says that he is counting on it. The events take place in a camp with a tent. The participant points a finger demanding that they not touch this thing. At this time he is asked what it is. There is a stand with an antenna on the floor and the person explains that this is a radar in case of unforeseen circumstances and if a monster of too high a level appears or if there are useful things nearby. Hikaru sadly realizes that it turns out that they have such gadgets, and no one even told them about it. The participants smile and discuss that they have such a team and unforeseen dangers are nothing to them, because they will notice everything without the device. Another participant looks at the radar during the conversation. A light flickers on it. A dialogue box says that it is time to carry out the next stage of the operation, attacking the dungeon bosses. Participants in white cloaks walk through the desert, and it is explained that the teams have gathered in the east and west wings of the airport. The fighters look at the flaming mountains, which are in the far part of the west wing, where the boss lives. Fierce monsters' defenders begin to fly towards them. Someone calls to activate shields and begin the attack. The participants put up protective barriers in front of themselves and release a hail of magical arrows. Accurate shots knock down the flying lizards and they fall down. A fierce red dragon opens its mouth. A notification appears that the dungeon boss has been detected. A huge dragon opens its mouth wide, while the participants shout that the dungeon boss has arrived. A lava dragon, hostile nature, monster rank A, tail strike and teleportation abilities. The notification says that the dungeon boss's power has been increased. Hikaru looks at what is happening in horror and sees that the enemy has evolved and become stronger. The red dragon collects a red fire sphere in its mouth and the protagonist sees that it is preparing to attack and the next action will be to use a lava bomb. The brightest flash occurs. A huge explosion covers the fleeing participants of the battle, who exclaim that he is too strong. The red dragon roars in anger, raising its head. The participants cover their faces and one of them says that the monster is too aggressive. The other replies that it attacks much more often and stronger than the reports described, which means that something is wrong. Hikaru looks away in excitement and realizes that the dragon is so angry because it destroyed the secret boss, and in this case, the hero apologizes to the guys. The high-ranking fighter exclaims that they can handle it and need to retreat for a while. The hero sits on the ground and covers himself with his hand, watching as his shield breaks. An alert says that a rank awaken have been detected. The protagonist looks away in confusion. The fire warrior from the red card furiously shoots at the monster. The sea warrior from the blue card releases water whirlwinds from his hands. The red dragon roars in pain as it takes damage from the blue and red beams together. The hero exclaims that these are A-rank cards and who among them has such abilities. Taira, Hirayama, Naguri stand confidently next to them. Hikaru looks at them with surprised eyes and thinks that Taira and the rest of the team from the East Wing are here for some suspicious reasons. The fire warrior looked forward and used his abilities. The sea fighter extended his hand forward and a water vortex enveloped it. The dragon absorbed the blows of the A-rank cards. The people looked forward, holding the cards in their hands, and the guy did not remember their team having such abilities. Hikaru looked forward with excitement and thought that this was Taira's team from the East Wing and did not understand why they were here. The dark-haired man looked back and asked where the awakened from the East Wing came from. Naguri extended his hand to the side, asking about the fact that they themselves sent a distress signal, to which the interlocutor did not understand what he was talking about. Boss looked at the guy, saying that they received a distress signal from the team of those and they decided that there was an emergency, so they decided to immediately head to the West Wing. The guy turned back and asked which of his partners sent a distress signal. The dark-haired man closed his eyes and apologized guiltily, saying that he accidentally pressed the wrong button. A yellow button was visible on the device. The leader extended his hand to the side, asking if they could tell him how things were going and that it seemed like they had a misunderstanding, to which he received a positive answer and the guy said that the boss was strong and that's why they were going to retreat. The hooded fighter looked over his shoulder with a hysterical smile. The main one looked back with disdain. The hero looked around and didn't understand where Nakamura and his team were. A notification came out that the western wing had retreated, and the eastern wing was continuing to fight the boss. The purple-haired man looked away and thought that the eastern wing was continuing to fight the boss, but there was only the brunette's team there. The protagonist rushed forward and was frightened. The water vortex was gaining momentum. There was movement. Hikaru ran forward and wanted to make it to the battlefield in time, and did not believe that Taira had decided to set Nakamura up again. A notification came out that the dungeon boss had been detected. A creature was flying over the battlefield and the guy knew that it was them. The whirlwind dragon opened its mouth wide and was considered the dungeon boss. The yellow-eyed man covered himself from the fragments and asked where the boss had gone, and was informed that the shields were no longer holding up. The dark-haired man was scared and said that they should not give up and that reinforcements would come soon, thinking that he could not retreat and had to endure everything so that Miko would be proud of him. The guy stretched his arms forward, using a protective barrier. The whirlwind dragon opened its mouth wide and the notification said that it was preparing to attack. Nakamura looked in the direction from which he was called and assumed that it was MC. The purple-haired man looked at the guy and tried to shout his name. The creature struck. The beam illuminated the area and the guys froze. Hikaru froze and fell into a stupor. The fragments flew forward. The barrier card flew among the pieces of earth. The hero swung and around him were defensive abilities. The forces moved to the center of the crater. The hand approached the card. Nakamura looked ahead and next to him was information about him, while he asked about the fact that the protagonist really wants to quit. The guy stood in front of MC and asked where his glasses were and asked him not to leave them. The dark-haired man held the phone and said that Naguri wanted to make him fail the task and Hikaru was shocked. He looked at the guy and was asked not to lose his vigilance, and asked to be careful, because this time they will not lose. The hand turned into a fist and trembled, while the guy wanted to achieve results with his own efforts, and not at the expense of indulgences. Nakamura looked at the guy and said that other people will wake up and he needs to leave, but next time he will not lose. The hero closed his eyes and said that he will look forward to their next meeting. There was a blow and he screamed. The dragon looked down. MC looked forward and saw an azure samurai. The warrior swung and was about to strike, piercing the sky. The sword rushed towards the target, cutting the air. The blow passed through the monster, and it split in half. There was an explosion. The guy was holding a barrier card in his hands. Hikaru stood on a pool of blood and apologized for not being able to protect him, thinking that why does he need such power if he cannot protect the weak. The dragon stood on the mountain and people noticed that the boss began to show strange behavior. The pink creature looked up. The monster evaporated in the sky and the fighters assumed that he was teleporting to another boss. Taira looked away and shouted that there were awakened members of his team left in the east wing, to which the guy replied that they were in great danger and in that case, they and the clear water members should return back. To which they replied that they would scout out the situation in the east wing and then discuss further actions together. The boss looked at the team, ordering them to get ready, because they would go to the east wing. They walked forward and he thought that everything was going according to plan and Nakamura and the others had become a great sacrifice and their company's contribution to the battle with the boss would be the greatest and their efforts would definitely pay off. The dark-haired man looked back and the bills fell down. The leader looked away and thought that he had done as he wanted, believing that his promotion was guaranteed. A shining dragon appeared in the sky of the east wing. A notification came out that the dungeon boss had teleported to them. The pink creature rushed with its claws at the guy. Hikaru was about to use the ability, and said that he was rushing to help his friend, but he had already managed to destroy him. The dark two-headed snake was preparing to attack and used beams of dark magic. The beams pierced the dragon's body. The hero looked ahead and an explosion occurred behind him, while a notification about clearing the dungeon came out. The hand with the map reached down, and the guy thought that after all there are things that even maps cannot return. The barrier was scratched, and the protagonist thought that he could not save anyone. Inazaki looked at Takasu, saying that the original plan did not work and the teams acted on their own and asked to report on the situation in the dungeon. The map showed the movements of the teams and it said that the awakened in the east wing were divided into two groups, and one of them is now in the west wing, but they only lost the signal from the second team, which remained in the east wing. The signal disappeared from another team and the woman said that they lost the signal of the boss in the east wing and now the boss from the west wing was teleporting to the east. People looked at the table and did not understand what was happening. The blue-haired man put his hand on his chest and he was asked and ordered to immediately gather and send a squad for the awakened. The signal of the boss disappeared on the map and the observers did not understand where another monster disappeared and reported this to Takasu. The blue-haired man looked away and asked about the fact that there might be another failure in the system, and they did not understand what was going on there. The man extended his hand and said that they were moving to the scene of action. Hikaru was walking towards the guys. The observer looked away and thought about how he ended up when there was a fight with bosses in the dungeon and assumed that he did not take part in the cleanup. The hero did not turn around and the trio ran past. The guys looked around and were in the west wing. They found themselves in a building and assumed that the dungeon was cleared. The dark-haired man looked towards his partner and said that the boss had just been teleported away from them, and they did not understand how this had happened. The team was safe and they were wondering who could have defeated the boss in such a short time and were interested in the clear water group. The dark-haired man looked ahead and said that it was really them who had defeated 2 people at once in a second, and the guy pointed his finger to the side, saying that there they were. The boss and his team were standing nearby. The red-haired woman stood behind Tara and asked that it seemed that everything had not gone according to plan. The blue team looked around and did not understand what had happened in such a short time. The leader grinned and thought that someone had managed to clear the dungeon and assumed that it was Hikaru again, and no, it could not be, because he was in the West Wing team. The man with the red tie put his hand on his mouth and thought that there was no way that guy could have reached the east side before them. The pink dragon looked away. The blue boss extended his claw and the man thought about who could have killed 2 bosses at once in such a short time. The boss was excited and thought that everything was bad. The news showed the news about the dungeon as an important one. The presenter looked ahead and said that the government reported that the airport dungeon was cleared and the building was returned to its original appearance. The protagonist walked forward and realized that he had destroyed 3 bosses and saved the building. The video was uploaded to the platforms and the name of the hero was unknown. The news discussed what happened live. The sheet was read and it asked about whether the airport cleanup was a tragedy or a long-awaited victory. The topic was highlighted on the sign, and it spoke about the aggressive approach of companies to clearing dungeons has long been questioned. MC looked at the news announcement. He looked away and remained silent. There was a ringtone on the phone and the guy assumed it was his mother. Hikaru held the phone and asked if she had seen the news and said that he was at the airport, and everything was fine. The energy was rushing to the center of the crater and Nakamura, along with his entire team, was killed. The hero ran forward in fear and said if only he had arrived a little earlier. The dragon extended its paw and the dark-haired man covered himself with his hand, and the guy understood that if he could not protect the weak with his power, then why did he need all this power? The beam fell near the guys. The protagonist looked forward, feeling fear. He looked at the screen and asked why. People were walking down the street and discussing what had happened. The Clear Water Company building was tall and dark clouds were running over it. The man was walking down the corridor. Sarzawa grinned and thought that Taro was bad and had ruined all his plans. Takeda stood behind him and asked what he had done. The gentleman raised his finger before him, saying that they had lost 7 workers, to which the other replied that they were all only F rank. The man looked ahead and hoped that the others would take his opinion of the situation into account at the meeting when they were thinking about changing the position of that one, and because of that one the company's rating had fallen to an all-time low. He narrowed his eyes and said that they all knew that he was spending the company's money. Sarzawa frowned and was wary. The dark-haired man walked back and said that from now on he would only act in accordance with his position and no more indulgences. All of that one's past merits would no longer be taken into account. The guy in the green jacket was furious and thought that he had lost support and would lose everything at this rate. He held the phone in his hands and read the message about the end of visits. The man frowned and thought that Kurikawa did too and did not understand why everyone was turning away from him. Sarzawa looked away and thought that he would have to resort to a backup plan. Drops fell into puddles. It was raining in the city. Yuriko looked away and watched the man. The girl ran to the guy and called out to him. The purple-haired girl looked at him and asked that he was okay and said that she was glad and that they had not received any information for a long time, so they were very worried about him and the others. Hikaru held out a card and the girl was interested. The hero looked forward and said that these were Nakamura cards. The girl was holding a barrier in her hands and did not understand why she needed it. The guy stood in front of her and asked for forgiveness, saying that it was his fault. Yuriko looked at the guy leaving and asked what happened in the dungeon. The figure moved away from the meeting place. The purple-haired girl held an object in her hand and thought that this team was the victims and did not understand why he did not explain what happened there. People were walking with umbrellas and on the day of the funeral of the victims, it was pouring rain all day long. People were dressed in mourning. Cameras were pointed away. Photos were decorated with black ribbons and flowers. Girls hid their faces and cried. Hikaru stood facing the photos. He held a rosary in his hands. He fingered the balls and did not understand why only the weak suffered. The dragon stretched out its paw and instead of the elite, the weak walked and they had to fight monsters that even professionals could not cope with. He remembered how Nakamura covered himself with his hand. A memory of how they were illuminated by a beam popped into the guy's head. The hero looked at the fallen cards and in the end they died. The protagonist sat on the couch and wished that he had more strength at that moment. MC's hand was shining. The guy was wounded and on the day the purple-haired guy got that one. The wounded man looked at the diamond and assumed that it was an altar. Energy was gathering around him, and he assumed that he was being scanned. Cards were flying out of the storage place, and the man did not understand what was happening. Rectangles of abilities were hanging in front of the man, and that day the mysterious room saved him from death, and gave him the ability to control the deck of the strongest cards. The two-headed snake was gaining energy before the attack. The goddess closed her eyes and extended her hand. The demon looked forward, wielding a staff, and was a teacher of black magic. The Azure Samurai moved to the side, and the cards from the deck could not be called ordinary. Incredibly strong, they were still perfect after each battle, and more new skills were revealed to him. The fighter swung and struck in the form of a crescent, and wanted to clear the sky. The samurai rushed forward and, spinning the blade, cut the enemies and brought down all his power on him, like thunder. His eyes shone around. Lightning was gathering. The boss aimed fired from a gun and wanted Hikaru dead. The purple-haired man looked away. The bullet was aimed at the hero's body. The bullets flew past and stopped while he said that he was trying in vain, and he already knew all the next steps. His pupil narrowed and the guy was tense, thinking that now his eyes see everything. The monster's head flew off his shoulders, and it was the goblin dungeon boss. The centaur's body was split in half with one blow. The samurai attacked the goblin with a spear. The beam pierced the lava dragon. The thunder-flying lizard lay on the ground and a substance flowed from its mouth. Hikaru looked down and thought about why he got it, whose strength does not even reach rank F and previously could only obediently follow orders, and thought that this was the reason. A foot hit him in the face. He fell and thought that maybe the power was given to him because he is special. Hikaru looked ahead and asked to stop. He covered his mouth with his hand and asked to stop. The monster took people, and the hero understood that he was the same as everyone else. The fair-haired man was terrified and trembled. The wounded looked up and asked not to leave them. The protagonist was wounded and understood that he was the same as all the low-ranking people who were not valued, and as if on behalf of all the awakened low-ranking people. He hugged the girl and pulled out a ticket. The man and woman were happy. The guys looked at the light, and Hikaru thought about helping the weak and doing things on behalf of all those who have little or no magical power. The yellow-eyed man looked back. The hero was furious and thought that he would not allow any more deaths. He walked forward and Yuriko noticed him. She stretched her hand forward and tried to stop him. The guy ignored her and walked on. The blue-haired man folded his arms on his chest and said that Sarzawa did not even show up for the employee's funeral, and that was impudence. Takasa looked at MC and did not understand who it was and asked to check him in the database. The tablet contained the guy's biography, and Inasaki said that, judging by the data, he was one of the participants in the cleanup operation and was awarded the lowest rank, and a month ago he was listed as an employee of Clearwater and, apparently, decided to provide private cleanup services. The black-haired girl was surprised and said that the guy cleared 8 dungeons, and at the same time there were no reports on activities at the airport in the database. The blue-haired man looked away and said that although the boy quit, he could still be somehow connected with what happened, but first they needed to find out the man's plans. The dark-haired girl looked away with her partner, and they understood that he was definitely involved in the incident. Yuriko stood behind the man and called out to him. She looked upset, and he recognized her. The black-haired girl stood next to her partner and asked if they knew each other, to which the guy replied that last time he and the purple-haired girl met at a funeral. The high-rise towered upward and was the company's office. The film crew was ready. Sarzawa folded his arms and said that they were circling like vultures. Someone asked how Taira and his team would explain the current situation and whether he, an A-rank awakened, was not able to carry out cleanups on his own. The red-haired girl looked away and he wanted to object and said that they would have been able to successfully carry out the cleanup, but they did everything according to instructions. The man was tense and asked that in their opinion, it was his fault. The team frowned and he said that then let them act themselves and show him a great tactic. He pointed to the sky and said that he was giving them 5 days, and if by that time they did not do anything, he would fire everyone. Hirayama ran after the boss and said that they needed to apologize to the boss. He was furious and said that he wouldn't get away with just an apology, and their only chance to stay out of here was to get the magic stones that they had never found. The man gritted his teeth and thought that if he was fired, then all those he had set up would probably start following him. The team was moving forward and Taira thought that Hikaru had probably taken the stones and they needed to be taken away. The main thing was to not let him use the dragon card. The man took a step. He adjusted his glasses and asked the dark-haired man if he was sure that they needed to get rid of them. Sarzawa looked back, saying that he hadn't even noticed, and asked how long the guy had been there. The man in the jacket turned around and asked to forget about those, to which the interlocutor said that they would see how he would show himself. If the guy is A rank, then this does not mean that he will cope, and if he betrays, then he will have to disappear. The man in the green jacket looked at the blonde and asked if he will succeed, to which he asked not to worry and assured that he will be able to get rid of him. The man frowned and never thought that he would have to ask him about this again. There was an explosion and the boulders flew to the side. Hikaru ran through the explosion in the C-rank dungeon. The monsters flew and looked at him. The paw released a powerful laser. An explosion occurred next to the guy. He took out a map and thought that now he can go through as many dangerous dungeons as possible to minimize the risk of awakening low-ranked ones. The map shone. The Azure Samurai held a weapon in his hands and struck a lightning moon strike. There was a cut around. The gargoyles crumbled into pieces. The protagonist looked back and breathed a sigh of relief. A notification appeared that an A-rank awakened one was approaching. He looked around and did not understand who it could be. Taira was walking towards the guy and he assumed that he was the high-ranked one. The leader was tired and laughed, saying that he was really here. They stood opposite each other, and when asked what he was doing there, the guy answered that the corporation had told him the location and they hadn't lied. MC looked to the side, imagining the guy, and thought that it was probably him. He looked at the newcomer and asked what he wanted, to which the awakened one didn't answer and thought that his interlocutor had become much more serious. The guy looked at the student from under his brows. He felt excited. Taira fell to his knees and begged him to give him the magic stone that he had received at the airport. He looked to the side and said that he definitely wouldn't leave empty-handed. Hikaru looked tense and didn't understand what he was talking about. The awakened one looked at the guy and said that of all the people he knew, only he could defeat the boss, and asked if he had the stone that he had received for killing the boss. The stones were shining and the hero said that even if he had them, they didn't belong to him. He frowned and said that Nakamura and the other guys died there, it was their merit. Taira smiled and thought that he did not deny that he did not have them with him. The dark-haired man looked up and said that he sympathized, but here on Sarzawa's orders. The protagonist was stunned and asked what he was talking about. The interlocutor showed a map and said that he would tell everything and would not even use skills. He looked up and begged to listen. The image decreased. They were standing in the distance. The sight reflected the scene. The red-haired ones looked in that direction and did not understand what their partner was thinking, groveling before Hikaru. In the crosshairs was the body of a guy and the sniper was about to hit the card holder. They looked ahead and Hirayama said that if Tav accidentally killed the guy, then their partner would take responsibility. The girl pulled the trigger. The hero leaned over and did not understand why the other guy put the card down. A notification came out that Taira was tired and was giving a signal. The protagonist looked away and did not understand what signal they were talking about. The notification was red and it warned about a sniper out of sight. The laser was aimed at the guy's side and he realized that it was a trap. The bullet was heading forward. It crashed into the bag under his armpit and the guy began to worry about the holder. A hole appeared in the pocket. Pieces flew to the sides. Naguri looked at her friend and said that she had hit the target, to which she suggested leaving. Hikaru looked away with displeasure. The boss aimed a gun at him and said that it was a blank bullet. He smiled, holding him at gunpoint, and said that with a broken holder the deck could not be used and asked to tell where the magic stone was. The hero suddenly appeared behind him with a gun, and he thought that he did not even catch the movement. He looked back in fear. Taira covered his head with his hands and was scared while he was talking about what he warned him earlier. The protagonist looked angry and promised to crush him. The man held his hands up and thought about how he was able to use abilities if the card holder was broken and asked not to kill him, to which he was asked a question about what he wanted to say, that it was the commander's order. The leader trembled and said that he wanted that after Nakamura and the others cleared the dungeon at the cost of their lives, sympathy for the dead should raise the reputation of their company. He remembered standing in front of Sarzawa and he said that this was a great chance to stand out, and it is impossible for companies to cooperate. Trying to clear the dungeon, and the Clear Water Company made huge sacrifices for the country and cleared the dungeon of the Chinese airport. The dark-haired man looked forward and said that people would admire him and his reputation would grow. Taira looked back and said that it was all because of his boss and he had no choice but to obey. The gun was on his head and Hikaru thought that Nakamura died for people like him. He kicked the man and said that he would not kill weak people like them. There was a map on the floor and the protagonist noticed it. MC held the map and said that he no longer dared to be called awakened. He pointed his finger at the trembling man and said that he no longer dared to catch his eye and there was a samurai behind him. The man looked forward and shouted that he did not want to die. He started to run away. The girls sat behind the rocks and asked if he was finished with Hikaru, but Taira did not listen to them. The redheads looked after him and asked him to stop. The hero imagined Sarzawa and thought that it was his fault. The doors to the C-rank dungeon were closed. Inasaki stood in front of the entrance and said that according to the source, people from the company were gathered here. The inspector watched as the leader ran out of the door and the girls asked about what was happening with the stone. The dark-haired man looked back and said that he had no way to get it because the protagonist would kill him. The supervisor watched the crowd and thought that Hikaru would kill him. She looked at the dossier on the tablet and saw that Taira also participated in clearing the airport dungeon. The dark-haired woman looked at him with confusion and did not understand what could have scared him so much. The lanterns on the roof of the office were glowing red. The man was collecting documents in a box. Sarzawa stood behind him and asked him to explain everything normally, to which he replied that he was leaving because he wanted to fire him anyway. The scared man looked away and at the words that his card was invincible, said that he was not the only one, and if he continued to work under that man, his life would be in danger. The man in green put his hand on his side and asked that he wanted to betray him, to which the interlocutor asked not to worry and said that he would not tell anyone what he did on that man's orders. He frowned and said that he was not used to running after those who were leaving and said that he could do whatever he wanted. The girls looked at the one leaving and asked if he was seriously leaving and abandoning the work of the awakened one. Tandu stood behind and called out to Sarzawa, to which he said that he was here. The guy in glasses looked ahead and said that the one who clings to life will sooner or later betray. The man looked back over his shoulder, saying that he was leaving Tara to him, and asked to get rid of him. There was a card in the blonde man's hand. He smiled and the object caught fire. The presenter looked at the camera and said that today, the awakened A rank of the largest clear water company was found dead near the house where he lived. The red-haired looked at the screen in horror and eyewitnesses reported that he fell out of the window of his own apartment. Yuriko was in a stupor and read the news. The company employees were surprised by what they heard and the police began an investigation into the details of the incident. Sarzawa looked out the window and Tara was the commander in the airport cleanup. Hikaru watched the news and it said that there was an opinion that he committed suicide because of public criticism, because of the huge losses suffered in the cleanup. The hero looked ahead, thinking that the man did not jump out the window himself. If he asked not to kill, then he was killed, but the protagonist did not understand that he could do this. The suicide bomber's house was multi-story. The policeman pointed his hand towards the dead man's apartment and thanked the boss for his work. Takasa stood in front of the employee who said that they decided that it was suicide, because when a person becomes a fighter, he is not very stable, but they still wanted to hear the opinion of an expert. The blue-haired man looked out the window and the man said that the suicide bomber fell from here and died from the impact of the fall. The man's gaze fell to the side. Traces of magic were visible on the floor and he noticed it. The man bent down and thought that if he was standing here, he could have been attacked with a card from behind. The boss put his hands behind his back and said that someone used a gate card here. The blue-eyed man looked forward and the policeman said that using gate cards outside the dungeons is illegal, which means it could very well be murder. The employees stood with their backs to the boss, who thought that Tara was Sarzawa's direct subordinate, and assumed that it was because he could not conquer the dungeon. Takao was shocked and he realized that the man had gotten rid of an inconvenient witness. The man looked ahead and too many people were dying around him. The inspector stood next to him and turned to the blue-haired man. He was surprised after hearing that his partner had seen Tara running out of the dungeon. The man was looking back and shouting that Hikaru would kill him. She remembered the crowd running towards the exit. The blue-eyed man was looking away and asking again. He remembered the guy in the dungeon and thought that it was him. A memory appeared in his head of how he looked towards him and wondered what an awakened man was doing here without participating in the raid. The partners were standing in front of each other, and the investigator was going to check the guy and they wanted to interrogate the hero and thought that he would not let Sarzawa get away with it. The protagonist was walking through a C-rank dungeon. MC was looking down and thinking that only the man in the green jacket had killed Tara. The stones were shining and Hikaru thought that it was all because he couldn't take away the magic stones and assumed that he could find out what he shouldn't have. A notification came out that an A-rank awakened was approaching. An inspector appeared in front of the guy and she asked his name. The purple-eyed guy looked ahead and asked who was asking. Inasaki showed her ID and said that she was from the Awakened Supervision Agency and asked if he knew Tara, who worked at Clearwater, and he thought that the real inspector, it seemed she was at the airport. A notification came out about the danger of the surroundings. The hero looked around and asked if they would ask questions inside the dungeon. The supervisor extended her hand forward and, saying that he was a suspect in murder, asked him to slowly hand over the gate card. The protagonist frowned and asked again, not understanding why he should listen to them and thought that the supervision inspectors at the airport did nothing. The dark-haired girl looked at the guy with fear and felt killing intent from him. Inasaki extended the card and cast a skill. Takasa looked at her and asked her not to use the skill. There was a fighter spirit behind the inspector, and the man understood that she would kill him now. A whirlwind swirled around and the blue-haired man asked what she would do if she killed the suspect. The girl stood in front of the investigator and asked for forgiveness. Hikaru looked to the side and asked what they thought was within the law. The Azure Samurai looked forward. A powerful blow occurred. The dark-haired girl looked at the creature and was surprised that the hero killed her card with one blow. The blue-eyed man held the card and shouted the name of his partner. The protagonist moved his hand to the side, promising that they would pay for everything. The blade rushed forward. Inasaki closed her eyes and covered her eyes with her hand. The blow was blocked by Babylon's shield. MC forward and thought that he blocked the blow of his card. The blue-haired man looked forward and was surprised by the power of the blow. The sword was on the shield, and he thought that his skill could reflect the dragon's attack. Yuriko looked forward and asked to stop. The guys looked at the girl and did not understand where she came from. The image of a samurai attacked the image of a warrior with a shield. The men with cards looked at each other, hearing the demand to stop fighting for both. Yuriko stood with her hands out to the sides, and the guy thought that he was her acquaintance. Turning around, Yuriko demanded Takasa and Hikaru to stop attacking each other, because he was not a criminal. The guy with glasses held a card, saying that no matter how much she asked, for the sake of protecting society, he cannot back down. Calmly looking at him, the girl said that she heard that he found magical traces in Tera's apartment. Were these traces similar to Hikaru's magic? The guys opened their mouths in surprise. He asked how she knew. The hero remembered the man pointing his finger, saying that he died from the impact of falling from a height, and she explained that he assumed that he was pushed by magic. Takasa then looked to the side. He saw a red haze, assuming that it was traces of magic. The guy then crouched down, examining, and the girl continued to explain that someone deliberately set everything up to look like suicide. With a sweet smile, she said that in clear water there are many ways to get information. The guy thought that this was expected from the elite of the awakened. Hikaru flinched when she turned to him abruptly. Standing next to the image of the warrior, he abruptly waved his hands, hearing the question that he still really owned a rare card, and apologized for hiding it. The girl turned away offended while he explained that he just did not want her to worry. He thought to himself that it was better to remain silent, that this was not the only card he could use. The hero turned to the guy with glasses, saying that it was true that something happened between him and Tera, but he could have killed him in the dungeon and it wouldn't have raised any suspicions, so how logical would it be for him to attack him at home? Inasaki looked at the chief, saying that the traces of magical power at the crime scene were of a completely different type, while his card was clearly an attack card. Bowing, the guy apologized for jumping to conclusions. Pointing with his hand, Yuriko said that Takasa used to be on the same team as her younger brother. The guy standing behind called out to the girl, but she continued that he believed that it was not an accident and continued the investigation. Yuriko turned around and said that everything was fine. Hikaru knew about what happened to her brother, and she was sure that he could help him. The investigator with glasses looked ahead attentively. Then he opened his mouth, starting his story. He presented the yellow card, saying that he and her brother had found the S-rank gate card. He remembered his comrade holding the card with a smile. A bright spark appeared on the card. The light became blinding. Smoke rose from the rocks. Takasa continued that an explosion occurred in the dungeon they were in and the dungeon collapsed. Everyone said that it was an accident caused by the missing S-rank card, but that was impossible. He was sitting down, pinned down by a rock. The key card was lying on the ground. He exclaimed that someone had taken it. Workers in orange uniforms were clearing away the rubble. He said that he was also among the survivors of that incident. He presented a slightly smiling man and continued that Sarzawa. The eyes widened in surprise. Remembering the man waving his hand, the boy continued that back then he offered support to their awakened team, which consisted only of them, the students. The boy laughed with the man. They hired him because he worked for a famous company and won them over with his friendliness. Introducing the Flash, he said that as soon as they went underground with him, an explosion occurred. Sarzawa had a smirk on his lips. He walked away. Introducing the map, the hero said that after the explosion, Sarzawa did not contact any of the survivors, he just left. He imagined him next to a building and a lot of money, and said that since then, Clearwater's success has been talked about at every turn. He used what he stole from them. Hikaru angrily gritted his teeth, thinking that Sarzawa was capable of taking cards even from students. People were expendable to him, just like Nakamura. Opening his mouth, Takasu continued that they had no evidence. Looking at him, Yuriko confirmed, saying that even after she got a job at the company, no one saw him use the map. The hero closed his eyes, thinking that Sarzawa might have used an S-rank card back then. He remembered the man next to the red status window and thought that the status window was all red and nothing was known, and he didn't see anything. But now that he had defeated the airport dungeon boss, he imagined the purple beast. How it was covered in purple liquid and thought that it had become stronger and maybe he could do it. The hero remembered standing before the explosion and how the system confirmed the victory over the dungeon boss. Hikaru stood with a confident pose next to the others. Takasu turned around in surprise, hearing that if he found out that Sarzawa really had that card. Looking with shining purple eyes, the boy asked what he would do. Yuriko called out to him in alarm. The heroes were surprised when they heard that both Tera's death and Nakamura's death were all orders from Sarzawa. The boy turned to Takasu, calling him by name. With a determined look, he declared that he did not accept the way Sarzawa was doing things. Trampling on the weak was wrong. Touching his chest with his palm, he exclaimed that he would cooperate with them. Under the clear sky stood the tall building of Clearwater headquarters. A news report was heard about the progress in the case of the recently deceased A-rank awakened Tera. It was reported that a former subordinate was interrogated as an important witness. On the screen was a female reporter, and the news about the interrogation of a former subordinate. Was he involved in the death of an awakened rank? On the screen was an image of a boy. A question was heard, is this really Hikaru? The man looked at the screen carefully, saying that this was already curious. Looking at the TV screen, Sarzawa asked, Hikaru is suspected of killing Tera. What do these investigators even get paid for? The man smiled slightly and said that since Hikaru was under suspicion, this was a great chance to get the magic stone. Later, he held the phone to his ear, asking Takanbu what happened to the magic stone. The man with glasses replied that he had already searched the entire supervision bureau and found nothing. He walked with his hand in his pocket, saying that there was no trace of that stone in the dungeon either. Frowning, Sarzawa said into the phone that he understood, let him continue searching, and also about Hikaru. The blond man with glasses replied that he had already collected all the information he needed about him. The man's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that he was truly a professional. Imagining the heroes with the cards, he thought that Hikaru had many reasons to be angry with Taira. Imagining the guy with abrasions on his face, he said that they did not have direct evidence yet, so he doubted that they would arrest him. Holding the phone, Takanba said that they decided to leak all the information to the media in order to pressure Hikaru into confessing. Sarzawa laughed, saying that the life of a young man with a bright future would be ruined. The man with glasses looked away and said that something was bothering him. The interlocutor asked with a tense look what, and heard that, apparently, Taira entrusted something to Hikaru. Sarzawa opened his mouth in shock, asking, did Hikaru really get a magic stone from Taira? With an expression of bewilderment, he presented a purple stone, thinking that he still found a rare stone. He hurried by getting rid of it. He heard that while he could not yet find out whether he found that magic stone, he could not provide more information for now. Beads of sweat were running down the man's face. He thought that if he assumed that the stone was now in Hikaru's possession, if the investigation continued, then this was bad. Frowningly holding the phone, he said that they needed to somehow contact him. Would he be able to do it? Takanba grinned and replied that he would try. People were walking along the street between glass buildings somewhere in Tokyo. A hero in a suit was walking along the sidewalk. A notification appeared in front of him that 3 ordinary people were approaching. Hikaru turned around when he heard people calling his name behind him. He saw a window with information about 2 people, which said that they wanted to interview him, and thought that they were journalists. He quickly ran away when he heard a request to ask him a few questions, and shouted that they were mistaken. A shout was heard to bring cameras here. Hikaru ran quickly, thinking how annoying these journalists were. He quickly ran around the corner. The pink gate map lit up brightly. Surrounded by the glow, the hero jumped from building to building, using the circle of light. The journalists surrounded the place where he stood, saying that he ran here. They turned around in surprise, asking where he was. Hikaru stood on the roof, looking at them, and heard that they needed to find him. He couldn't have gone far. They had to film the material faster than other TV stations. The guy thought with a frustrated look that using cards outside the dungeon was illegal, but he doubted that interviewing against his will was legal. He got tired of it faster than he thought. He remembered the conversation with the guys and thought that back then in the dungeon they came up with a plan. Then he waved his hand, telling something to the girl, and continued his thought, in order to expose Sarzawa, to reveal his dark deeds. For this he must be declared a suspect in the murder of Taira. Takasu stood with his arms crossed. He thought that in addition, they would entrust him with Taira's magic stone from the airport dungeon, and then leak the information to set a trap for Sarzawa. Reporters were filming the girl with a microphone. Peeking out from around the corner, the hero thought that there were a lot of them near the house. Turning away, he sighed tiredly, thinking that he could not even return to his room. An incoming call appeared on the phone, and he recognized his mother. Hikaru had to close his eyes from the loud scream asking what he had done. He put the phone away from the loud sound and asked her to calm down. His sister said that she had taken the phone. Reporters were breaking into their house. Hikaru opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that they had gotten to them too. He held the phone to his ear, excitedly telling him not to worry. In fact, he had done nothing. Let them be patient for a while. It would all be over soon. He bowed, hanging up the call, and apologized to his family, thinking that he had also caused trouble for his mother and sister. He needed to hurry with the next step. Hikaru froze when the person behind him called his name. The system reported that an awakened A rank was approaching. The guy thought that he had only just now noticed him approaching. Hikaru turned around abruptly, thinking that he needed to find a way to break away. Takanba was looking at him, telling him to calm down. It was from Chief Sarzawa. He wanted to help him. Hikaru's eyes widened and he replied that he didn't understand, and he thought to himself that it worked. A piece of paper fell to the ground. The man who threw it told him to come to this dungeon at 9 p.m. Picking up the paper, the boy heard that Chief Sarzawa would be there. The hero noticed that there was no one else in the alley except him, and thought that he had disappeared. The system confirmed that there were no awakened ones in the detection radius. Looking ahead gloomily, the boy thought that the system couldn't find him either. Sarzawa had such a strong awakened one. The wind blew fallen leaves near the boy. He thought that he would go to this dungeon. He didn't think he could easily get out of there. 4 men were walking to an S-rank dungeon, in the top Tokyo branch of a building materials manufacturer. Kyungo and Jinung were walking in front. Sarzawa was walking with Takanba with a smile. A cry was heard that there were monsters ahead. Brown creatures rose from the puddle. The mud monster opened its mouth with a hostile attitude. Sarzawa crossed his arms and ordered to deal with it, and the men moved forward. A card with a bow appeared. Someone shouted, calling for the gate of the Arrow of Darkness. A black figure with a bow appeared. It was an archer who shot from the shadows, placing a strong debuff on the target he hit. Kyungo waved his hand and ordered to attack. The arrows slammed into the mud monsters with blue rays. A black core fell to the ground. The mud monster began to gather around it. There were several more of the same in front of the man. Takanbu pushed his comrade aside, ordering him to move away. He held a card in his hand, telling him not to use his skills thoughtlessly. He must first assess the enemy. He used a card with a picture of swords, the Blade of Darkness. A black figure with 2 swords appeared in front of him. These are shadow blades, and the blind spot strikes are capable of cutting through several targets. The warrior raised his hands. The black core split in 2. Among the dirt lay the split cores, emitting a colored haze. The man in glasses told his comrades not to split anymore. They needed to destroy the core. Crossing his arms, Sarzawa glanced sideways at the blonde and said that he was good. With him and his guys, any dungeon was like a walk. And by the way, if an awakened one died in the dungeon, no one would ask questions. Smiling, he said that death here would be considered an accident, and they would not even investigate. The men with the maps turned around, saying that the monsters were dead. They were surprised to hear the man say that they were in no hurry. Takanbu alone would have dealt with it faster. Jin Young and Kyungo frowned, exclaiming that he was laughing at them. Even though he was a customer, he still had to choose his words carefully. The frowning man looked at Takanbu and said that they would follow his orders without question, but this Sarzawa was clearly making fun of their organization. The bespectacled man told him to shut up. Sarzawa chuckled and told him not to be afraid. He didn't care about his puppy's feelings. Kyungo stretched out his hand, and the warrior with the bow copied his pose and exclaimed that he didn't care that he was the director of Clear Water. No one dared to laugh at them. Frowning, he shouted that they wouldn't even look for his corpse in the dungeon, and the boss ordered him to stop. Sarzawa's eyes lit up red, asking who he thought he was. A card with an image of a key appeared. A figure with a staff surrounded by lightning emerged from it. It was a giant with a key that dispels all surrounding cards. The tip of the stone arrow began to crumble. Kyungo turned around in surprise, exclaiming about his card, and thought, what kind of skill is this? The card in the gloomy man's hands emitted yellow lightning. Sarzawa's eye was glowing red. The man with glasses said that they should not waste their strength in vain. No matter how much they had no chance of winning against Sarzawa. It was not their merit that he rose so high, and now let them calm down. The worried colleagues responded in agreement. Takanbu adjusted his glasses and apologized for their rudeness. Sarzawa replied that he did not intend to waste his strength on his puppies anyway. He crossed his arms, saying that now it remains to hope that Hikaru can go that far. At the same time, in the same dungeon, Hikaru looked away. Then he turned his head to the other side. The system confirmed the appearance of monsters. He looked at the mud monsters in front of him, thinking that they had finally appeared. The boy brought his hand back with the card and used the tearing fangs of the wind. On the green card was an image of a wolf. A gray-purple wolf appeared in the dungeon, using the power of the wind to tear its enemies apart with sharp fangs. The boy waved his hand, commanding the beast to tear them apart. The mud faces had surprised expressions. Opening its mouth, the wolf rushed at them. The core fell to the ground. A new monster immediately formed around it. Looking at this in surprise, Hikaru exclaimed that the defeated monster had split. He frowned, thinking that it was expected that with a D-rank card, they would not be defeated so easily. The mud monster's mouth was open. Hikaru turned around as it reached out with its paw. A palm made of mud stretched forward. Gritting his teeth, the boy swung the card. A wolf appeared and closed its mouth on the monster. New monsters formed on the ground. The dissatisfied hero's eyes glowed purple. He thought that it was all useless. The images of the mud monsters turned green. He thought that he needed to find a solution. They would not die until he broke the core. The wolf jumped forward as the boy ordered to hit the cores. The wolf's teeth closed on the black round stone. The monster melted, leaving only a haze. The boy exclaimed that it worked. Hikaru stood surrounded by mud monsters with a wolf and thought that he came to this dungeon to meet Sarzawa, and therefore only used this D-rank card. 2 hours ago, he was sitting on the sofa of a Tokyo hotel with a newspaper. A notification appeared that an A-rank awakened was approaching. Holding the newspaper, the guy called out to Takasu. Sitting with his back to him, Takasu replied that he had to call him here, and if he called, the conversation could be recorded. Touching his chin, Hikaru said that Sarzawa's subordinate contacted him. He wanted to go to the dungeon where he called him. The guy with glasses turned his head and asked if he should send someone from supervision with him. Looking at the newspaper, the hero replied that no, he did not want to scare him off. Besides, he clearly had strong awakened allies. Looking away, Takasu asked if they were Clearwater employees, to which he heard no, he had never seen him in the company. He remembered the blonde guy he had met recently, and said that he was dressed in all gray and wore dark glasses. Remembering how the man had thrown him a sheet of paper, he said that he was definitely a skilled fighter. Leaning over, Takasu replied that he understood and would try to find out something. He advised not to use his swordsman card, and thought to himself that Sarzawa was somehow connected to other organizations. The guy with glasses remembered how he held the card, and said that if Sarzawa saw him using this card in the dungeon. Remembering how the guy had summoned a warrior, he said that he would definitely run away. Turning his head slightly, the hero replied that he was right, and Takasa asked if he should give him a weaker card. Touching his chin, Hikaru thoughtfully replied that it was fine and thought about which lower-ranked card to choose. Standing up, the boy said that he didn't know what kind of trap he would set for him there, but that he should remain vigilant. Turning around, he said that it wasn't quite right to ask him to do that, but he was asking for evidence so that they could arrest him. The hero's eyes glowed purple. He said that he could rely on him. Hikaru thought that he wanted to use the magic stone as bait and expose Sarzawa. Mud monsters surrounded the hero and his wolf. He thought that the fact that he wanted to meet in the dungeon indicated that he was being cautious. He couldn't let Sarzawa know that he had strong cards, so for now he should only use the weak one. The paw crushed the monster. Looking at the shining remains of the mud, Hikaru asked, were they all dealt with? The system reported that several awakened were approaching. There were indeed several people walking behind him, and the boy wondered if it was Sarzawa's group. The man crossed his arms and said that he had done well for an F rank. The system reported that an A rank awakened was approaching. Hikaru frowned, thinking that if it wasn't Sarzawa, then he was even stronger. His eyes widened in surprise. A bright glow appeared. The light surrounded the surprised hero. A notification appeared that a new ability had been obtained. He could now see the rank of high rank awakens. A pink haze surrounded the smiling man. The system window was blurry. Then, red information windows appeared next to the man, stating that he was an S rank, that he was observing, and that he had a dispersion gate card. The boy carefully looked at the rank designation. Gritting his teeth, Hikaru thought with displeasure that he knew it was an S rank, and that this was the card that Sarzawa had spoken of. He looked at the image of the card in the information window. The hero stood in front of the men. Sarzawa waved his hand and told the boy not to be scared. They were just awakened ones that he hired. The purple eye looked ahead attentively. Next to the blonde man with glasses, information appeared that his name was Tandu, rank A, and he was ready to fight. He realized that this was the awakened one of rank A. Looking at the system information of Kyungdo and Jin Young, the boy thought that these two were rank B. Then he noticed a card called Water Spear and thought that it was Terra's card. He gave his card to someone else. Looking at the serious men, he thought that it was definitely him who got rid of him. Sarzawa asked with a puzzled look, what did he want to say? Throwing up his hands, Hikaru asked if they saw that he was fighting, then why didn't they help? He could have died, and thought to himself that Sarzawa still thought that he was rank F. The man in the cloak stood in front of him and apologized with a laugh, saying that he had done it, so they would forget about it. The man glanced at the blonde and asked what he would say about Hikaru. The eyes behind the black glasses looked ahead attentively. Takanbu replied that although the dungeon was not the most difficult, he came alone. Impressive courage for an F rank. Covering his face with his fingers, the man replied that he used a D rank card. They would not have problems. Just in case, they should not let their guard down. Friend, there is someone else behind him. Turning to the side, Kyungdo whispered that there were no other awakened ones around. The man smirked, answering that he was being too cautious. A wolf stood next to the guy. He heard the question, are they starting negotiations? Hikaru spread his arms, exclaiming that he wanted to offer him help, didn't he? Sarzawa smiled, answering that of course. The men stood in front of him, saying that they would do everything to help their colleague, but he was suspected of killing Tera. One wrong move and they were criminals too. The hero's expression became puzzled. He thought that he was already a criminal. Looking forward, the man said that he wanted to believe him, but he would have to prove that he was not the killer. Movements, conditions. Hitting his chest with his fist, the guy said that it really wasn't him. The man said that he understood what he was feeling. Sarzawa touched his chin with his finger, asking if he had passed anything on to him. Maybe that was why the police suspected him. Hikaru pretended to be very surprised, exclaiming how he knew, and thought that he had taken the bait. Smiling, the man said that he thought so, then he really hadn't killed him. He presented a purple stone and asked if the wind had passed him a rare magic stone from the Tokyo airport. The shadow of his hair fell on the guy's face, who confirmed it. Sarzawa couldn't help but smile widely and thought that Hikaru really had it. He turned around and waved his hand and said that it was strange that someone had cleared out Tokyo airport. Why did Tera have a rare magic stone? Hikaru smiled, thinking that this was an expected question. The man standing in front of him heard that it was simple. Tera told him so. The hero thought to himself that of course he had made it all up. He imagined the guy handing over the stone and quoting that if he didn't give the magic stone to Sarzawa's boss, he would take all the credit. The hero imagined being handed the stone and being told to hold onto it until the time came. He imagined the guy canceling the boss and saying that he was tired of being an errand boy. Sarzawa gritted his teeth in anger. The system reported that his pride had been hurt. Takanba laughed into his fist, saying that his subordinates did not trust him. The man turned his gaze to him. The blonde adjusted his glasses and apologized. Sarzawa closed his eyes, and the system reported that he was suppressing his anger. He then pointed his finger, saying that they thought that he killed Taira and took his rare magic stone. Slapping his chest, the guy pretended to be sincere and shouted that it was only natural to suspect him. After all, he was a low rank, so he did not tell the police that he had the magic stone. The guy's shoulders trembled. He said that it was better not to handle the stone at all. Touching his chest with his palm, Hikaru exclaimed, could he secretly take it? He was asking for help. Sarzawa closed his eyes, crossing his arms, and the system reported the closing arguments. Hikaru looked ahead carefully, thinking that he would just pretend to be worried. After all, he needed the stone. Looking up, the man said that he understood that it was dangerous for him to carry a rare magic stone. Once he took it, he could put the investigation on the wrong track. If there was no more evidence on him, they would leave him alone. The man smiled wickedly. The system reported an evil meaning. He thought that his name would sound even louder. The smile became wider, because he was planning a deception, thinking that once he got the magic stone, he could get rid of Hikaru. The guy opened his eyes and exclaimed, he can believe him, and thought that he was clearly planning something bad. But this would only lead him into a trap. Sarzawa extended his hand, asking where the stone was. Hikaru looked down, saying he couldn't tell, he could just hand it over to the police once he got it, right? The brunette chuckled, saying how careful he was. The silhouette of the boy and the wolf was reflected in Takanbu's glasses. The hero said with a determined look that he wanted to set the exchange location himself and determine the date and time. The man agreed, saying that he should let him know the location later. He waved his hand, saying contentedly. Sarzawa, who had turned away, waved the others to follow Hikaru, thinking that it had turned out well. Kyungo turned around, looking at him. Takanbu looked to the side, telling him to attack Hikaru. Suddenly he was hiding his power, but the system said that he wanted to test him. The man smiled and agreed. Hikaru looked at them in surprise, thinking that they wanted to attack. They didn't believe him, but he couldn't resist. Kyungo extended his finger forward, ordering the archer to attack. Blue arrows flew forward. The hero turned around in surprise. The weapon dispersed the wolf's body. He exclaimed about his map. Takanbu opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that he could not react to Kyungo's attack. He was too cautious. The system reported that he let his guard down. The boy with purple eyes slyly thought that now he had relaxed, he needed one more step. Falling to his knees, he shouted, "What are they doing?" They wanted to help him. The man turned around to Takanbu, who said that he just decided to check that he was not hostile. Let him forget about it, the deal would be done. Turning around, he said that as long as he did not give the magic stone, he would keep an eye on him, let him not try to do anything. The four men headed towards the exit of the dungeon. Hikaru frowned, looking at them with satisfaction, and thought that Sarzawa could be fooled. But this Takanbu was unlikely. He couldn't find out about Takasa and the others. The men were leaving the dungeon. Jin Young, who was walking behind him, turned to Sarzawa. He was standing next to Kyungo and asked if Hikaru had the stone in his hands, then wouldn't it be better to finish him off here and now? Sarzawa turned around with a smile and said that it was immediately obvious that he was an ex-convict. He waved his hand and said that for Hikaru this stone was his trump card. He was probably prepared for the fact that he might not return here, and the stone was now in the hands of third parties. They needed to first get what they needed, then kill him. The men winced. Takanbu approached him and told him to stop tormenting his subordinates. The man with glasses raised a finger, saying that the most important thing for them now is to get the rare magic stone. Until they are sure that they have the right stone in their hands, they will avoid violence until he gives it to them. Let them not do anything bad. Looking at him, the subordinates agreed. The two walked through the dungeon. The blonde gritted his teeth, irritated, saying that Sarzawa says what he wants and is not afraid of the consequences. It is annoying. He looked at the blue card in his hand, saying that there is also the water spear that he got from Taira. He cannot show it in front of Hikaru, and he was nervous because of this. Turning around, the guy said that he had enough, and Kyungo asked where he was going. Was he going to listen to orders? Holding the card, Jin Young turned around and said that in the reverse dungeon he needs to let off steam. He will kill some unlucky awakened. Exhaling, the man said that he was back to his old ways, but he should not get caught too much. The younger one smiled slyly. Clouds floated in the sky above the Tokyo government building. Hikaru entered the room and thought that there was a secret passage to the room where the awakened were supervised. He put his palm on a special panel on the wall, thinking that they usually hid informants, potential victims, or suspects whose guilt had not yet been proven. Thanks to Takasu, he should have been given a room. The guy with glasses turned around, exclaiming that he was safe. Pointing his hand into the room, the investigator asked if he was followed, to which the hero replied that he could not worry. Hikaru's eyes glowed purple. He thought that he carefully checked everything with his ability before coming here. At least for now they decided not to follow him. He remembered Takanbu's words and thought that most likely they were just a bluff. The guy with glasses looked at him, asking excitedly how it went. Looking back, Hikaru explained that as he thought, Sarzawa had an S-rank gate card. He presented a card with a picture of a key, saying that it was called Dispersal. Takasu frowned in displeasure, saying that he really stole their card, and thought that it was strange. He did not tell Hikaru the name of the card, but that was not important now. Looking forward, the hero stated that Sarzawa definitely killed Yuriko's little brother. The guy with glasses touched his chin, saying that it was not enough to arrest him. He looked at the other guy and asked if he could catch him red-handed, and the other guy asked how? Imagining the man among the money, he explained that Sarzawa felt completely safe. He presented scenes from the past, saying that he had killed Yuriko's little brother and Taira with it before. Hikaru opened his mouth in shock, saying that when he got the magic stone from him, he would most likely try to get rid of it. Putting his hand on his hip, Takasu said that it was possible. There were always many around him. They were naturally deaths, missing persons, but they could never grab his tail. But if they were around when he attacked him. Looking forward, the girl asked, "Is it okay to expose him to such danger?" Looking at her, Hikaru answered that she should not worry. By the way, he would need to choose which dungeon the exchange would take place in. He would need to find a suitable one. Inazaki nodded when she heard the request to select suitable dungeons. The boys looked at each other when they heard that the identity of the awakened that Sarzawa hired was interesting. Introducing Takanbu and his data, he asked if he was not alone, and heard that besides him, there were two more in gray coats. The hero introduced the two blonde men and said that their names were Takanbu, Kyungo, and Jin Young. Inazaki looked down thoughtfully, exclaiming in understanding. She held out a screen with photos of the people mentioned and asked if he recognized these faces. The photo indeed showed Takanbu without glasses. Next was a serious Jin Young, and an equally serious Kyungo. The hero replied that it was them. The heroes turned back, hearing the question of who they were. Looking forward, the investigator said that the three were awakened former criminals. Some awakened people become criminals after receiving their powers. He introduced a group of men with masks on their faces and said that the Department for the Supervision of Awakened People is responsible for combating such crimes. He introduced people in orange suits, prisoners, and said that awakened people who committed serious crimes were brought in several years ago. A car with flashing lights drove down the road. Her wheel spun, sending out sparks. Suddenly, the car in front of her exploded. The fire was burning brightly. He dragged that during transportation, a tanker truck lost control and crashed into a car with awakened, subsequently exploding. When the ambulance arrived, it was announced that no one survived. Thick black smoke rose from the fire on the bridge. The government hushed up this incident, so little is known about it. Takanbu, who was standing behind, looked around. Awakened people were recently spotted who were supposed to die there. Someone deliberately staged this accident. Looking ahead, Takasu said that most likely they joined forces and are now working for some organization. Looking at him, Hikaru asked who these criminals were, and thought that it meant that Sarzawa was connected to such a dark organization. Next to the photo of Kyungo, it was written that he was a former security officer of the Enterprise, committed an armed robbery and killed 3 senior colleagues. Next to Jin Young's photo, it was written that he was a former awakened member of the self-defense forces. After voluntarily retiring, he carried out attacks, killed other awakened members in dungeons. He had at least 5 murders on his hands, and was sentenced to death. Next to Takanbu's photo, it was written that he was a criminal wanted by several countries for terrorist acts aimed at overthrowing the government, sentenced to life imprisonment, and that all 3 were Rio bandits. Hikaru turned his head and said that they were really hardened criminals and were cooperating with Sarzawa. The guy with glasses looked to the side and said that when he went to meet Sarzawa, it would be very dangerous. Let Inazaki carefully select the necessary dungeon, and he would accompany him. Hikaru pursed his lips in displeasure, thinking that it seemed that outwitting Sarzawa would not be so easy. The tall building of the headquarters was illuminated by the sun. Everyone gathered around the TV, hearing that there were new details in the case of the recently deceased awakened rank Taira, and among the colleagues, a question was heard about what was going on, and did he really kill Taira there? Naguri passed by them, hearing the wishes of good morning. His attention was drawn to 2 men. Then they remembered how Naguri beat Hikaru, saying that he and Taira bullied him, and also that Hirayama did the same. When he fell to the ground, and the interlocutors decided that he definitely hated them. Now Naguri clenched his teeth, but thinking about how his colleagues would not shut up, and could he really be the next victim? Hirayama appeared behind him, saying that he looked strange. The girl opened her mouth in alarm, hearing that Taira was dead, and it was definitely not a suicide, and Hikaru was the suspect. Introducing the hero with a knife in his hand, the man added that he had not yet been arrested, which meant that he could attack them next. Naguri rushed forward, saying that he urgently needed to take a vacation, but the interlocutor told him that it was unfair and that she needed one too. Hirayama ran in tears, hearing demands that she not do this. He replied that he should shut up and that she would do whatever she wanted. Someone's finger pressed a key. Yuriko looked at Miko lying on the table. Compassion was visible on her face. She thought that she understood her, because she had experienced the death of Nakamura, and now Taira, and although Hikaru was treated like a criminal, she still could not tell her the truth. Then she threw it aside. The block insisted on a satisfied man, and she was scared when she saw Takasa in front of her, who asked if Sarzawa really had the card. She replied that Hikaru confirmed it. Appeared, how can a man smile so much blood? Frowning, Takasa told her that they wanted to risk Sarzawa at his meeting place with Hikaru, and demanded to know what Sarzawa was planning. Pressing her hand to her chest, Yuriko replied that she could be relied upon. Sarzawa turned around, hearing that Yuriko would leave the documents here, and thanked her. The girl looked at him in confusion, asking if something good had happened. When he smiled widely, he returned, answering that he would soon get what he was striving for. Confidently looking at the girl, he told her that she would also be happy about it, and Yuriko clarified what he was talking about. Narrowing his eyes, the interlocutor replied that he could not say yet, but she would soon see everything for herself. Looking at him intently, she thought that he was too cheerful even though his subordinate had died, and it seemed like he really was the one behind all of this. There was a spider web hanging from the ceiling. This was a D-rank dungeon that was once the headquarters of an advertising agency. Hikaru was standing with the other men. They were currently in the dungeon that would be the meeting place, and in order to not make Sarzawa suspect anything, they usually hid the dungeon. Looking at the spider web above his head, Hikaru also thought about not being seen. He had to disguise himself like this. The system notified that monsters were approaching. The others turned around after hearing the warning to prepare. That's how the spiders appeared. One of them opened its mouth wide, and a description appeared next to it. Frowning, Inazaki said that they were on the ones in front, and the rest should cover the flanks. Behind him, a silhouette of a man appeared while using a whirlwind axe. Bright flashes were visible everywhere, and spiders were being cut into pieces. The girl looked at their burning corpses. Taking the card in her hands, she told her comrade that the monsters ahead were retreating, and asked how they were doing. After cleaning up, the man replied that there were no spiders left here. Hikaru approached her, said that they acted as a real team, and used their cards skillfully. Then the girl imagined the use of the Azure Samurai, and answered separately that their cards could not even compare with his. Both looked at each other in confusion when Inazaki asked how he got this card and whether it was S rank, to which the guy replied that it was not. A warning window appeared about the detection of a battle between awakened. Hikaru looked to the side tensely. Some sounds were heard from the darkness of the cave. He rushed there, saying that someone was attacked there, and they needed to hurry. There were many cobwebs on the ceiling. There were unconscious people on the ground. Here, boy, was the silhouette of the blue warrior when using the water spear. The streams of water knocked people off their feet. He clenched his fist in satisfaction, saying that there was nothing better than the screams of the awakened. Trembling, his boyfriend held his hand out in front of him, asking what they did to him. Standing over him, he replied that he just wanted to kill them. Suddenly, there was a bright flash. Someone picked up the unfortunate man in his arms. Then the attacker frowned, surprised by another awakened man, and demanded not to interfere with him. Holding the guy in his arms, the hero asked him if he was okay, and he replied that he was. Then he looked at the blonde and saw his informant, who was asking who Hikaru was and why he saved that guy. The hero sat next to the saved one, thinking that he must not be recognized. The blonde took the card in his hands, said that he didn't care who he was, and that they would die here together. Covering his face with the hood, Hikaru thought that if he dodged, he would still hit the others. Someone called for Tanaka to stop. Inazaki took him aside, saying that his opponent would be them. The hero looked at her in surprise. Looking at him intently, the girl said that Tanaka staged an accident, escaped, and now he is a criminal sentenced to death. She remembered his photo in his personal file. Then she showed that they were inspectors from the Supervision of Awakened Ones, and under Article 3, the Law on Supervision of Awakened Ones, for using skills to harm people, as well as for escaping and attempting to kill other Awakened Ones, he will be arrested on the spot. Swinging the card, Tanaka answered her that he never liked lawmen, because they cause a lot of trouble. A silhouette of a man appeared behind him while using a water spear. Inazaki was surrounded by a green glow while using a wind axe. A wave rushed forward. The water came into contact with the green wave. The girl's mouth opened in surprise, realizing that the enemy had raised a wall to block her attack. He also looked shocked, thinking that Tanaka was using a water spear better than Taira, and it seemed that this was not the first time he had fought with people from the government. They all had one habit, and that was to immediately attack with all their strength, but they were open when using such attacks. Inazaki held the card near her face, thinking that she would not have time to attack again. He was approaching them while using a water spear, and the stream washed away the agents. Hikaru turned around, shouting Inazaki's name. A loud sound was heard. The girl and her comrades were lying on the floor. She raised her head, trembling. A bomb had just appeared in his hand, and he noted that, as he thought, the inspectors couldn't be killed that easily, so he decided to use it. Then he threw it and told her to catch it. The bomb was spinning in flight. The system notified about the activation of a military thread bomb. Turning around, Hikaru shouted for Inazaki to run. But the bomb detonated. Bright beams pierced the agents. Blood was visible where they hit. Tanaka looked at what was happening with a smile, saying that they were like insects in a web, and asked if they knew who was living in the dungeon. Inasaki and her comrade were unable to move, saying that the threads could not be torn apart. Smiling ominously, Tanaka said that it was a military polymer, and that it was impossible to escape from it without damaging your body. His attention was drawn to Hikaru. The guy looked at him sternly. Inasaki frowned when the opponent told her that the inspectors would not be able to help and asked what she would do, but the girl shouted for Hikaru to run away from here. Tanaka looked shocked when he heard the hero's name and asked if he was the one. Inasaki was shocked. She remembered Nakamura's face, hearing the words that everything was fine. And then she remembered the bright flash, also hearing that she would not kill anyone again. Now Hikaru opened his mouth wide, shouted that he would not let anyone die in front of him again. Then Tanaka looked at the guy with a smile, asking what he could do since he only knew how to use a D-rank card. The man stretched out his hand, saying that everyone would like his attack and they would be delighted. Hikaru looked at him carefully. The card in his hand began to glow brightly as he used the Nimbus Gate. He then stabbed Tanaka in the back. Clearing his throat, he asked what he did, thinking that he had never seen such skills. Hikaru managed to break the strings. Surrounded by the bright, he asked the girl if she could move. The blonde did not understand when he had time. Frowning slightly, Inasaki replied that everything was fine, and also wondered what kind of skill it was. After all, it was not his samurai. At this moment, Tanaka pointed at the recently saved guy, saying that then he would kill him first. He covered himself with his hand in fear. Spreading his fingers, he was about to use a water spear. But above Hikaru, a warrior's silhouette appeared while using an azure samurai. The girl and the inspector opened their mouths in shock, seeing him use several cards. A bright light appeared in front of the summoned warrior as the boy told him to release the thunder from its sheath and use a strike with godly speed. Despite this, Tanaka only said that it was too fast. A moment later, his silhouette disappeared into the bright light. The others closed their eyes because of this light. Hikaru clenched his fist, thinking that he did not want to hesitate anymore and would protect the weak. Sarzawa, surrounded by girls, sat in the center of Tokyo inside a luxurious salon. He opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly. The phone in Takanbu's pocket made a sound. He stood up and Sarzawa asked what was wrong, and Takanbu replied that he should ignore it. However, looking at the phone screen, he was surprised that Tanaka's signal had disappeared. Seeing the locator on the screen, he thought that perhaps the sensor was broken or he had overdosed on the drug. Gritting his teeth, he came to the conclusion that he had been murdered and an urgent investigation was needed. Sarzawa looked at him, hearing that something had appeared and that he needed to go. As he was putting on his coat, his companion asked if the woman had called him. The people behind him bowed to him as he thought about Tanaka being killed by another awakened, and what could have happened there. Inasaki and her companion stood with their mouths open at the same time in the dungeon. They saw Hikaru surrounded by light, marveling at its power and how it was even able to damage the dungeon. The hero silently lowered his eyes. Then he looked at the inspectors, thinking that he had managed to protect them. He saw the injured man, and also noted that there were a lot of them. The card in his hand began to glow brightly. Hikaru moved his hand to the side, using an angelic call. The small angels were holding syringes in their hands. One of the inspectors looked at his shoulder. The other looked at his hand, saying that all of his wounds had healed. Inasaki was surrounded by a bright light. The girl looked at Hikaru in confusion, wondering that this was also his skill, and who was he? The hero turned around when she addressed him. But he soon turned away, hearing the question of what was wrong. They saw a mark on the ground, and she realized that the guy was worried about what happened. Gritting his teeth, Hikaru replied that he had to kill him, and he also regretted that he could not protect them in another way. Inasaki spread her hands, surprised by his words, because he saved everyone. Lowering her head, the girl added that Tanaka's case file said that he killed dozens of people just to satisfy his sick desires, and if it were not for him, they would all have become his victims. The light fell on her face with the words that Hikaru did not commit anything criminal, and everyone who was here will testify to his innocence. Then the hero looked at the interlocutor. Someone's footsteps were heard, most likely his comrade, who was now stirring after Tanaka's death. The other inspector stood next to her when she said that they needed to contact Sarzawa urgently, and they would also accompany Hikaru, thinking about stopping the man, and she had no time to doubt. Hikaru nodded, saying that there was a risk that they would change their minds and could cancel the meeting in the dungeon if they did not hurry. Inasaki followed him when he said that they needed to leave before Sarzawa realized that Tanaka was dead. So together with her, they led the injured awakened out of the dungeon. Takasu, well, something looking at the monitor. I did not forge the records in the dungeon in the supervision of the awakened. Sarzawa held the phone to his ear when he was contacted about the place of negotiations, and they had to wait. Takasu looked at Hikaru seriously, asking about him going to give the stone to him alone, and if the plan didn't work, then they would have to look for others in the river to get Sarzawa. Also looking at his interlocutor seriously, He answered that it wouldn't be a problem, since the man always did something illegal. Smiling, closing his eyes, Takasa agreed. He folded his arms, noting that if Sarzawa used his card, they wouldn't be able to fight, and its range was about 10 m. He presented several cards, saying that within that range, the effects of all cards would be disabled, and it was no surprise since he had an S-rank card, and so they would take a position 20 m away to provide support. Looking especially at Hikaru, the man added that they needed to be careful, since he was in the greatest danger. Blushing, Inasaki shouted that he would be fine. Then the colleague looked at her, asking what was wrong with her, and she answered that everything was fine. Hikaru patted the interlocutor on the back, told him not to worry about him, because the main thing was Sarzawa. Clenching his fist, he replied that everyone was counting on him. Hikaru, also with yellow nail polish, said that he could handle it. Inasaki turned around when he addressed her. Coming closer, the guy asked if she told Takasu about his abilities. Yuguro answered that she did not say that he can use several cards. The hero looked at her with displeasure, hearing that he can also kill an opponent with one blow, and that the girl did not tell him all this. Putting her hand on her chest, she added that if she told this, then as a supervision inspector, he will have to arrange an interrogation, like her. A little embarrassed, Inasaki put her hand on his hand, said that Hikaru does not use his powers for personal gain, and also saved her life. Smiling kindly, she added that she would rather watch him do good with these powers, and not sit under interrogation. Then the hero put his hands on his belt, answering that when they catch Sarzawa, Takasu will still find out, he will have to go through all these unpleasant procedures, to which the girl replied that she will definitely think of something. Hikaru smiled at her, saying that he relies on her. 2 people stood inside the dungeon. Kyungo looked at his hand when Takanba said that this was the dungeon where Tanaka disappeared, but he did not think that Hikaru would choose it as a place for negotiations, to which his colleague clarified, "Is it a coincidence?" Looking towards Takanbu, he only thought that Tanaka disappeared somewhere here. He saw the trace left on the ground, reasoning that they found traces of a battle and fresh traces of blood. Pursing his lips, Kubo also thought. He came to the conclusion that Tanaka was killed here after all, and there can be no doubt about it, and could Hikaru have something to do with it? They went down to the trace left on the ground, and Kyungo said that it was possible that it was a powerful tax, but Takanbu replied that one skill could not leave such a trace. Looking around, he was sure that it was also an attack. The man stood in a ravine, saying that about 10 awakened at once could do this, and knowing Tanaka, he would not get involved with an opponent stronger. Kyungo looked at the interlocutor, asking about the attack of an entire squad from some company, and who is Sarzawa's competitor. The man then presented the logos of various companies, answering that it could have been them, or it could have been the inspectors from the supervision, since competitors would not attack in order not to lose the opportunity to take the rare magic stone. Kyungo looked at him in surprise when he said that it was probably the people from the supervision, and that it was impossible to deny the possibility that Hikaru was working with the inspectors. Some kind of glow appeared on the ground. The man noticed debris at his feet. He lowered his head, realizing that these were fragments of the bomb that Tanaka liked to use, and perhaps he used it here. His comrade pointed to the side, saying that there were also fragments. Seeing the used bomb, Takanba came to the conclusion that Tanaka used it. Hikaru held the stone in his hand, thinking that the day had come when he must hand it over to Sarzawa. While imagining the layout of the people, he thought that he would negotiate with him, and Takasa and his people would split into 3 groups and block the exit from the dungeon. Now Takasa brought his hand to the earpiece and, calling the call sign Alpha, asked about the situation. The guy standing behind his colleagues replied that Bravo team had taken up position. On the other hand, the guy who had picked up a gun reported that Charlie team was also in position. Then Takasu, frowning, said that they had blocked all the exits, and now all that remained was to wait for Hikaru and Sarzawa to meet. The man walked surrounded by his assistants. His face was extremely serious. Looking behind them, Inasaki reported that the target had entered the dungeon, and 4 people with him. Visibly nervous, Takasa ordered everyone to be on alert. The man saw Hikaru in front of him. He looked at the guy with a smile, asking if he had been waiting long enough. Hikaru frowned, thinking that the number of guards had increased. Information windows appeared next to the people, but the guy noticed that Takanba was not among them. Sarzawa, making a serious face, demanded to see the rare stone. The hero agreed and showed it. The man looked at the bright stone with delight, saying that it was the same one from the airport. Then he took it in his hand, noticing the necessary glow and magical power, thinking that with it he would regain his former power and be even stronger than ever. Hikaru looked at Sarzawa, hearing that the deal was finished. Smiling evilly, he added that the guy was no longer needed, and he would die here. An information message appeared with the aim of killing Hikaru. The confused guy just opened his mouth, thinking that although he expected this, it was still fast. Sarzawa handed the stone to his assistant, and when asked what it meant, he only replied that the hero had heard him correctly. Frowning, Sarzawa asked him about how he had brought the inspectors here himself. Hikaru and Takasu were shocked. The man with glasses brought his hand to the earpiece, thinking that their location had been exposed, and ordered everyone to support Hikaru with all their might. The inspectors took up their weapons. The other two rushed forward, using abilities. Sarzawa looked at this with a crazy smile. He took the card in his hands, using dehydration. The golden card began to glow brightly. A silhouette of a monster appeared behind him. He looked absolutely shocked, thinking that this was Sarzawa's skill. Lightning was spreading from the dark silhouette. The weapon of the inspector's summoned creature was breaking. The rifle in the girl's hands was also falling apart. Shocked, Takasu opened his mouth, only repeating that the range was 10 and thought that Sarzawa was hiding his true abilities. Takanbu appeared next to him, saying that he was sorry. Frowning, Takasu turned to him. The man pressed the button. Bright flashes appeared behind him. Loud sounds were heard along with the flash. Traces of blood appeared. The threads hit the inspectors. This was the weapon that Inasaki wrote about in the report, so they fell into a trap. The system notified that explosions of 7 military thread bombs were detected at 20 The explosions sounded behind Hikaru. He was about to look back, thinking about what happened and whether Takasa and his people were alive. Inasaki raised her hand to the microphone, asking the Alpha team what happened. Frowning, she also asked the Bravo team and Charlie. The girl looked away, not understanding what was happening. Smoke rose from the floor. It seemed like the smoke filled the entire dungeon. The inspectors were frozen on strings. Hikaru saw dark silhouettes in front of him, thinking about the explosion. Gritting his teeth, he also thought about what happened to the inspectors. An information window appeared in front of him, and the guy was surprised that he could not get out. Soon, several more windows appeared, and then the hero realized that they were all trapped. The system notified that an awakened A rank was detected approaching. Takanbu dragged Takasa by the leg. Then he threw him to the side. The man fell to the ground. Smiling ominously, Sarzawa said that Hikaru's friends were finished. Seeing the people frozen on strings, he added that only the strongest can survive in this world. Holding a card in his hands, he said that he became a true winner when he received disarmament. Looking down at Takasu, he asked if he was telling the truth. He raised his head, repeating Sarzawa's name. Hikaru leaned towards him as their enemy spoke about how he knew that they would both get together. Smiling ominously, Sarzawa asked about the feeling of losing the chance to take revenge on the enemy. Takasu, gritting his teeth, asked him again if he was guilty of the old incident. A silhouette of a man was visible behind Sarzawa. He said that he was very grateful to his interlocutors for what happened in the dungeon 8 years ago. Remembering how they were comrades back then, he said that they found this map for him. The golden map with the silhouette of a key was shining brightly. Hikaru held it in his hand, saying that it was for everyone, because they were together. The map emitted a bright light. Later, Takasu was lying among the ruins. Still with an ominous smile, Sarzawa said that in the end, it served only him. He raised his hand to his face, admitting that he had to kill several people with that explosion to steal the card. But raising his finger, he added that in order for all this not to be in vain, he would rise to the top, and it would be some kind of service. Frowning, he also said that he would make a precious sacrifice, he would rise to the top of this world, and it was a wonderful story. Hikaru and Takasu looked at him with hostility. The hero thought that this man had absolutely no sense of tact and justice, and his comrade asked how many people Sarzawa killed. Taking his hand to the side, the man replied that he did not know, because he was quite forgetful. Then Takasu pulled out a knife. But his opponent raised the card again, using destruction. The knife immediately fell apart. The system notified about the detection of an approaching awakened Class A. Hikaru turned around behind him. There he saw Inasaki with a gun. Sarzawa looked at her in confusion. But Takanbu covered the man and said that someone else was hiding here. A force appeared behind him. It was the Dark Warrior when using the dark blade of the assassin. The girl clenched her teeth. Wounded, she fell to the ground. Her gun was also destroyed. Hikaru rushed towards Takasu. The people behind Takanbu took out cards when he said that there was a possibility that there was still an ambush and ordered to protect Sarzawa. The cards began to glow brightly with the order to surround Hikaru and the others. Archers appeared next to Sarzawa. Takasu looked at Inasaki, who said that she was sorry, and told her that everything was fine, and it was his own fault. A satisfied Sarzawa told them that they almost succeeded. He raised his golden card again, saying that within the radius of the skill, any weapon would fall apart if he did not give permission, and also that he had been practicing using this card for the past 8 years, and its ability and range were now different. Takasu frowned, hearing that if he thought he could defeat him, he wasted his efforts. Hikaru took out a card with a wolf image. Raising his fist to his mouth, Sarzawa said that he was sure that this card summoned a wolf monster. He pointed at it, saying that destruction did not affect skills that did not use weapons, and did the guy really want to try himself with his terrible skills? The 3 people looked at the hero, asking what he would do. But Hikaru released the card from his hand. Sarzawa looked at him in confusion, asking, was he really ready to die? Hikaru's eyes began to glow brightly. Pulling his hand back, he turned to Sarzawa. Remembering Nakamura's face and the bright flash, he said that the man was the one who caused the death of the guy and his friends in the Tokyo airport dungeon. The hero remembered Teira's face, saying that he killed him. He also remembered his and Takasu's faces and the bright light in front of him, saying that Sarzawa also stole the card and did all this for the sake of fulfilling his selfish desires. The man looked at him strangely, and replied that the guy does not understand anything, because those who have power use those who do not have power. He pointed at Takanbu, adding that he did not always act himself, and he did a lot, and also if the guy wants to hate someone, then let him direct his anger at the Takanbu organization, which will do everything for money. Takanbu looked at Kyungo with a smile, and quietly said that Sarzawa seriously thinks that it is not his fault. For some reason the man is their client. The man folded his arms in displeasure and said that in this world, only the winners get a chance to prove themselves, and the loser's turn will never come. Hikaru then took out a device from his pocket. Sarzawa looked at him questioningly. Holding the recorder in his hand, Hikaru told him that he recorded the entire confession, and now it was over. Takasu and Inazaki looked at him in surprise. The two men nearby were laughing. The man pointed at him, asking how Hikaru was going to get this out since they were all going to die. Looking angry, the hero demanded that Sarzawa shut up, remembering his words about how only the strongest survived in this world. A bright aura began to surround Hikaru, saying that it was time for him to make a move. Frowning, Takasu added that even if they were killed, there would be evidence left, and also if something happened to them, the supervision committee would send a special squad. But calmly looking at him, the man called it a lie, noted that their boss would never give permission for such an investigation, specifying that it was his own initiative. Gritting his teeth, Takasu only cursed. Clenching his fist, Sarzawa said that they would not leave any evidence of the murder, and that he thought of a great scenario in which the pursuit of the suspect in the murder of Teira infiltrates the research supervision agency into the dungeon. All three looked at him, hearing that Hikaru resisted, and many researchers were injured, and then the guy and the investigator were exhausted. The system notified about the approach of the monster. The hero looked to the side. The table turned around and said that then the boss appears in the dungeon and kills everyone. The paw hit the ground. A giant spider appeared in front of them. Opening its mouth, it made a loud sound. Looking at them, the man asked why the negotiations were held here, explaining that if someone died in the dungeon, there would be no questions. Takasu heard that the subordinates could not move, and everything was bad. Takanba looked at Hikaru. Then a small pill appeared in his hand, and he told Kyung to also take the battle medicine, and when asked if it was necessary, he replied that no one with enough strength to defeat Tanaka had appeared yet, and they were professionals, they should be prepared for any surprises. Taking the medicine, he also noticed that Hikaru was not at all surprised by the appearance of the boss, and did not understand what the guy was trying to achieve, because he did not even have cards. The monster headed towards the hero. In his hand was a card, and he used the gate. A bright light appeared in front of him. The stream of water began to swirl. The warrior with blue eyes pulled the sword aside. Then he pointed it forward. The spider was cut into two, so it completely fell apart. Covering his face with his hand, the man noted the strong power coming from the card, and Kyungo was surprised that the dungeon boss was killed in one blow. Showing his golden card, Sarzawa said that all this is useless, and used disarm. The blade began to fall apart, and the system notified that the Azure Samurai's weapon was destroyed. Then, satisfied, he pointed at the guy, noting that no matter how powerful the card was, it would not work on him. Inazaki looked confused and said that she could not believe that even this card would not work. Raising his fist to his mouth, Sarzawa still noted that this surprised him, and asked where Hikaru got such a card, because he would not refuse it. Looking at the card, the hero reminded again that it was his turn. The two men opened their mouths in surprise and, seeing the second card, said that it was impossible. Sarzawa raised the card again, noted that the guy was wasting them, and used disarm. Then Hikaru raised the card up, using a black two-headed dragon. The card began to glow brightly. The silhouette of the dragon rose above the guy. A bright flash appeared. After it, a dragon with two heads appeared. The three men were shocked, not understanding how Hikaru summoned it. But Sarzawa calmly smiled, saying that it was a waste of cards, and it did not matter which card the guy used. And a bright beam flew out to save the beast. It knocked the card out of the man's hands. Blood began to flow from the place of the lost hand. The man grabbed his crippled hand. Lightning surrounded the dragon, and Hikaru said that he did not have a weapon that could be destroyed. Then Sarzawa looked at the people behind him, demanding to do something. The archers fired a volley, using hidden arrows of darkness. The arrow pierced the barrier. The dragon was protected by the shield from the dark arrows. Kyungo gritted his teeth when his partner said that it was not working. Opening his mouth wide, Sarzawa again demanded to do something and kill Hikaru. Many arrows were fired forward. The hero quickly moved to avoid them. Frowning, Kyungo noted this, saying that he was fast. The silhouette of a huge warrior appeared behind Takanbu when he used the dark blade of the assassin. A loud impact sound was heard. Hikaru stood unharmed. Takanbu looked on in shock, surprised that he did not hit. Even though he used combat drugs, he cannot win with his reaction speed. The dragons' heads opened their mouths when he used the Hellfire Flash Grenade. Flashes were seen everywhere. The archers behind the men were flying apart. That his turn would never come again. Sweat was pouring down the man's face. A bright light appeared from the dragons' mouths as the photon cannon was used. A bright flash appeared. Only the silhouettes of people were visible in the cloud. After which a powerful explosion sounded. Takasu and Inasaki watched in shock. The system notified that the dungeon had been liberated and would be restored to its original state in 300 seconds. Holding the map in his hand, Hikaru said that it was over. The three stood in front of the bright light. Afterwards, their silhouettes were visible in it. The TV showed a presenter who was saying that the Agency for Monitoring Awakened People had just reported that an A-rank awakened person had been murdered and the head of the Sarzawa company was wanted as a suspect, and the inspector and his team were conducting an arrest, during which a fight broke out in which Sarzawa and others were killed. The news that the manager of the company's head office had been killed was also shown on the screen, and loud headlines were seen everywhere. Among them it was said that government officials wanted to cover up the incident. Thus, the results of the house search revealed the truth about various incidents. Many people were heading for the exit, and it was said that it also became clear what kind of influence this had on the world and politics. Many reporters gathered near the car, and it was noted that with the death of the suspect Sarzawa, all the cases he was involved in were closed. The room was illuminated by the rays of the sun. Hikaru turned to Takasu, who said that they had done everything they could to not let too much slip through the media. He responded that he was grateful, clarifying that they had managed to keep his secret. Inasaki, who was standing behind him, eagerly agreed that even if they knew about the hero's skills, they would think that they had gone crazy. Takasu looked at the table, said that he had still managed to avenge his people, whom Sarzawa had killed. Next to the photo was a gold card, and he remembered Yuriko's younger brother, noting that he had come all this way for revenge, and now he had no more regrets. Inasaki looked at the chief in surprise, who said that he was thinking about leaving his position as an inspector. Looking at him, the hero said that it was his right. But pointing his finger at himself, he asked him about whether it was worth leaving a suspicious person like him unattended. The boy recalled the dragons behind him, saying that only one person had dealt with a group of elite awakened using S-rank cards. At that moment, a loud explosion was heard. After that, he introduced the defeated boss in the dungeon. Frowning, he also asked about how the Supervision Bureau would leave such a dangerous person alone, and they didn't need someone who was a competent leader? The two looked at him in amazement. Then Takasu smiled. He pointed at the boy, saying that he knew about his sentimentality, but this time he would do what the hero wanted. But if he broke the law, they would deal with him without mercy. Turning away, Hikaru replied that he really hoped so. Frowning, he walked forward, thinking that the incident caused by Sarzawa was resolved, and although the whole story of Takanbu and his criminal organization remains unsolved, he was still alive. Clenching his fist, he also decided that he would never let anyone die in front of his eyes again, and with this ability, he could protect the weak. Sighing, he also thought about how he had been oppressed as a loser for a long time, and from this moment on, his full life would begin. Taking the card in his hands, he realized that now his turn would never end. A notification appeared on the screen that it was top secret and from Inspector Inasaki's report on Director Sarzawa. His photo appeared on the screen. It was said that among the crimes solved were violation of the laws on the control of awakened skills, robbery, murder, instigation of murder, and bribery on an especially large scale. Hikaru remembered himself and Takasu, who were scared, and how he stood in front of the bright light, reasoning that even though the suspect was already dead, evidence was still found, and the case was transferred to the prosecutor's office. He introduced Sarzawa against the backdrop of money and a house, noting that a raid on the company's office revealed that he had been embezzling company resources for his own advancement within and had given bribes, including for supervision of the awakened. Clouds gathered over the building with thoughts that as a result of all this, the government temporarily suspended the company's operations. The stock fell by 30%. Lightning appeared between people, so with the fall of the industry leader, other companies will expand their influence in the market. Sarzawa entered into a dialogue with Kyungo and Takanbu, although it is currently unknown what criminal organizations he was associated with. Takanbu took a card in his hand, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Kyungo walked next to Tanaka, the former was also unknown, and the latter was dead. Later, Takanbu followed the rest of the people in suits, and there is a suspicion that a large organization of former awakened prisoners is involved, which may still include many unknown people, as well as a joint investigation with the organized crime department. It was also said that at the moment, Hikaru is known as a former member of Clean Water, who made a great contribution to solving this case. An image of the hero appeared on the screen with his characteristics and the composition of his family, which included his mother and older sister. After that, a huge monster was shown, saying that he killed his father, so the guy comes from a family that suffered from the dungeons, as a result of which he lived a difficult life from an early age. The guy stretched his hand to the bright table, so full of determination, he passed the test for the abilities of an awakened, and despite the fact that he scored less, he became a qualified awakened rank F. A map was visible under his hand. Later, the boy carried boxes, because his ranking was the lowest, and for some time she did not hire him. He continued to earn a living by doing odd jobs. He even had to wash the floors. Hikaru happily held an invitation in his hand, having received it from Clean Water, the largest company in the industry. Inasaki looked ahead, saying that it was then that the elite awakened were in a critical situation, and they needed a low-ranking awakened. Frowning, Takasa noted that any experienced employee would have realized that something was wrong here. Looking at the tablet, the girl decided to continue. Hikaru stood with a backpack on his back, because then he did not achieve the desired result, and he took part in the conquest of a certain D-rank dungeon. The guy falls into a trap, becoming bait for the dungeon boss, wandering between life and death. Hikaru was badly injured, and escaping from the dungeon boss, he discovered a mysterious place. A bright crystal appeared in front of him. Hikaru himself said that in the space in which he escaped, an unknown entity endowed him with unusual abilities. The stone emitted a bright glow, and they still do not understand what kind of space it was. The hero's hand reached out to him. Hikaru immediately covered his head with his hands, then receiving the power of thousands of cards. Looking around, the guy thought about the creature that called him the Chosen One. So he received two main abilities. Many cards appeared in front of Hikaru, and now he can call them without restrictions. Several cards were placed on top of each other, and it was noted that he had 43 support cards, 8 healing cards, about 115 types of damage, and it was confirmed that the skills were far superior to the known effects of rank A. The boy's eyes were shining brightly when using the abilities to visualize the surrounding event. Hikaru stood with a dragon behind his back, because after receiving these abilities, he defeated the dungeon boss and decided to leave the company that trapped him. Tera sat on the floor in confusion, hearing that the hero did not care about his life. He lowered his head and said that he was only leaving this company. Turning away, he added that he would not tell anyone that he was deceived, and thanked for everything. A bright trail divided the monster. After this event, he cleared dungeons in different places one after another, as a free awakened. The head of another monster flew off its shoulders. A bright flash appeared in front of the third, and in the process he became stronger, better in accuracy and the power of his cards. There are witnesses who confirmed that he was protecting the dungeon. An elderly man said with a smile that he was sincerely grateful to Hikaru, because he was the only one who helped the weak, and also asked to convey his best wishes. Some man adjusted his glasses, saying that the guy was amazing, and it was interesting to watch him clear the dungeon alone, because even in a company you don't find such people every day, especially since most young people just complain about old maps and outdated equipment. Naguri pointed a finger at Hikaru, but then laughed at him with Hirayama, and despite constant persecution from former colleagues, the hero easily cleared dungeons and even participated in a mission to clear the Tokyo airport. Hikaru was wearing a white cloak, and in order to achieve results in the airport dungeon, the suspect Sarzawa and others deliberately planned to use low-ranking awakened ones as bait for the boss, so the guy's comrades were sacrificed. Nakamura looked back in confusion. A bright flash appeared in front of him, and the others. A powerful explosion sounded behind him, because when he used his abilities to defeat the dungeon boss, Sarzawa's plan was destroyed. Takanbu stood behind the man. It was noted that at that time one of the subordinates was killed due to an internal dispute. Hikaru put his hand on his chest, said that he would also cooperate, because given this situation, he teamed up with the team of the inspector of the Bureau for the Supervision of Awakened People and managed to solve Sarzawa's crime. Later, his silhouette was visible among the bright flash, so Hikaru single-handedly defeated a group of 6 elite awakened people, including an S rank. Sarzawa set a carefully prepared trap, but thanks to the guy's efforts, the incident was resolved without casualties from the inspectors. The hero had a smile on his face. Also smiling, Takasa pointed at him. Looking up, Inasaki said that this was all. Now, putting his hand to his face, Takasa said that if they hadn't seen Hikaru's abilities with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe, but he had already encountered reports of a certain space inside the dungeon, and wondered if it was a coincidence. Then, looking at the girl, he decided that this report would not be published, and so they would continue to monitor Hikaru. Closing his eyes, he added that he and the hero would have a long relationship. Looking at the interlocutor, the girl agreed. Hikaru was lying under the blanket, because he had trouble waking up in the morning. A loud alarm sounded. But the guy brushed it off. First he struggled with the alarm for 30 minutes. Still getting up, he began to look for his glasses. Well, opening his eyes, he remembered that he no longer had them. Next, how he spends his morning. The hero held a frying pan in his hands, and his morning menu consisted of toast with coffee, salad, and an omelet. The guy looked down carefully. The omelette jumped out of the frying pan. Some of the food fell out of the pan, because he had never managed to flip it perfectly. Later, the hero sat at the table, thinking that it would be good to have a card skill that allows you to cook a perfect omelette. Later, he looked at the rows of his cards, which were gifted with enormous magical power. The guy sat down on the floor in frustration, because he cannot use all the cards yet, so he periodically goes down to the dungeon to practice. The silhouette of a monster appeared behind him when using a magic bullet. Video cloud of dust. He noted that today he did well, and now he can move on. The system notified that the conquest of the dungeon boss was confirmed. Hikaru held a crystal in his hand, saying that another boss was defeated. The monster appeared behind him again, so hard he trained. People looked at the table seeing only his name and not understanding who it was and how he holds the record in many dungeons. Frowning, Yuriko overheard two people talking about rumors that Hikaru worked for the Clean Water Company and possibly with its shady dealings. Then the girl seriously addressed the guy, saying that it was time for him to check the rank again, but he refused. Still, she pushed him in the back, noting that it was impossible for the user of such an amazing card to receive an F rank, and let him go through the check again, receiving a more worthy one. The men sitting at the table noted that they did not notice any changes, and he retained the same rank. Confused, Yuriko held the sheet in her hand, not understanding how this was possible. She was already standing against the background of a tall building, and it was noted that Yuriko worked in the general affairs department of the company. The girl carefully looked at the card in her hand. After that, she quickly typed something on the computer, because in addition to assessing the skills of the card, she is good at various data analysis and such as dungeon analysis. The girl carefully looked to the side. Pointing at Takasu, she noted that he had skipped lunch, which surprised the man. He was even scared when he heard that his skin was not glowing at all and that men needed to pay attention to the condition of their skin. Inasaki, standing around the corner, was thinking that Yuriko was scary. Meanwhile, CEO Takasu was very popular. The girls looked at him with admiration. He held his hand out in front of him when one of them asked for his number. There was his picture on the big screen, and it said that his popularity had increased after he was recently shown on a TV program as a handsome officer. Holding the phone in her hand, she told him that the host had called again. Waving it off, he replied that they were busy with an investigation and should decline. Later, the girl was sitting at lunch, and others asked her about the handsome boss and asked her to tell them everything about him. Raising her finger, Inasaki said that the man was cute, but he looked like a grandfather. Then Takasu walked past them. Taking a deep breath, he sat down on the sofa, and Inasaki answered that it was because of that. The men watched in awe as she used the whirlwind axe. She was very talented and caring, so she was popular among the youth. The girl looked at the men in front of her in confusion, who were telling her that she was amazing and asking her to teach them her skills next time. Taking the card in her hand, she responded with an affirmative, and warned that she would be serious. She was also popular among the boys in elementary school. The child handed her the cards, asking her to play with them. Taking them, she again said that she would be serious. Adjusting his glasses, Takasu addressed her. He looked confused, saying that she was popular among the youth and he was worried, and Inasaki thought that he really looked like a grandfather. Hirayama looked at Naguri, doubting whether it was right for him to go so far. The two of them were sitting on a bench. The girl said that the real culprit of Tera's murder was Director Sarzawa, and he was embarrassed, because she thought that Hikaru was to blame. Having imagined the faces of Nakamura, Tera and Sarzawa, the interlocutor clarified that the director killed them. Both looked shocked, surprised by such a number of deaths, suggested that they were cursed. Tera passed by one of them. He looked at her questioningly, and Naguri said that she did not care at all. A man similar to Nakamura passed by her. He also turned around questioningly. Hirayama said that nothing threatened him either. Both opened their mouths wide, seeing a man similar to Sarzawa. Both jumped up, but the friend tried to calm him down, saying that he hadn't come for them. Still, Hirayama ran away, saying that she would hide where there were no people, and Naguri, who was running after her, asked him not to leave her. Frowning, Hikaru looked at the map. The system notified that the approach of an awakened Class A was detected, since he has the ability to predict the phenomena occurring around him. A notification appeared that it was detected that the discounted goods were almost sold out. The hero rushed into the store, saying that everything would soon be sold out. In front of him, the guy saw an empty shelf and the saleswoman for him because the eggs were sold out. Later, he looked at the clothes in the basket and, seeing a notification about the approach of a large group of customers, noted that he felt that there would be a lot of people here. A man with a ball in his hand told him that the washing machine in the clubroom was broken, because 40 people were washing their uniforms there. A black cat crossed his path. Later, the system notified him that someone was lost. Hikaru rushed forward, worried that it might be a small child. But in front of him, he saw an elderly man. The hero picked her up in his arms. The woman thanked him, telling him that she came to visit her grandson, but got lost. He waved at her with a smile. The guy, smiling confused, decided to go home and sleep. An airplane was flying in the sky. Its wing was visible from the window, and it was announced that it would soon land at Tokyo Airport. A flight attendant walked past the passengers, asking them to check that their seat belts were fastened, and announcing that the weather in Tokyo was sunny, plus 23 degrees. Turning to the woman, the man said that they would meet soon, and she agreed. There was an image of a girl on the screen. Soma turned to him and, apologizing, asked if this was his young lady, to which he replied that she was. Smiling, the man also said that while he and his wife were abroad, a dungeon had appeared at the airport, and now, for the first time in 2 years, they would be able to see their daughter. Raising his elbow, Soma asked if he would call from work. Winking, he replied that he had not been home for a long time either, and he had a lot to do. As they walked out into the airport, they waved to each other. Covering his face with his hand, Soma thought that he had a lot to catch up on. Hikaru walked in the cave, thinking that after defeating Sarzawa, he was still walking through dungeons. He remembered the old men smiling at him, thought that he was clearing small dungeons that large companies would not take on. Hiding from the monster behind a rock, he reasoned that he was keeping an eye on the low-ranking awakens not to lose their lives here. The dungeon was partially filled with water, and it was a former seafood processing plant. His foot stepped hard on the ground. The monster had many tentacles, and the system showed its description. 2 people stood in front of him, and one of them said that it was time to use skills. A warrior appeared behind him when using a lightning spear. Turning around, the girl told him not to let his guard down and use defensive skills. Barriers appeared in front of them. Looking to the side, Hikaru thought that this group was made up of C and D ranks. The system showed their ranks and the actions they had taken. The boy thought that they were well prepared, worked well as a team, and could defeat a B rank boss. A notification appeared that a sudden decrease in magic power had been detected. Hikaru opened his mouth in surprise. At that moment, the boy suddenly rushed forward, putting his hand to his throat. His partner turned to look at him. At first, the system showed a C rank, but then it changed to a D rank. The hero was surprised that this happened during the battle. His comrades saw the boy fall to the ground. The display of changing ranks appeared again. 2 awakened ones were lying on the ground. Hikaru looked shocked, not understanding how this was possible. A notification appeared that the boss had used a skill. Seeing how a spear appeared above the monster, he thought that this was bad, because they could all die. The boss's eye was shining brightly. He directed his attack forward. A warrior appeared near the hero when using Azure Samurai. The swing left a bright trace using Absolute Zero. Afterwards, a bright flash was visible. The frozen monster split into 2. So the monster flew apart. Taking his hand to the side, Hikaru asked the guy if he was okay. He looked at him in confusion, answering that he was, and asking who he was. Turning around, the hero answered that he was a free awakened, but now what was more important was what happened to his comrades, as if their rank had suddenly dropped right during the battle. Lowering his head, Hikaru decided to examine them. His eyes began to glow brightly. He thought that the weakening had disappeared, but the rank did not return, and it seemed that their lives were not in danger now. One of the guys was unconscious and lying on the ground, and the system reported that an abnormal element was found in the awakened one's body. The hero thought that it could be poison or something with side effects. There was something glowing in his pocket. He took out a pill, asking if it was medicine. After examining it carefully, he also found a strange magical power inside. Hikaru turned to the guy, asking what kind of medicine was this. Looking confused, he explained that this combat drug was called X. Looking at the pill again, the hero repeated the name. Silhouettes of people were standing around somewhere in Tokyo. Conversations could be heard between them. One of the silhouettes turned to the others, asking what was happening in the east. Another silhouette answered that due to the incident with Sarzawa, they lost one of their connections with the political world and were now trying to make up for lost time, and also due to the fall of companies, the competition between awakened has become noticeably higher. The other silhouette stood nearby, hearing that in fact, Sarzawa's death had a positive effect on their business. The interlocutor noted that this way they got an attractive market, and the more competition between awakened, the more demand for their products. One of the participants in the conversation pointed this out, noting that this was a great chance to increase sales of the drug X, and suggested that Takanbo work in this direction. His foot touched the ground. He lowered his head and agreed, but said that he had a request. The silhouette raised his hand, saying that Takanbo had set a number of conditions. A scar was visible on the man's face, and he said that this request concerned a guy named Hikaru. Takanbo asks if Hikaru is the awakened one mentioned in the report. The man turns to MC, saying that he read his report, thinking that he was exaggerating. Hikaru presses the gate button with 2 fingers and says that one awakened one uses several skills at once. A black 2-headed dragon appeared on the card and MC explains that his skills are so powerful that they can affect dungeons. A huge dragon appeared behind the guy and he shouts, "Everyone repent in hell." An explosion from a photon shot appears. The warriors laugh at it, saying that it sounds illogical. The other warriors also laugh. Takanbu turns around and hears the protagonist lament that even such people cannot admit their mistakes, and that is very unfortunate. Business agent asks if he came from the North American branch. The man spreads his hands and explains that in fact, he still does not understand why Takanbu was chosen, because their youth, equipped with the latest technology, would definitely have done a better job. The man calls Okada a dinosaur, and the woman replies that it is true. The awakening assassins stand and agent wants to introduce others to them, calling these people the pride of their branch. The hero snaps his fingers and asks the guys to show their new cards. They take out the cards and say that they will do it without a problem. An image of a shadow shooter appeared on the card and it turned out to be a draw. The flash expands. The shooters move away from it. The man explains that these are the new A-rank cards that were talked about, and another clarifies that this is the type of card that specializes in battling other cards. The killer turns to Mr. Okada. The hero stares at him through his glasses. The man asks if it's time for Takanbu to retire, and the woman adds that staying in the sun for too long is bad for his health. The warrior aims his gun. The sight is pointed at the hero. The killer imitates a shot with his finger. Takanbu frowns. His eye turns red. A purple flash appears. The killers are knocked off their feet and do not understand what is happening. A sword appears from the warrior. The character pierces his chest through and through. Takanbu breaks the killer's neck. The girl is horrified by the state of her colleague. The hero seriously replies that they have addressed the wrong person. The people are perplexed by the fact that the man killed the enemy with one blow, and do not understand when he managed to activate the skill. Holding the killer on her lap, she and agent call for a medic. The crowd admires Takanbu's abilities, saying that he is on a completely different level. Holding his finger to his temple, the man states that he does not want them to believe every word he says and that he will start selling the drug at their request. Looking at the capsules, the hero asks in return to develop a new version of the X drug as soon as possible. The people ask why this is necessary, and receive the answer that he needs funds with which he can defeat Hikaru. In the Awakened Supervision Bureau, Inasaki runs after the man and says that he cannot go any further, but he says that he will look with one eye. Trying to stop the man, she asks who he is and says that she cannot let him in without permission. Takasa asks the girl what's wrong. Soma turns to Takasa and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. The worker is shocked to see Soma-senpai, and Inasaki asks if he knows him. Looking at his friend, he explains that this is the former best employee of the bureau Soma Abito, and currently he works as a representative of a private company of awakened people in the USA. Saluting, the girl apologizes, since she did not know that it was him, to which Soma replies that there is nothing to worry about. Looking at the map on the table, Takasa asks his friend if he managed to take revenge. The man stands with his hands in his pockets and explains that he could never do it alone. Soma shows the pills in a bag, after his friend asks about his purpose of visiting Japan, and he asks if Takasa has heard of a drug that came from America called X, but this is the first time he hears about it. Looking at the tablet, Inasaki explains that according to their data, the full name of the drug is X-Ranger, and this experimental drug was registered with the Food and Drug Administration quite recently, and apparently, they have not received any information about it. Looking at the professor, the girl adds that on the outside this drug has no problems, but this X is a kind of doping for the magical power of the awakened. Takasa seriously asks if the drug is capable of such a thing. The pill emits a red glow and Soma explains that if you drink this drug, your rank will become higher. For example, rank B will become rank A. The silhouette of a man holds a card and he says that in this way, you can force yourself to use cards of a higher rank. The man clears his throat and Soma explains that it has strong side effects, and the high concentration of magical power obtained from the magic stone attacks the nervous system of the awakened, and after several doses of the drug, the first problems will appear. Inasaki and Takasu are stunned and the man asks who created such a dangerous drug. The bureau employee explains that it is in the military-industrial complex Naten. He adds that it is the largest company producing weapons for awakened. Standing in front of his colleagues, Soma says that they are currently targeting Japan and that he has returned here to stop the drug from spreading in the country. Hikaru holds up a pill and asks if this is the drug that enhances awakened called X. His comrade explains that it enhances even low-ranked awakened, as he was told. Recalling the incident with Sarzawa, MC replies how much it weakened the Clearwater Company's influence. The workers walk down the hallway and the protagonist adds that large companies are in crisis, and now is the best time for low-ranked awakened to make a name for themselves. The guy says that they have already heard about Hikaru, a famous F-ranked awakened, and the girl replies that that is why they decided to take his place too, and the protagonist suddenly began to feel guilty. A guy is taken away on a bed in front of MC and he says that although their lives were not in danger, he decided to take them to the hospital just in case. Hikaru looks up and realizes he doesn't know where they got the drug, so he needs to ask Takasu, since he might know something. MC goes to the Awakened Supervision Bureau. The protagonist is shocked to see a sign warning that an A rank or higher awaken has been detected, and he can't believe it's Takasu. Soma walks among the people. MC sees a button with an S rank. Turning around to look at the man in the robe, Hikaru wonders if he's an S-rank awakened. The Awakened Supervision Bureau. Takasa asks MC what happened, and the protagonist replies that he just wanted to ask about something. Remembering Soma, he wants to know before that who the long-haired awakened was. Takasa happily replies that Hikaru saw Soma, and the protagonist is surprised. The worker explains that this is Soma Abito, who once worked at the bureau, and he is also his senpai. Soma hits the director and Takasa remembers how the Great Awakened did not get along well with the director in those days, and was disgusted by the power struggle within the bureau, so he left. Soma in glasses against the backdrop of buildings, and his comrade adds that right now he is an awakened working in an American company, and Hikaru asks why he came to Japan. The man asks Inasaki to show MC the sample that Soma gave them. Putting the bag on the table, she says that in the USA it is now an illegal drug used by awakened. Before she can finish, Hikaru interrupts her, calling the drug the X-drug, and Takasa does not understand how he knows this. The protagonist, holding the pill in his hands, seriously replies that he came to talk about it. He remembers that because he helped the group in the dungeon, they almost died because of this drug. They call Akira, Akane and Ryo, and the hero explains that they used the drug to raise their rank. Takasa tensely says that Soma is here to prevent it from spreading in Japan, but MC replies that it has already started to spread. The guy adds that the side effects of this drug will cripple many people, and during the fall of Clearwater, competition has increased and the situation has become extremely dangerous. Takasa looks closely and asks MC to help him with the investigation. Hikaru frowns and asks if the Supervision Bureau can handle this situation. Raising his hand, the friend believes that they can, but it seems that this drug was developed by a large company that produces weapons for the awakened, that is, the Naten Military Industrial Complex. This complex is the largest weapons manufacturer, which opens its branches all over the world. The total assets of the company exceed $1 trillion, and this company also equips not only the US Army, but also many other armies around the world. Takasa adds that in recent years they have been actively selling weapons and equipment for the awakened, and Naten could already have taken root among their government and politicians, so if they move carelessly, Naten will find out about them. The protagonist, smirking, asks that it will be impossible to conduct an open investigation, like with Sarzawa. The man tensely answers that then they were slowed down for almost a month, and Inasaki says that her boss has already acted too openly. He looks closely at the hero and says that as soon as they find all the necessary evidence, they will immediately begin to act, and he is sorry to ask MC for help. Hikaru agrees in a businesslike manner, because he does not want to see the weak suffer. Takasa calmly thanks him and states that he is of the same opinion. Looking at the hero, the man says how Soma said that he will also conduct his own investigation, and if the hero meets him, then let him tell him Takasa's name, and he will help MC. People walk along the evening street. Matsuda building. People walk in the shopping center. A long, dark corridor. At the end of it, people are sitting and saying that the installation is complete. The man turns to Takanbu and says that he is also finished. He asks the hero if it is true that a dungeon will appear here. Standing in front of the invention, Takanbu explains that this mechanism is capable of analyzing dungeon data, and although the technology for creating dungeons is not yet fully developed, it is not that difficult to create one on purpose. Electricity is emitted from the device, and the man continues to say that it captures magical power and absorbs it from the surroundings, and a few minutes after activation, a dungeon will quickly appear here. Standing in front of his workers, he says that when the dungeon first appeared, humanity united to overcome difficulties together. People fight monsters. Money flies in front of the people, and Takanbu says that now dungeons have only become a source of income, and even the awakened, who were supposed to be heroes, have been absorbed by heroism. With his hands in his pockets, the character also explains that for this reason, they have no choice but to start a revolution through violence, as the peaceful people need to be reminded of the fear of the dungeons. Gritting his teeth, Takanbu shares that he does not care about Naten, and if many dungeons appear, the awakened will be forced to use the X-drug, and since MC hurt his pride, he will crush him, since he will try to interfere. The man and his partners look at the end of the corridor. A family is walking down the street. The parents ask Saki why she did not tell her grandfather's building that it would become a dungeon, because it is important. The girl embarrassedly replies that if she did, they would worry. The grandfather frowns and stands up for Saki, confirming her words. The elderly man looks at the light in the distance of the passage. He approaches the workers and asks what they are doing here. Takanbu asks his comrades not to be distracted and just continue. Grandpa approaches them indignantly. A huge lightning bolt breaks out from the building. Hikaru is shocked and wonders if this rumble came from the dungeon, realizing that there are still people inside. He quickly runs past the people. He turns around abruptly. In front of him was the Matsuda building. Looking at the skyscraper, MC wonders if a dungeon has appeared in it. People run out of the dungeon, the first floor, the former Matsuda building. The guy is shocked to see how many people are inside and wonders if Matsuda is still inside. Hikaru turns around in fear when a sign confirms the appearance of monsters. The monster is breathing heavily. There were a lot of dark goblins standing in front of the protagonist. Holding the card in his hands, MC realizes that the monster's rank is higher than when he fought them last time, but he is also a different person now. The card glows and he shouts about the gate. Hikaru holds the card up and sends a magic bullet at the demon. The monsters are screaming. The hero sends out his attack. The demon is holding a blue ball. The monster is cut in half. There is a large hole in its chest. A purple beam comes out of it. There are many empty signs. MC is standing with a card near the monster, and the signs say that all the monsters on the floor have been destroyed. He has received 7,840 experience points, increased his rank, received a title and mastered a new skill, and he also remembers how he couldn't use this card before and spent all his magic power. He looks away angrily, saying that if the enemies further down here are more serious, then the people who are in the dungeon are in danger. The protagonist quickly runs into the dungeon, wanting to defeat the boss as soon as possible and conquer the damn dungeon. Soma shoots in front of the people. He is on the 9th floor of the dungeon. Bullets fly into the monsters. The guy waves his hand, calling out to the people. The man and girl look at him in panic and ask if he is awakened and say that they met on the plane. Soma shouts that they will talk later and to run to the exit quickly. The girl shouts to her father that Saki is nowhere to be seen and he is stunned by her loss. The monster screams loudly. Soma asks these people to rely on him and promises to bring the girl. There is an explosion. Saki runs next to her grandfather. The man falls to the ground. The granddaughter turns around in fear, seeing her grandfather lying down. The grandfather looks at Saki from the ground and tells her to run, but the girl replies that they must run together. The demon smiles maliciously, seeing the people in front of him. Saki and her grandfather cower in fear. Soma stands with a gun. Seeing how the monster attacks the granddaughter and grandfather, he understands that they are in danger. Soma calls the gate and the instant spear, wondering if he will make it in time. The card showed an azure samurai. Hikaru sends the samurai forward. The monster lies on the ground. The samurai hits the antagonist. Soma, raising his head, is perplexed by what kind of skill this is, because it killed the boss with one blow faster than his skill. MC runs to Saki and Matsuda, asking if they are okay, and the sign says that the dungeon boss has been destroyed and in 100 seconds it will return to its original state. Saki happily turns around, seeing Hikaru. Grandpa did not expect to see him here, and the hero says that he is glad that they are okay. Soma is standing behind them, and he wonders if this is the same person Takasu was talking about. The protagonist turns and asks if he is Soma, since he heard about him from Takasu. Smiling, the hero realizes that this is the same Hikaru. The characters are very happy seeing how the building has returned to normal. The man steps foot and says he is amazed. MC and Soma turn around when a sign says that an awakened rank A or higher has been detected approaching. Takanbu steps out of the shadows. He angrily says that he respects Hikaru. The hero is confused that his enemy is still alive, seeing that his rank has become higher than before. Smiling maliciously, the man says that in just 15 minutes after creating the dungeon, the boss was already defeated, so he set a new record. Soma is frightened and asks why Takanbu created the dungeon. Throwing up his hands, the antagonist is surprised to meet an awakened rank as Soma Abito, and says that it is an honor to meet such a celebrity. The character arrogantly replies that he will not fall for Takanbu's flattery, asking what organization this terrorist on the international wanted list is currently working for. Takanbu looks away and states that unfortunately, this is confidential information and it does not matter now, because he would seriously like to fight MC. Turning around, the man explains that they had to prepare the arena for this, but the building returned to normal because Hikaru dealt with it too quickly. The protagonist and Soma hold up cards and MC says that their enemy will not be able to escape, because it is two of them against one. Takanbu clenched his fist and asked Soma that since he, as an S-rank awakened, should know what will happen next. The antagonist looks at his reflection in the glass. He says to the bracelet on his hand to begin. Purple lightning opened up. Electrical flashes hit all the buildings. The heroes look out the window at what is happening to the city. Standing in front of the glass, the characters ask the enemy if these are lightning strikes and whether all these buildings are really becoming dungeons. Hikaru is shocked by the mass appearance of dungeons and does not understand what is happening.